Good evening and welcome to the special meeting for the Lawrence City Council. Today's day is Monday, June 16, 2025. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Act of 2022, this meeting will be hybrid, allowing participation both in person in the City Council chambers and remotely. This is a continuation of the Monday, June 16, 2025 meeting. As we said, today is June 18, 2025. The Zoom link for this meeting was provided for this specific date through the City Clerk's office. This meeting is also being conducted this meeting could be watched through the Lawrence City Council Facebook page, as well as the Lawrence City Council YouTube page. Madam Claire, roll call, please.
Councilor Levy.
Present.
Councilor LaPlante.
Present.
Councilor Luzon.
Present.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Present.
Councilor Santiago.
Present.
Councilor Marmol.
Present.
Councilor Reyes.
Present.
Council Vice President Infante.
Present.
Council President Rodriguez.
Present. Please join me for a moment of silence. Now join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag. So, councilors, we have public participation, and we have a few people here that I would like to express public participation. The first person that we have is Luz Diaz. The rules for public participation is as following. We're going to have 2.5 minutes.
May I, point of parliamentary inquiry, thank you. Did we adjourn on Tuesday night? If we didn't adjourn, we're treating this like a new meeting, even though it should be a continuation.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
The one John last time, I think we did.
What I have is Councilor Del Rosario making a motion to table and Councilor Marmol seconding that motion. And that was at 10:52 p.m. I don't have documented a motion to adjourn after that.
All right, councilors, as a courtesy to the two students that we have from the from the Lawrence Public Schools, if we can suspend the rules to allow them to speak for 2.5 minutes in public participation, that will be highly appreciated. I need a motion for that.
So move.
Second.
There is a motion to allow public participation to the students that are visiting us today. Properly second, discussion. I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. So the public participation is as following. You're gonna have 2.5 minutes to speak. At the 2 minutes mark, you're gonna hear or see, or you're gonna hear some type of sounds indicating that you still have 30 seconds to continue speaking. You can refer to the council as a whole, not to any individual councilors. With that said, please provide us with your name and address for the record.
My name is Luz Diaz, 73 Newberry Street.
Right.
Greetings, honorable members. I'm standing here today as an avid Lawrence Academy student. I'm here because of my concerns that our school will not be provided school transportation next school year. To provide more context, Avid Lawrence Academy, or ALA for short, is a public high school created to serve the highest performing students in Lawrence, which has been sharing the Lawrence High School campus for a decade, including LHS buses. Next school year, ALA will now have its own space, as the district will be relocating ALA to the old Lawrence High School. However, the district hasn't guaranteed transportation for the students living in the South. We conducted a transportation survey with 100 student responses, which is one third of our population. Our survey showed that an overwhelming 46.9% of our students would only attend ALA if buses were provided. That means that, in theory, nearly half of our student body is at risk. Furthermore, 40.8% of our students agree that they feel concerned about not attending A-Lay next year because of a lack of transportation options. At our recent town hall meeting, I cannot begin to express the loud gasps, comments, and concerns when parents were informed that South students would have to rely on the public MIVA transit to get to school. The first concern was, do our children have to go to and ride next to grown adults? Our public transportation system is not an educational setting. Many of our classmates have experienced unsafe situations with aggressive passengers, uncomfortable situations, and have faced physical, verbal, and sexual harassment. I beg you all to consider that public transit is not safe for our students. No student should face harassment because of a lack of budgetary management. Furthermore, MIVA transit is a risky option for our students because of timing. MIVA's earliest route to students starts at 7 a.m. for an 8 a.m. school day. Well, it sounds like enough time. We're aware that
Yep.
public
Is this
transportation-
Lawrence that's on here now?
Excuse me, excuse me, Mr. John. You're not mute, and everybody's hearing what you say.
While it sounds like enough time, we're aware that public transportation is plagued with inaccurate time arrivals. Furthermore, we're not accounting for the traffic these MIVA buses will face. I urge the city to please consider Abbott Lawrence Academy students. For a city that wishes to provide high-quality education and come out of state receivership, our students must first be able to get to school in the first place. I sincerely beg the city to provide us with transportation. Thank you.
You still have 30 seconds.
I sincerely beg the city to provide us with the transportation budget that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person that we have is Liz Ramirez. Name and address for the record, please.
Liz Ramirez, 202 Phillip Street. I could start? Good evening. I am a rising senior in Abbott Lawrence Academy.
Can you speak a little louder?
I want to talk about our issue. I want to talk about our, oh yeah.
You're doing good. You're doing good.
Okay. I am a rising senior in Abbott Lawrence Academy, and I want to talk about our issue that is directly affecting myself and my peers with regards to transportation. We recently received the news that we are expected to rely on our public transportation system to get to school. Naturally, many parents were worried and disappointed, and for very good reason. Public transportation is dangerous for minors. In Massachusetts itself, reports of harassment have increased by 25% this year, including incidents of verbal, sexual, and even physical harassment. I've unfortunately been victim of this myself. Just recently, an older man approached me on the bus, hit on me, and tried to get me to go home with him, which situations like this are terrifying and do affect minors, and no child should have to face that, especially on their way to school. When public transit becomes the only option, it's no longer a personal choice to take the bus, but rather a forced risk. Our students are being put at the risk of having a ride with strangers and older adults, and we've yet to be given a solution to counteract that. No child should have to feel uncomfortable or in danger when getting to school or having to come back home. And no parent should have to sit and worry about who their child is on the bus with, whether there are adults creeping on them or not, and if they will return home safely. And this is especially concerning considering that Abbott plans to include 7th and 8th graders in the building. And if the public transportation becomes the only solution that we have, we are putting even younger children into possible danger. The issue is even more serious for immigrant families who are already vulnerable. Lawrence is a city that prides itself in immigrants and industry, but in this case, we are not uplifting our community, but putting them into possible danger. I urge the city to take action, whether it means implementing time-specific policies in order to ensure children's safety when going to school, or better yet, prioritizing our funding and support for our school to have school buses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person that we have is school committee member Jonathan Guzman. The next person we have is school committee member Jonathan Guzman. The next person we have is school committee member Jonathan Guzman. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, you have the floor. You have 2.5 minutes to speak.
President Rodriguez, if you can hear me, I don't know if you're hearing me.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, you're good to go.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I cannot hear you. But good evening, everyone. Jonathan Guzman Lawrence, School Committee. I live in 39 Lynn Street. I'm here because I'm deeply concerned about this proposal in the school budget. At a time when federal and state support is uncertain, our city should be stepping up for students, not stepping away. But what better than present a budget like this that falls short? There are major inconsistencies in the transportation cuts, but no clear answer why. Meanwhile, Abbott Academy is only getting $10,000 for transportation, and that is not acceptable. Principal salaries has been slashed by $645,000. Strong leaders, some with no bad reviews and high-performing schools, are being let go. Others left yesterday their buildings with no contracts. And our paraprofessionals, the proposed budget lists fewer than 320 para positions, even though we have 550 currently, most of whom are Lawrence residents, parents, and alumni. Many still haven't received their assurance letter. Teachers are being let go with no clear explanation. The contract proposal by this administration does not move us forward, it sets us back. Despite all of this, the superintendent's office is getting more funding with little transparency. Property insurance is up by over $500,000. Custodian salaries are jumping to $5 million with no union negotiations, and school-level programs are losing critical dollars. Can you expect more from an administration offering only 3 one-hour parental engagement sessions in a 5-year strategic plan that is not real input? And despite a ruling from the Secretary of State, draft plans are still not being provided to the public. This administration has received more hostile work environment complaints than ever before. Our community deserves transparency, our staff deserves respect, and our students deserve better. Thank you.
That concludes our public participation. Councilor, thank you for allowing this to happen. All these names are going to be. This concludes the public participation. Thank you, councilors, for allowing this to happen. All these names going to be submitted for the record. Councilors, can I get a motion to table item 16425? There is a motion to table 164, item 16425, properly second by Councilor Marmo. No discussion on the item at this time. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any nays? The ayes have it. Madam Clerk, what is the underlying motion, so we clear?
At this time, we have a motion to approve the budget that was made by Councilor Del Rosario and seconded by Councilor Reyes. We have some proposed amendments to the budget. There's 3 that are documented and a 4th that was in the process of being discussed at the time we adjourned.
All right.
First was the amendment to the mayor's letter, which we did receive the letter with the changes to the vocabulary. You each have it on your table. The second was with regard to a deputy chief of the police department to move the money from personal services to training.
To operation training.
Yep, the second was from fire suppression, $150,000 for the assistant fire chief to move it over to personal services for firefighters / investigators. And then the third is what you were in the process of discussing was an emergency management personal services director. That was $105,000, and the conversation was suggesting to make it a, for purchase services, to bring in a consultant. There was no vote taken.
All right, we have the memo that the administration has submitted with the changes that the council have requested. The 4 of them has been met as per the paperwork and the memo that we have in front of us. At this time, I will entertain any other questions or any other amendments.
This one hasn't been voted on, that last one. Okay,
Council President.
Council President,
I will recognize,
this is my amendment. I just wanted, this is the amendment on the emergency management.
yeah,
We haven't gotten to a final closure on it. It was tabled and recessed. So as I understand it, I was looking to offer an amendment to cut $105,000, but we were about to reach an understanding of some sort to move the money, or some of the money anyway, to a different
That's it,
part of that budget to allow for a consultant to be purchased to create the plan. That would then not require us to actually hire a body, but actually have a plan done, and then we'll see where that goes, and then perhaps in the next fiscal year. So, we can't change and move it. So, my question is, it's on this piece of paper. Do we need to do anything, or is the administration okay with, is this official and the administration's okay if we just, I don't even know how we vote on it. I guess I would withdraw the amendment, and
So-
then, with that understanding.
Yeah, withdrawing your amendment is in order. And, during the discussion, what was requested is that we move the administration, amend the budget book, and they have done it through this memo. So what is gonna be reflected on the budget book is gonna be what is on this memo. Am I correct, Ms. Caffell?
Okay, frankly, to make it a little bit easier, I would have cut that, but I understand. So just for ease's sake, if the money is not spent, it's only gonna be for that expense. So hypothetically, if the report costs $30,000, I'm expecting $75,000 to be reverted back to the general fund at the end of the year. So.
Now, Councilor LaPlante,
Yes.
the fund was moved from the account 5110 to the account 53880. If you wanna make a cut on the account 5380, it will be in order. Because the account that now have funds is the account 5380. So if the concern is to have, extra amount of funds, and those funds are gonna come from the tax increasement, we can just not necessarily have those funds on that account. And just make the cut. So if you want to make a proposal or amendment to the budget on their account 5380, that's in order.
So I appreciate that. It sounds like an invitation. So, I think what I could do here is, I want there to be enough money. And I don't know what the proper amount is, but I'm pretty confident it's gonna be less than 100, it's gonna be less than 75. I think 50,000, maybe I can ask the capo who signs these things on a regular basis on something like this, there's a $50,000, you have no idea. Is there somebody from planning here that I could just ask a general question through you, Mr. President?
Councilor LaPlante.
Yeah, I just need to figure out what a good number is, that's my point.
In regards to
It's consultant, in a consultant report. Could I ask Mr. McCarthy to
Of
come
course.
forward?
You have the floor.
Unfortunately, he's got no prep on this. Mr. McCarthy, would you please come forward?
Only one camera working.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You have the most institutional memory in this building, at least as a department head, or one of the department heads, or Ms. Velez is here, so you do have some competition.
I'm the
My-
oldest, you're saying.
My sense is, I don't want to underfund a potential consultant report. So I want to do, it's not going to cost $100,000. Can you give me a ballpark so I feel good? Like, you can go a little over. How much would it cost to do a report, a consultant report on an emergency management position? And what kind of report?
I don't understand the question.
Sure. So we're going to be dedicating some money to do a study or report with a consultant to look at our current emergency management structure and give us advice on how to improve that, how to make sure that things are met at any kind of emergency. So we're looking for a document that when an emergency happens, there is a blueprint of how to respond to those kinds of emergencies.
Right.
And I know this is an unfair question, but if you can give me a range as to something like that would cost, I would feel comfortable then making a.
The federal government usually actually provide us grants on that. They, through FEMA, they range anywhere from $100,000 to $150,000 to do a study of that type.
Well, there goes that idea. So, so I'm probably not going to make an amendment. If that's in fact the case, I'm probably not going to do it.
I
You
mean,
have a-
that's what's being offered. What
Yeah.
an actual, what
Yeah.
it would cost to do a study for what the needs of an emergency
Yeah,
person would
right.
be, I could imagine.
Councilor LaPlante.
Yeah.
Yes.
50,000?
50,000? Okay. I
If,
kind of want to spitball for a
No, I'm saying, for the sake of that, of timing, if, let's say perhaps that you have a specific amount, and that amount that you will decide, and it's a $10,000 more, there is an account from free cash that can be transferred, in case that report costs more. I mean, that's something that can be done.
Okay.
But if you are looking to make a cut on there, propose an amount, and then we can deal with that when time comes. Because, I mean, we don't know, like, how much it's gonna cost.
Yeah, good evening, Council President, City Councilors. I want to caution the City Council that in addition to, this is not only preparing a plan, this is not only we have a series of documents that have been submitted to the city. I have them in my office. A lot of reports that would take hours, including information that needs to be provided to the extent of it. So yes, let's say we can have a consultant to come and give us a plan, but that doesn't does not complete the work.
Okay, so since you have some ideas, what do you think is a safe amount?
I think if you cap it to $100,000 or even 95 for now, yes.
All right, so we would cut $10,000 from
I mean,
105.
I think at this point, we don't have to only look at the figures, the number that is there. It is with the objective of having a plan and also a strategy to implement. You have a plan. We always have plans in the city, but we don't have implementation.
Sure. So what I'm going to do is this. I think that's,
And sorry, excuse me. Go ahead. One of the first questions we had today with the S&P, correct, was in regards to FEMA.
based on this, Council President, I think that 95 is pretty generous. I was going to go with 50. I'm going to cut this by 30,000, so there's 75,000. Worst case scenario, if they're short some money, there is free cash. 30,000, 10,000 is not a lot. So I'm looking to cut $30,000 from that, so 75,000. And that should be exceedingly generous, and I expect that there's any extra, it can be reverted back to the general fund. That's my
All
that's
right,
my
no
amendment.
problem. So, can I hear a second? The motion
looking
is
to cut- I'm
to
looking to
cut
cut-
30,000
I'm looking to cut 5380 by $30,000.
on, yeah. Can you say the account in your motion, please?
Department number 29, Division 0. Line item is 5,300, 5,380.
53. All right. I'm gonna explain one more time that
You got it? I'm gonna second your motion.
so it's all right. I'm gonna explain one last time, guys, councilors. The councilor plan has been proposed a cut. If you vote yes on the cut, you voting to cut the funds that he was proposed. If you vote no to the cut, that means that you're gonna keep it as is. Are we clear? All right. So, any discussion on the matter? I hear none. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
La motion was not second.
Yeah, it wasn't, it was not second, somebody wrong? Council,
Ca-
no? Oh, any second,
Second.
properly second.
Ave
Discussion.
María.
Council President.
Councilor Rosario.
Thank you through you. So the money is going to be allocated, whatever we don't cut, is to have a consultant to create a plan. And my question is, who's going to execute the plan? Because we have plans everywhere. Like when the fire explosion happens, we have plans everywhere, but we didn't have anybody execute the plan. When the tornado, the hard wind happened at the South Lawrence, we have plans, but we didn't have anybody to execute the plan. So the question is, who's going to execute this plan that the consultants are going to draw for the city?
The answer will be that emergency management personnel. For the last decade or so, in the city of Lawrence, the chief of the fire department was the person in charge of this department. So it's gonna be up to the mayor to decide who is, at that point, the emergency management coordinator or the emergency management personnel.
Thank you, Council President. It's under the purview of the executive branch.
Exactly.
And thank you. Appreciate
That's,
it. It's on.
so, that's what it is. If we have an emergency, the mayor is in charge. The motion is to cut $30,000 for account 5380. It's been properly second
Council
discussion.
President,
Let me recognize Councilor Reyes first. Councilor Reyes.
The person in charge who manage it, the administration?
At this point, we have, there is nobody in that position as far as we know. Since the last time, okay, let's ask the administration first.
Okay.
Through you, Council President, the city councilor Luzon requested information, which I provided, I believe, in the email. We stated that Officer Cazon, at the moment, is still the emergency, occupies the position of the emergency manager. He's doing it without pay, but,
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. All right, thank you for clarifying that.
Through you, Mr. President.
Councilor Reyes.
Because I believe this position be under Human Services Director. It's not under,
No, it
under
is,
this department?
it is on our department itself. The emergency management is on department.
yeah. And Councilor, we don't have the expertise in that department.
Okay.
It's a good idea, but it's not, I mean, it would be nice, but they don't have the expertise. Sorry.
Because when we create a new position or new department, I think we're supposed to put it under other department working very well. I love to see how it's functional.
Yes, and you're right. However, an emergency management person needs to go through the proper training, not only with FEMA, but with MEMA. And in that department, we don't have that expertise.
All right, councilors, Councilor Vice President Infante.
thank you. Through you, Council President, just a statement to the administration. Whomever, if we continue with this, with this area, whomever the administration decides to have as the point person for the emergency personnel management, I ask that you guys make that known, make it known across the board, especially to individuals within the mayor's office, that this is the person in charge, so that we don't have the same situation that happened in South, that everybody wanted to be the big boss. That delayed a lot of the operation. I recall we were supposed to have an emergency meeting with some of the emergency personnel, department heads, the mayor, myself, and that never happened because there was no cohesiveness, there was no organization until the mayor was actually there. And again, I said it before, I thank the mayor for that, for his leadership during that emergency. He did great, but overall, when he wasn't around, and this comes also from people within his office, yeah, just please make sure that people know who the mayor selects, and this is the person that the mayor and the rest of us will be working with for emergency situations.
Council President,
Councilor Luzon.
I still have a problem with this with this department, because the way it was presented, not presented, this was never presented to us. We never received a report of any information, regardless. The email that a senior advisor kindly sent to us, or to me. But, I mean, how can we when we have an emergency in the city, I think it's the fire chief, that's supposed to be in charge, and the chief of police. Is my understanding. So this department with a volunteer staff, according to the senior staff, it's not making any sense to me now, senior advisor. I don't know, that doesn't have any structure.
Well, there's a couple of things on there.
Thank you, Council President.
Yeah, there's a couple of things on there. I have taken some trainings when it comes to emergency management, and there is some cities and towns that have emergency management personnel dedicated to that only. But most of the cities and towns in Massachusetts, they use the chief of the fire department. There is about, I believe, a little over 30 cities and towns in Massachusetts that use the chief of police. But most of the cities and towns use the fire chief. I've been in training that I have seen how the department works and the communication skill when it comes to emergencies. And we're not even close to that at all. Not even remotely close. Maybe 1 year, light year away from there, but I mean, we're not even close. That's the reality.
Yeah, Council President, and I would like to add, with your permission, an emergency person cannot live far away from the city. You can be an emergency person, and let's say you live 20 minutes, 25 minutes away. Depending on the emergency, it doesn't work. That's one of the requirements as well with our emergency workers in the city. We haven't taken a dedicated time to see if everyone lives within the required distance from the city. And that's one of the requirements as well, that when we were searching for a police chief, we wanted to make sure that our new police chief was not someone that would live far away, and when there's an emergency, the person was not readily available. The same applies with an emergency person. You can appoint someone or someone could be in charge, but not to delegate their responsibility to another person because they're living far. So all those are held into context, but primarily that they need to be prepared for performing the work.
Yeah, thank you. At this time, I'm going to call the questions for the amendment that we proposed. The amendment is to cut $30,000 out of that $105,000 on that department. A vote yes means that you vote affirmative to the cut. A vote no means that you are on the opposite of cutting any money from that department. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Reyes.
No.
Councilor Marmal.
Yes.
Councilor Santiago.
Yes.
Councilor Del Rosario.
No.
Councilor Luzon.
Yes.
Councilor LaPlante.
Yes.
Councilor Levy.
No.
Council Vice President.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes. What's the count?
6-3, so that.
All right, motion carries. Any other amendment to the budget of fiscal year 2026?
Council President.
Councilor Marmo.
I've realized that I tend to sit back just to listen to other councilors' opinions and suggestions, especially when it comes to budget. And due to the fact that I'm a member of the Budget and Finance Committee, so I'm kind of curious to find out where everybody stands as to where adjustments need to be made. But I've also learned that when I sit back to wait for others to maybe speak up on things, that certain decisions are being made in a way that I don't quite agree with. So, with that being said, I've also noticed some sort of urgency in approving a budget that I don't think is quite ready to be approved. Despite a lengthy meeting that we had the day before yesterday, there was some proposals to cut, yet out of those 3 proposals, 2 of them are just being reallocated. So technically, this is the first cut that I'm actually seeing out of this whole budget. And I don't know if I'm speaking too soon, but again, I feel like I need to take the leadership in kind of speaking up in case nobody else decides to do so. I want to also preface by saying that the members of the Budget and Finance Committee please do not forget the amount of time that it took for us to deal with all these meetings when we got home almost at 1 o'clock in the morning. All the questions and the discussions and the debates, every department that we've questioned, and for us not to have those discussions and no cuts whatsoever, like, let's not forget about those meetings. I want to start off with the mayor's office. So if we have anyone from the mayor's office, I am going to propose a cut.
What is your cut?
I believe we start in page 28. Senior Advisor, thank you for joining us. Before I state what I'm going to cut, I want to highlight by saying there was a statement that you made in our last budget meeting, and it was kind of justifying and validating the reasoning behind some of the increases of many positions. And the comment that you made is that oftentimes we have employees that go to different districts that have better pay. And to some extent, I do agree with you that that may be the case. However, this building has walls that talk, and they talk a lot. And I must say to you that oftentimes employees are actually leaving because of the fact that we're hiring people and putting them in positions of power, earning more than what they are having the experience for that position, more than they are qualified for that position. And oftentimes we're overlooking employees that have been working here for several years and barely crack $5,000 of an increase in their pay. And I'll just give an example in regards to our recreational department director, who's been here for 4 years, and I see $0 as an increase, zero. And I think it's quite disgusting, the fact that this individual who works night and day, and then there's no increase, yet I see increases in salary that are super egregious and are well above the 5% of what I would consider normal, or more than normal, because it's usually 3.5% when it comes to salary raises, if we're looking into COLA. So with that being said, I feel like starting with the mayor's office, you guys are the leadership and the face of the city, and therefore I am going to start off by making a motion to cut. Do I have to say the fund number, which is 01, Department 002, Mayor's Office is 0030. Under personal services, I am making a motion to cut $100,000.
Second.
There is a motion to cut $100,000 out of the personal services from the mayor's office. Properly second by Councilor Luzon, Councilor Infante, one of the two. Councilor Luzon. Discussion on the matter. Councilor LaPlante.
Sure. I appreciate my colleague from District D and articulating what she believes we should be doing as a council with respect, in this particular case, as in the mayor's office. I actually agree with the underlying basis of that. However, I would urge caution that rather than looking at individuals, we look at the position, the job position. Is the job position properly compensated? As opposed to this person's been working extra hours, this person's been doing this person's been doing that, because that's not what we should be looking at. We should be looking at what is that person's responsibility and what should they be compensated for doing their job. That's how we should be looking and addressing it. So that's the small quibble that I have with the underlying. And I guess I would ask my colleague, how did we get to $100,000? And what's the expectation of a cut that you would see in personal services in the mayor's office through you, Mr. President?
So
Yeah, you
I
can
not
respond.
once mentioned, like, when it came to the mayor's office, I did not mention any specific positions. I did highlight the director of recreation, and he's one of many, to be honest. But he's the one that I highlighted because, to me, it was the one that stands out the most in terms of, I'm not sure if it's a correct statement to say that out of all the directors in this administration, he's the least paid, don't know, but he's there, he's in that list. And then what I'm also highlighting is the fact that, and what jumped at me is that there was $0. So it was just something to point out as an example. He's one of many positions to which I think we're failing to recognize versus other positions. And again, I'm not highlighting any specific position per se, but there's many positions where I'm just seeing, you know what, there was no formula. What was the formula that the mayor used to decide who gets what raises? I don't see a formula.
Yes,
There was?
There is.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
wait a minute.
so I would like to know what was the formula used, because it doesn't make sense. There's people that are getting over $50,000 raises, and then there's some people that are getting, a 3%. Like, I'm looking at the city attorney. The city attorney, it's a $5,500 raise. That's not even a 5%. So to me, I don't know what the formula is.
Council
I'm
President?
confused.
Wait a minute.
So since I don't see that the city's using a formula, I'm not using a formula either.
Council
I'm just
President?
making an educated decision of cutting $100,000 because, last budget, we were very lenient on many positions. We were very lenient, and I think $100,000 is fair.
Correction, Council President. There's a
the administration.
There's a correction that I need to make.
All right.
We didn't raise any salaries in the mayor's office.
Yes, that's correct. This year,
So I want this to be clear for the counselor, because she
Ever-
stated an increase
There wasn't.
in personnel. And
Yeah.
there was no increase in personnel.
yes, you're absolutely right. This year was not an increasement on the mayor's office. It is important to recognize that since 2021, the mayor's office position used to make $43,000. And now there is positions that make $100,000. That's the reality. And that could be verified on the book from 2021, 2022. That's the
And that was
reality.
no surprise.
Yes. Councilor Vice President Infante or Luzon, one of the two, you decide. Councilor Luzon.
I wanted to echo my colleague, Councilor Marmo, and remind the council and the council president that we have a motion in a second, so we should move to vote regardless of the different opinions that we may have.
No, Councilor Luzon, I understand, but we also need to, it's a decision within the council.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, Counselor, because it looks like that, and I mean, she expressed her opinion, her concern, and if she want to move that way, that should be respected. It's
No,
just
I
an
mean,
opinion.
and that's not gonna change unless
you,
you wanna
Councilor.
withdraw the motion.
Thank you, Counselor.
We're not withdrawing the motion, but we're allowing councilors to express
Thank you.
why they believe it should be a cut or not.
Okay.
Any other councilors?
Council President.
Councilor Vice President Infante.
Thank you. This is because I truly don't know the answer to this, but I see that we have our HR director here. And I'm curious to know, does the city, since this is an employer, do we have a process to measure mid-year, and end-of-year, performance for city employees?
No,
Okay.
not currently.
So how are these raises determined, other than, I mean, going through the contracts and everything? There is no set, and I know you just said no, so there is no set process in place to report performance evaluations for city employees?
Well, first of all, the recommendations come typically, God bless you, typically come from the department head. And that depends on the qualifications, the background, the experience, and obviously the performance that they've had based on their years of experience within the city.
Okay.
That is then taken to the appointing authority, the mayor, and the mayor makes the ultimate decision whether or not they will get the raise or not.
Okay, but as the HR department, there is nothing on record to show whether or not department heads, and this includes, because we have to evaluate 2 individuals.
That's something that's actually in the books.
Okay.
To work on a performance-based, schedule, let's say, but that is something that is in the works.
So there's not, it's in the works, there's nothing
That's
current.
correct. I mean,
Okay,
I-
all right,
I-
thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilor LaPlante.
Thank you. So I think a fair question for you to ask the senior advisor, if this motion amendment were to be part of the budget and your office was reduced by $100,000, my colleague who is the sponsor of the amendment has not identified where in personal services she would like to see something cut. So it's gonna be up to the mayor's prerogative as to where that cut would go. Do you have any inclination or thoughts out of the personal services in that office where $1,000 would be cut?
Well, you know what, I'm a little conflicted, okay, and actually, you voted. You voted here to increase the mayor's salary. It would be the next mayor, starting January. So if you were so inclined to reduce the city budget, right? It's too expensive, why did you raise it?
No, wait a minute. Wait.
Because that falls part- Council President,
Give me 1
if I
minute,
have
give
the
me
chance to
1 minute.
finish my
No,
thought.
and I won't allow you to either. Let me finish. Let me start with saying this. The mayor's is the department, the head of the department of the mayor's office. And we are not questioning where he's gonna be cutting those $100,000. The mayor have the authority to, because it's a defunding on his budget, he have the authority to manage his budget.
But you haven't voted.
But that doesn't mean that just because we're reducing his budget by $100,000, that doesn't mean that we cannot do our job here by putting ordinance in place. The mayor's office or the mayor's salary was set by an ordinance. That doesn't mean that we're gonna be telling the mayor through an ordinance how to manage his budget. He have the authority to do that, and he will find a way how to manage his budget on personal services if this cut goes through.
Okay, can I continue?
Sure.
Okay, when was the budget raised? The budget was raised in 2022. 2022, we came out of COVID. If we're talking economy, if we're talking deficits, at that time, there was a little bit of deficit. We had the COVID, but COVID didn't go necessarily to salary. It went to programs and services. So 2022, this council, this body voted for the mayor's budget increase. Second year, 2023, you voted to increase. 2024, you voted to increase with not so much of a substantial increase. 2025, you want to cut and remediate whatever error supposedly you made in previous year. In addition, you increased the mayor's salary within the budget. So either ways, it is an increase. So now you have employees that are working in the city. What would be the reasoning to reduce after 4 years? At least for me to go back and talk to the mayor. So we basically put the cart before the horse, and now we wanna, we made a mistake and go back.
No, wait, it was not a mistake, it was a proposal by the mayor.
And respectfully, sorry.
No.
I need to get
It was
the
not a
argument.
mistake, it was a proposed by the mayor. This book, right here, you wanted to put this fall. If there is any fall, you wanted to put it on the council.
No,
But
you voted.
if it is any wins or any benefit up there, you keep on saying the mayor. It is not that way. And it is very disrespectful to this council that you're saying this, because it is an error. No, it was an error. Because when the mayor have things that he like to light up, he says the mayor. No, it's not. We are a body that approve, not approve, or reduce the budget. That's our job.
It is
But it is not an error by approving the budget.
It is disrespectful, and I didn't present it as a form. It's a debate. We
It's,
need
no,
to
it's an
find out-
arrow. You say
we
that
need
it
to
was an
find out
arrow.
With 9 city councilors, right? And you haven't made a decision yet. This is a discussion to get clarity.
No, we're not looking for
I
clarity. There
feel
is a,
that
there-
right
we're not
now
looking,
your-
we're not,
your position
we're not,
is
no,
that
no, no,
you
wait.
voted that
Advisor,
everybody is in agreement.
advisor, we're not looking for clarity. It is a cut that's been proposed.
Right.
We're not
But-
looking for
but the body
clarity.
has
The
a-
mayor have the authority to actually find those clarities within his budget.
Council President, I'm trying to figure out, just like the questions that the Councilor Marmol asked, Councilor LaPlante asked, for me to know, and Councilor Infante, there might be other questions, I don't know, but I'm not standing here as if everyone, until you have a vote, is in agreement. I need to also defend the office with all full rights.
But you're defending the office by saying that we made an error for 3-4 years voting on the budget.
I didn't say an error, you voted for it.
Oh, you didn't say an error?
No, I didn't say an error. I
All
said
right,
you
wow,
voted.
but you need to look at the video.
You voted for it.
And you made an error, now you wanna fix the error?
Well, you put the horse, well, you voted for it.
I'll tell you how the salaries were brought up to the council. 2021, there was a supplemental budget that it was brought up to this council before we actually have the fiscal year 2022 budget that it was proposed by the mayor back in 2021.
Correct.
Increasing the salaries. So that was through the proper process, and it was approved by the majority. Not all. That doesn't mean that all agree upon things that are happening. But in the meantime, out of respect to this council, and out of respect to the discussion on the fiscal year 2026, there is a cut that has been proposed of $100,000 for the mayor's office. And with that, I'm gonna move this question to all different councilors if they have any questions. And if they have a question that is related to the administration, and then you'll be able to answer it.
I never got my question answered, Council President. I asked the senior advisor what impact this would have on his office if we reduce it by $100,000. I would ask that for any budget or anything. And one of the other things I would add, I think when I offer an amendment, I try to provide some basis painfully tonight, I try to provide some basis as to the recent cut to 75. I try to find out what is the right place. I try to find a basis for a cut. And we were able to find that tonight, a reasonable place. I would ask, if we're gonna be offering amendments, that we provide a basis. We say, well, listen, I think that this item is overspent or too much, or whatever the basis is, rather than saying, that's a much smarter argument that resonates with me. That's all I'm suggesting. So if a council offers an amendment that wants my vote, I'm going to be listening for what's the impact on the budget, what's the impact on the department or whatever, and what's the rationale for that? Is it because we had reduced budget 2 or 3 years ago? What is it that councilor believes is the reason why we should reduce it? That makes, to me, a stronger argument. So I'm going to ask the advisor.
Through you, Council President, it's a hypothetical answer that I'm gonna give you, right? It's different scenarios for those that have been in this position and other positions, just like any enterprise. Well, first of all, you need to cut $100,000. The mayor may have to cut his salary as well as other staffs. Yeah, I mean, hypothetically, the mayor could say, listen, I'm gonna cut my salary and have staff remain the same. Why? Because hypothetically, people are living and paying their rent based on a salary, their income, their utility bills, and so forth, loans that they may have, payments on car that they may have within, let's say, the last 2-3 years, or even 4. So they need to make adjustments. Are they prepared to make the adjustments? This happens like anybody. I lost my job, what I'm going to do? That would be the third one. The third would be he needs to cut a position. Which position it would cut? That's a scenario. Or the other scenario is that you reduce the salary across the board. Or you could say you'll reduce, you can take it from other expenses. But that would not be, feasible. That's hypothetical.
You can't do that. You need council approval for that.
Council
No.
President.
That might be part of it.
I think, Council President, I appreciate, and it would be really good if these conversations took place prior to, so we would have better understandings, but, of the issue and where we're going with stuff. But I think some of those hypotheticals that you brought up, by ordinance, we are required to pay them that salary. He gets it. Now, whether he turns it back, but that money has to go out the door, is my understanding. It has to go out the door. He can do whatever he wants, but we have to pay, we, the city, have to pay the people. And then there are non-union people, and they have rights as well, and to cut their salaries, they're at a certain job rate, et cetera. I don't know if we can just unilaterally do that. I understand they're at will, and I understand that they're non-union. I get all that, but I don't think we can quickly, as a personnel director, and it may be a capo question, but I don't think you can just say, we're gonna cut your salary by this
Exactly.
much. I don't know. I got questions on that.
Yeah, of course, it's legal questions. I'm giving you hypothetical answers, and particularly, since the city council approved, and in response to Councilor Marmo, there was a study that was made by the Collins Center that was approved by you.
And we have it here.
Sorry?
We have it here.
You
Do
have
you have
it?
any questions on that?
Sorry?
Do you have any questions on that? I have it here.
No, he's just stating that.
Oh, okay. Councilor President Infante.
Thank you. Council, Council, I was about to call you a counselor.
Senior advisor.
Senior advisor. First, I wanna start off my comment by saying, we had our neighborhood meeting last Monday, and particularly your salary came up during our budget discussion. And I know, at the time, it didn't make sense to my constituents, and I actually advocated for you that night. As well, we had the council president there, that evening as well. I thank you for always showing up, even when we disagree. You show face, you represent the mayor's office with grace, even when you're upset. I thank you for doing the work. Right now, I'm looking at this budget, and I can see where we can make that cut. I can see exactly where we can make that cut. We have a position within the personnel services, that an individual came in January and has not been around. And correct, whether I might be wrong by stating this, but I recall discussing this during the Budget and Finance hearing. And then I realized, and after that meeting, I started realizing that this particular position started showing up to things mid-June. So if this does pass, there could be cuts. I mean, you're doing the job of two people. You're the only one showing face for the mayor. If it was up to me, I would take that $100,000 and add that to your salary.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
take it.
And that's all I want to say with that.
Order.
No comment.
I think there's a misunderstanding as well. All mayors have a chief of staff position. and
No.
respo-
We're not referring to any position.
I was
Sorry?
talking in general.
She's
In
not
general.
referring to any
I
position.
was speaking in general.
Oh, okay.
All right, councilors, this time, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
This is a,
Can I make an amendment?
Do you have something to say on the item? Councilor Luzon,
To amend her motion to add
you are proposing a friendly amendment?
a friendly amendment to Councilor Vivian Marmo.
All right, what is the friendly amendment?
Can we add another cut of $45,500 to her $100,000 she's requesting?
For the total of?
$145,600.
So, Councilor Luzon would like to increase, through a friendly amendment to $145,600. Do you accept the friendly amendment?
I want to make sure that Councilor Luzon realizes that this is under personnel.
And personnel,
Under
yes.
personnel.
Yes, it's on Fund 01, Department.
Just on the personnel,
Yes.
the total amount is $145,600. Will you accept the friendly amendment?
You can say no.
Yes or no?
I respectfully decline.
Okay, she declined it. Then
Thank you,
have-
Council Marmo.
You have two options. You have the options of having that amendment to the budget individually,
Oh, thank you, Council President.
or you can have a motion that, on top of her motion, which is, nah, we don't wanna go that way.
Council President, I will make another
Another
a
motion.
motion.
All
Thank
right,
you, Council Marmo.
All right, at this time, if there is not any other questions, I'll call the question. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Levy?
No.
Counselor LaPlante?
No.
Counselor Luzon?
Yes.
Counselor Del Rosario?
No.
Counselor Santiago?
Yes.
Counselor Marmal?
Yes.
Counselor Selena Reyes?
No.
Counselor Vice President?
Yes.
Council President?
Yes, what's the count?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, so.
Motion fails. Any other motions?
Council President,
Councilor Vice President Infante.
I would like to make a motion to cut under Fund 01, General Fund, Department 0002, Mayor, Division 0030, Mayor's Office, particularly under the purchase of services.
Purchase and services, what is the cut?
I'd like to make a motion to cut 30,000 from purchase of services.
Second.
30,000 on the purchase and services. It's been properly seconded by Councilor Luzon.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilor Vice President, Councilor Marmo.
Under purchases and services, I remember at the Budget and Finance Committee, I had requested for advertising that the office provides us with a list of all the vendors of what these advertising actually goes to, and I have yet to receive anything. So if we're gonna move forward with this line item, I'm gonna ask for a friendly amendment to add on to that cut.
So you would like,
I want to make sure they have a response. To the members of this, the Budget and Finance Committee, did you guys receive any email or some sort of document listing the vendors of what I had requested?
nope.
No,
Counselor, through you, Council President, we have that information available.
But I've requested it at the Budget and Finance Committee, and I find it super disrespectful when I ask for things. And what I've noticed is that I'm super nice to everybody, and when I ask for things and I'm super patient, it's like I get looked over. So if that's the case, we're not prepared. Obviously, you guys weren't prepared. You didn't give me the information that I requested, so I'm moving forward unless we're planning on tabling this meeting eventually.
No, I mean.
We're not
right
doing
now,
that,
right
so then
now
I'm
with the-
moving
with-
forward with what I want.
Right.
Council
Right now,
President.
we are just entertaining the motion to cut $30,000 out of that purchase and services.
Council President,
Councilor Vice President Infante.
if I may through you to answer my colleague, Councilor Marmal, because due to the discussions we did have during the Budget and Finance hearing for the mayor's office, that's where that 30,000 cut is coming from. I know we can't specifically state where, but it is pertaining to that topic. And I'm looking at FY '24 where it was around 40,000. And I am seeing that there is some monies under the other purchase services that if the mayor's office, for whatever reason, need more funding for that particular situation, I'm sure that they could use that, the funding that's under that line item. But that is where my cut is coming from.
Yep.
Or at least
That line
my
item this
proposal.
year has been spent 31,243 out of the 202,000. The cut for these line item is for the total amount of 30,000, and the current budget for that purchase and services is 202,000. So if that cut goes through, the mayor's still gonna have $177,000 to do whatever the mayor's gonna propose.
Council President,
Councilor Vice President Infante.
and to share with my colleagues, the ones that, I mean, for something as important as this, every city council should be watching the budget hearings, meetings, but my only reservation, and I expressed this to you, Senior Advisor, that evening, is that many of our advertisements look like political ads. And I expressed to you that night that it's not only me that's noticing. I have constituents that bring that up to me as well. And I asked you to bring that message to the mayor and the rest of the team, which I'm sure you guys have discussed it. But ultimately, I'm still not 100% comfortable. And if it wasn't because I've had questions, coming from actual constituents and my, them noticing, I think maybe something could be resolved, but I still have the same concern, and that's where my proposal is coming from.
Yeah, Councilor, through the council president, one thing is the perception, just like rumors, that that song came to my mind. What about these rumors now? Unfortunately, the product, we are going to disagree. The product that we have, we are satisfied with it. As a matter of fact, the vendor that is working for us, I think recently you took notice that some of his work has been recognized. And, but I think the contract will be terminated next year, and we would like to always have different companies to have the opportunity to do it. We did have this conversation. Advertisement is expensive. I mean, I would like to cut some of the newspapers that we have and we advertising. But it is unfair to them as well, because number one, they are the ones that people mostly read, and in certain extent, they are also our partners when we have any information that we would like to share, articles for the community, and all of that plays a role. So you may look at 70,000 as an expense that is high, but yes, but what about the industry? So
Right.
please consider, and I ask you to, I know that our residents, sometimes they make comments, but we have to govern by comments versus reality and expenses. It's a different story.
Another,
And a reality on that is that as of April 22 of 2025, out of that account, you have spent $31,000 out of the 202,000 that you have available. That's a fact.
So
Councilor
considering a 30,000 cut seems reasonable considering the expense that we have year to date so far. And like I mentioned, I mean, this is just this is a generic proposal. We have in this proposed budget under other purchase services, $125,000 that could be used to balance whatever the difference is for services.
Okay, Council President, can I also make a comment to
You want to
Councilor
comment on
Infante?
everything?
We're
Let's go.
looking at the entire
Advisor.
budget. We're looking at
We
the
gotta
entire,
move on.
yes.
We gotta move
It's
on.
a whole day of working, and I need to be cautious how I answer certain questions. So please give me the courtesy. The mayor, if we have to look at the entire budget, like you said, the mayor can pull funding from here, the different department within his department. The mayor doesn't expend any monies in regards to travel, some of the events that he go, his contributions that he gave, and so forth. And it's all under his expenses. So he also brings savings, personal savings, to the city.
Yeah,
when it comes to-
advisor, but that's under the
Well, can
other,
I finish my
but
argument?
that's under other charges and expenses. Now we're talking
Yes,
about
but it-
I
purchase
it's
of
think
the
for
entire
services.
the,
budget.
Council President, I still have, through you, since I
No,
still have the
that-
floor, I think
I
for the
think I made
sake,
my point.
for the sake of the discussion, Senior Advisor, I think it's safe to assume, just like that same night, we're gonna agree to disagree
Right.
on this. It's up to the 9 city councilors, including myself, whether to pass this cut or not. My colleague earlier from District F asked my other colleague, like, what are the basis for a cut? I'm giving my basis. But I appreciate your response, but I think it's safe to say that we're gonna agree to disagree.
All right, Councilor LeBlanc.
Thank you. So you were thinking exactly what I was thinking. I saw the the expenditures due April 22nd. Do we have an updated number for the total purchase of services through this fiscal year? I might ask the CAFO to provide that if she has it.
Good evening, councilors.
If you're looking particularly for the advertising account, right now is at $57,000 so far this year.
So my question is, if you can just go down to the, because it's purchase of services, my colleague she thankfully has targeted what she was looking at, but I am interested in the total of purchase of services. How much have we spent for the 5,300 line item so far this year? And what date do you have it up to?
So the total original budget was $202,000, actual $73,705, available $123,913
As of when?
as of right now.
As of today. So we have 2 more weeks. So this amendment is for how much?
30,000.
30,000. This is the basis that I'm looking for. So when we're cutting stuff, I want to hear facts. For me, I want to hear facts like this, saying how much are we doing, and then I want to find a rationale, which my colleague has provided, and I think that's helpful. That is something that I can support, because I heard the numbers, and it makes sense to me that we're not spending all that we can, and frankly, we probably could do a little bit more, but if you want to, I would support that $30,000 reduction.
And if I may add something, can you please identify the exactly object code? That way, when we do make the amendments, we show it correctly. Because otherwise, a general,
You mean
like
the object, which
5380
is,
for other purchase services,
all right,
so if it's advertising, 5344.
all right, 5344 on this one? 5344 on the advertising?
5344, yep.
Councilor Mamo?
Where did she get that?
With all due respect, Councilor LaPlante,
By rule, no counselor should be mentioned by.
with all due respect, sometimes I have to contain myself because it baffles me hearing, you had requested you need a reasoning, you need some sort of explanation. Despite me giving an explanation, I'm pretty sure that the vote would not have mattered and it would not have changed. In the mayor's office, when we're speaking of salary, it is unheard of for a chief of staff at a local level to be earning over $145,000. I've spoken to state senators and state representatives that is nowhere near their chief of staff, which does not explain it. We have a date, and we're not supposed to talk specifically about specific positions, but since we have to give some sort of reasoning for why we're coming up with a certain dollar amount, a data entry clerk earning almost $70,000, and then we have some directors that pretty much is in the same range, doesn't make sense. So that is my basis for the 100K. There is no reason why, and trust me when I tell you, when I have made certain decisions to make certain cuts, or even at the Budget and Finance meeting, I don't even know who belongs in some of these positions, because this is like a rotating door, oftentimes. We have one person that's in one position, and 5, 6, 7 months later, they're in another. I can't keep track. I don't know who's in what, and I'd rather not know. I'd rather not know who belongs in what position, because it's like, oh, then it becomes a conflict of interest because we know them. And then we choose not to really speak up because we like them. And I'd rather not know who they are, because when I see something egregious, I want to be able to question it and have complete neutrality when I am speaking against something. So, sorry that I'm expressing myself this way, but I think sometimes we're trying to save face, and I think it's a complete farce for us to kind of give an explanation, and I know for a fact that regardless of that fact, it wouldn't have swayed certain people's decision.
Right, thank you. At this point, I'll entertain another question when it comes to this specific ad for 30,000.
Can I briefly respond to that?
Sure.
I don't go back and forth, but I wish we had that information before, because that would have been very telling to me, and it's unfortunate that my colleague believes that people's minds have already been made up prior to. I can't speak for any one of my other colleagues, but I come here tonight with an open mind. I try to listen to the facts. I try to make a determination. I asked the question as to what the basis is. We can't go ahead and start talking about positions. There is nothing that says we can't. As a matter of fact, if there is a personnel cut that's looking to be made, I'd like to know what the position is that we think that needs to be cut. That's what I want to hear, and there's no prohibition for mentioning that. I will, however, have more of a concern if we start bringing people's names into it and saying this person deserves this or doesn't deserve that. That shouldn't be what we're doing. But if we talk about the positions, I'm on board. So it's unfortunate my colleague feels that way, and it's unfortunate because I don't agree with that's happening. I'm looking to move the question, and I will support the amendment to drop it by 30.
Council President,
Administration.
the microphone, it cannot be heard through the online system. We have the attorney that is indicating that he's not able to hear.
On Zoom?
On Zoom.
Can't do that. Let's have John to review that on the on Zoom.
That's how much is left? I think it's been 2 weeks.
Are you looking for me?
He's watching it on Zoom, he can hear it, so maybe just give him.
Attorney Hilton, can you hear us? You cannot hear me. Can you have John coming over to check on him? Attorney Hilton, can you hear us? Can you hear us now? Can hear. Jonathan, can you hear us? Nobody can hear. All right.
No.
Okay.
Can you hear him now?
They cannot hear us.
Jonathan, can you hear?
I just heard you. John, I think I just heard you.
Well, what? Are you causing trouble? Okay, I can't wait. Just don't forget me when I need you in the end.
No, I will.
That's perfect.
We're moving on. We're moving on. We have a proposed cut of $30,000 for that, section 5344 of the mayor's office. Any other questions? At this time, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Reyes.
The motion is
To cut $30,000 out of that, advertising.
advertise.
Yes, no? Yes, no? Yes, no? No, Counselor, just the vote, please. Yes or no?
Oh, no.
Okay, is it, I guess, what is your vote, Counselor?
She said no.
No? Okay.
Counselor Mamo.
Yes.
Counselor Santiago.
Yes.
Counselor Del Rosario.
Yes.
Counselor Luzon.
Yes.
Counselor LaPlante.
Yes, that's a strong yes from you.
Yes. Counselor Levy.
Yes.
Council Vice President Infante.
Yes.
Council President Rodriguez.
But yes, motion carries. Any other, proposed, any other amendment? Counselor Mamo.
So, given that I am making preconceived notions that, based on the previous explanation that I gave, I felt that it wasn't going to change anything, I feel the need to put it to the test. Therefore, I am gonna make a motion to cut the personnel services in the mayor's office. Just so you could see that I'm nice, I'm gonna say
Yes,
99,000,
please.
99,000. Because it was 100,
This minus one.
minus $1, yeah,
Okay, it says 99,999.
correct.
Second.
Properly second by Counselor, Luzon. Any other discussion? No. No, there's something wrong now with the mic. It was working a second ago.
That's crazy. Thank you. Thank you. So, just so we're clear on the basis of this, I think what resonated to me in your last, and I just want to confirm this, and it makes some sense to me. The basis for what you're doing is that there was a chief of staff's position that's been mostly unfilled for a big part of this year, and yet that office has seemed to be working well even without that. Is that accurate? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you tell me the reason why.
So I'm not looking to cut it, which is why.
Understood,
Yeah,
but
which
that's
I
your
wasn't-
basis. I
And
get
then
you.
I didn't really get into the specifics because I thought we weren't allowed to do so in terms of positions, because we're not allowed to cut positions. So, I obviously do understand that there's a need, but based on my research, of other chiefs of staff, at other higher levels of administrations that I've seen, when I saw that specific position, it did not make sense. So collectively, I came up with $100,000
All right,
for
it is-
that
I will clarify.
department.
I will clarify one thing. It is within the mayor's prerogative to cut a specific position or a specific amount of dollars as the senior advisors expressed in the past. It will not be one specific position as we might request it. That won't happen. He have the prerogative of
Right.
make those cuts accordingly within his budget in office, correct? So it is on their personal services. All right, at this
Can I-
time,
can- So now, I asked the question, but now I want to explain why I'm going to be voting the way I'm going to be voting, which I kind of led to, which is this. That made sense to me, through my colleague in District D, especially when she was able to pinpoint with some accuracy, in my opinion, that position was dormant for quite some time, yet that office continued to work well. So if that, and the council president, of course, is correct in saying that we can certainly encourage, we can certainly promote, we can tell all we want, but it's the mayor's prerogative as to where he wants to cut, which is your point, I agree. But that's the basis. We have seen that office work without one position really being at the forefront, and it seemed to have worked. I'll let others decide whether it worked well, did it not work well. Others can make that decision, but it seemed to work. So for that reason, because there was a basis on it, I'm going to be supporting this motion because of that motion, because of that basis. Thank you.
thank you. Any other councilors? At this time, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Levy? No. Counselor LaPlante?
Yes.
Counselor Luzon?
Yes.
Counselor Del Rosario?
Abstain.
Counselor Santiago?
Yes.
Counselor Marmal?
Yes.
Counselor Selena Reyes?
No.
Council Vice President?
Yes.
Council President?
Yes, what's the count?
6-2-1, so.
Motion carries. All right, councilors, what's the other amendment, if any?
Council President,
Councilor Mamo.
I would like to discuss on the planning and development, page 60.
What's the-
So this
what's the
is
amendment?
specifically the planning office. The amendment is to cut 5110 personnel services to $48,000.
What page?
Page 60? Page 60.
Can you repeat the cut, please?
Page 60, Fund 01, Department 011, Planning and Development, Division 0051, Planning Office. Do I need to give the origination number?
The amount.
The amount, yeah, that's what it is.
The amount? 48,000.
48,000?
48,000.
48,000.
Personal services.
Personal services. Any questions?
Council President,
Councilor Vice President Infante.
I guess for clarity, previously, just a few minutes ago, our CAFO asked for us to include the sub-object number.
On
Do you-
this one is
do you need-
5110.
51.
Yeah, 5110.
It's only one because, I mean, it's different on the personal. Cannot cover on the vacation or longevity.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, 48,000 on the section 5110. Any discussions, councilors? Any questions?
48,000.
Councilor LaPlante.
Under,
Why this mic is not working?
you don't mind,
now?
do you? Thanks. I'm very affordable. This is personnel services. This is 51, so we're looking to cut, and why are we cutting? What exactly about this position are we looking, what's the basis for this cut?
So, do I have the floor? I'm sorry, I have the floor, okay. So, counselors, I honestly try to do my best to, again, look at what is egregious. And certain changes that stood out to me was the OPD director. There's a $55,400 increase. What I try to do with certain positions that just jumped at me to be very egregious, I would add 5% as a salary increase, and based on that number is what I deducted as to what they were asking for. So it comes out to 48,000. So still giving this position a 5% increase.
So the challenge I'm facing with this is, I believe that this, and the person who's part of that department is here, but I think I'm going to say something that she's going to agree with. I believe this is under contract. I believe there is a contract with the OPD, if that's the basis of it. And I don't think that we can just laterally, I mean, he would still have to get paid, I think, because of the contract. They would have to find money, I think, someplace else. So if the goal really is to do that, I don't think we're going to get what we want by doing that cut, is my point.
I understand.
Councilor LaPlante, give me a minute. Councilor LaPlante, you say that was a contract. What did you have that, with those bases?
Is it, I'll ask, through you.
No.
Do you, OPD Director, do you have a contract with the city?
That is correct.
Okay, I thought so.
Councilor LaPlante, do you mind reading the contract position that you approved on the 2024?
Right
here.
Council President, why am I reading it?
I mean, you say that it's a contract.
I believe is there a contract? The answer is yes. Do you have a contract?
Yes, that's
Do you have a contract with you? The Personnel Director is here standing up. This is usually a good sign. There may be some information coming.
Good evening again. It is a contracted position per ordinance.
Do you mind reading this document for me, please? Because, I mean, I can't pass it over. The top one, the contract positions that we approved in 2024.
I'm not sure why it's not included in the Collins report, but I can tell you that when we were reviewing the contract, I did go back into the ordinance to confirm that it was a contracted position
And
per
on there,
ordinance.
it's also the position down on the bottom, on section B.
Section B, are you referring to the recommended grade?
Yes, the contract position on top, and then section B is also mentioned in the position.
Yes, section B.
Yes,
This
go
is
down.
the non-union classification plan.
Yes, section B, go down on positions.
Yes.
The one before the last one.
So I can see where you're referring to, but there's nothing that I can do about the ordinance where it states
Well,
that
that's
it's
the
a
ordinance.
No, the ordinance that I read from online says that this position is a contracted position.
No, but the thing is that's an
This
ordinance.
is the Collins report. This
That
was
it
according-
become an ordinance, in 2024.
Again, I wasn't even here in the city when this actually occurred.
But I mean, that's
But
the
this is
actual
what the-
ordinance.
I really don't want to go back and forth. The ordinance says that it's a contracted position.
But that is the actual ordinance that we're going by on every position.
We have the city clerk nodding her head. Can we have the city clerk clarify some things as she
Just-
oversees the ordinance?
My understanding of it was a contracted position that was in the top section. There was no caps or set on the salary, that they could be contracted to any amount. Then the ordinance might say that the person is, I have a contract, but my salary falls within the range on the Collins Center report. The city attorney has a contract, but it falls within the range on the Collins Center report. So my understanding is the Office of Planning and Development, I think your point is trying to say, the Office of Planning and Development should have a contract, but the salary range should fall within the boundaries of the Collins Center report.
That's correct. That's why it's a Collins report, because what they do is they do not a nationwide, but a statewide review of what other municipalities are paying comparatively.
Yeah, and then,
that's why it says the recommended grade. For example, when I was second assistant city attorney, I was a contractor that in fact had to come in front of you, but it's not up on top. That
Exactly.
position, nor
So-
was the first assistant either.
So on that, what the college are referring to is the LPD director on section B should be within the range of that specific
That's
salary.
correct.
What is the salary that it says there?
The range here says 100,100 to 145,600.
Okay, and the proposed that is here, and that, I guess that was one of the intents of the cut, is to fall into that specific column report.
To my understanding, and the director can answer your question a little bit better, but to my understanding, a portion of the amount that she's being paid is being paid out of a grant, and that's because she's also performing the duties of the opioid crisis position as well.
So
Can I
it's
have
two
something to
positions.
that, Director, please? Thank you.
Let
Yeah.
me have my page.
Oh. Thank you. Awilda Pimentel, 360 Merrimack Street, OPD Director. I also would like to add to that. If you look on page 61, and you look at the bottom, where it says grant reimbursement, That is the reimbursement that's being reimbursed for the additional work and duties that I am performing that is not included in that Collins report. And that's actually reimbursed, fully reimbursed.
Right, councilors, any other questions in regard to the cost that is being proposed? Any questions to that director? All right, I'll call the questions. Councilor Mamo.
On this ordinance, this contract, does it give any specifics as to what the salary is for this position?
I think that, yeah, and then, yes, it is, and on that, section B, it say planning, office of the planning and development director should be earning 100,100.
Council President,
Give me 1 minute. To 145,600.
The attorney.
Yes, but I mean, she asked me a question, I need to respond, and then I'll entertain the city attorney.
Could you-
So that's the salary range. The salary range for that position should be 100,100 to 145,600. Actually, yes, that's the salary. Yes. The
have
city
a
attorney.
Council President and councilors, we're falling into that slippery slope right now. The one thing you are not supposed to be doing is going over each individual job and saying, I want to cut that person. If you do not
And-
like
and
the
that's
payroll
what
for the
I'm saying at the
department,
beginning.
you can say, I wish to cut the payroll of that
Council
department. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
You could say, I want to cut the payroll for that department by $100,000. Right now, you are getting into individuals and individual contracts. That is not the purpose of here tonight. The purpose is budget. If you think the budget is too big, you may cut it. But going
Council President.
personnel to personnel is not appropriate at this time.
Yeah, thank you so much, city attorney, for clarifying that, because that's exactly
But
what I said
Council
at the
Pre-
beginning, and that's exactly why Councilor Mamo was saying that she's not supposed to be mentioning positions when she proposed the mayor's office $100,000 cut.
Council President.
So Councilor Councilor Estrella Infante.
Thank you. To our attorney Houghton, I think the big not that I think, what we've been hearing tonight overall by some colleagues would like specific explanations of where these cuts or these proposed cuts are coming from, at least a basis. And unfortunately, to give an overall basis, those details may be relevant, most likely than not are relevant. However, we are trying to keep it as generic as possible. So we're still following the rules. I don't know how, Council President, how else should we be doing this?
I
Because
think that we
we're
should
very
just keep it
conflicted.
generic. We just keep it
Well,
generic.
if I may, you can say, I believe that there are certain salaries that are overpaid in this department. I would like the department to cut those certain
So I
salaries.
still have the floor, Council President. Attorney Houghton,
Let him respond.
but the Council Marmol did state that. She did state that at the beginning.
Correct, but now you're going into, you're
Into
asking about
details.
contracts, you're asking about people. This should have been talked about when you had budgets and people before and saying, hey, I don't like this person being paid this
We
or whatever.
also did that.
Yeah.
We've been
And if
doing
they-
our job, attorney. Trust me.
I understand that, but
We
if they
left
don't
almost
cut it,
1 in the morning, almost every single budget hearing. We did
I understand.
our due diligence.
I understand.
Yeah, the
And if
suggestion from the city
department-
attorney
And
is
if the
to
department
maintain it
doesn't listen to
generic.
you.
Correct?
Do you want to speak?
That's the intent.
I was just gonna say, if the department doesn't listen to you in the meetings, this is your chance to say, you didn't listen to me, you didn't do what I wanted to do, so I'm gonna cut your entire budget by X amount of dollars.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Mamo.
I just want to make sure that I'm making it super clear. When I had proposed the budget cut at the mayor's office for $99,900, the mayor could still choose to pay whoever, the chief of staff, for $145. it will demonstrate greatly as to where his priorities are. But the city councilors are very well aware that we have no control as to, cutting any specific positions. So again, with this department planning office, the proposed cut is for $48,000. If it is the choice for our OPD director to continue to have her salary raise of $55,000, very well done. That is their prerogative. But once again, it will demonstrate as to where the department's priorities are when it comes to demonstrating how these funds are being allocated. So with that being said, any future cuts that we are going to be proposing, we understand that is not for a specific position.
All right, thank you so much. Councilor LeBlanc.
And I'm going to use and I appreciate the city attorney's comments, and I rely on him strongly for his advice because we pay him. I think he does a very good job. I think I owe the people that I represent the reason for the votes that I take. And when I ask a general question like, why are we looking at this? I think that's a legitimate question to ask, and fully understanding that even though there's a basis for a reduction, the mayor does not need to honor that. The mayor can go someplace else and find money someplace else. So just because a member of this body decides that was a sound reason, doesn't mean that the mayor is going to do it. We've said that 3 times, but I think I owe the people in my district a reason for why I do what I do, and I don't want it to be misconstrued. Because if you hear it from me directly, that's the reason why I'm voting the way I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions in regard to this guy?
I would like to add something, Council President.
Director Pimentel.
Yes, thank you so much. I would like to add something for clarity and facts purposes. So far, and let's just that additional amount is coming out of the opioid settlement funds, and for the work that the OPD director has been doing and will be doing for the amount of time specified to do that job. Additional. Also, when the Collins report was done, that was not included because of the time that the settlement amount actually took place. So in the Collins report, opioid funds and even that whole job and the responsibilities are not even included. And if you look at the full Collins report, not just that page, it will explain if any statistics are skewed and the reasons why, because not everything is accounted for. Also, to date, the city of Lawrence has received $1,765,910. Now,
Out of the opioid?
that's the opioid settlement funds that we have received from the settlements.
Yeah, the settlement, it's important to recognize that the settlement was done during the opioid crisis situation that we went through in the city of Lawrence, where hundreds of people died.
Correct. Thank you so much, Council President. Also, I just gave you the exact amount that's actually came into the city of Lawrence for the opioid settlement funds. The OPD director, along with her team, has leveraged $1.2 million, which is more than what we actually even received in opioid settlement funds. That's an additional that we leveraged because of the work the OPD director has done in this time with her team. And we received it from the Department of Justice through a federal grant, and another grant, the Comprehensive Opioid Stimulant and Substance Use-Based Program. So that's another funding source that we actually leveraged, which is actually even higher than the opioid amount that we got in the first place. Now, that's just one piece. And I'm not going to go into all the other grants that we have leveraged and all the other work, departments, divisions, and the complexity, nature of context, and everything else, as I already did in the budget hearings. But I just want to make sure that that's recognized, that we actually brought in more funds than what the settlement gave the city of Lawrence thus far. Okay? Also, if the CAFA would like to pull up the newbie contract, which was what the city council approved for the previous person who was in this position, was actually about $220,000 that this council body approved. it went into place.
No, we discussed this at the ordinance when we were approving that position, and we said that position is not contract. If the administration give it a contract, that's the administration. This council did not approve that specific amount or the contract.
So,
Am I correct, Mr. Advisor?
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you.
Yes, it's correct. The funding for the consulting service is separate. When he became a director, approved by this body, confirmed, recommended by the mayor, confirmed by this body, his salary was paid through the regular payroll.
Thank you. You may continue.
okay, so thank you. I just wanted to make sure that people are aware of the grant that we actually brought in for the opioid work. And again, that's an additional duty and responsibilities along with the other grants and stuff that we actually do, which is actually under contract and grant funded.
No, and we definitely understand the amount of work that you guys has been doing. We also need to look at the budget as it is. And the budget indicates that the salary of the OPD director is gonna be increased by $55,000. And that's gonna bring up a total amount of a potential increasement of over 35% of your current salary. If we look at the real world on the private sector, 3.5%, 4%, 5% increasement is what's normal on the market. When you come to the unions, we fight very hard to give 2, 2, and 1, and 3, 3, and 0 sometime. And then we see in positions that is not following that same line of thought. That's why this council is bringing this up, because it is our duties and responsibilities to actually bring it up. It's not, that's why it's tough to even talk to the people when we have specific positions, because I know that the relationship between the people that is standing there and us is gonna be hard.
No, I
Eventually,
understand that.
because that's difficult to do that. But that's the reality, a 35 or over % increasement on any salary, not you, on any salary.
But
It
it's
is tough
also
to
incorrect to say
actually,
that's a salary increase, because it's not. So do not think of the name of who's right now holding the position. The OPD director, the number that you gave earlier, right?
Yeah.
The highest salary range, what did you say it was?
145,600.
Okay. Now, that doesn't mean that every OPD director that comes in is gonna have a contract to do an additional duty for the opioid, because it is only for a certain amount of time. That's where that amount that the grant reimbursement is.
And then what the administration should do, and I won't tell the administration how to do the work, is provide this council with a stipend of a specific amount for extra duties, because that's how it should be done, through a stipend, not through the salary. And if we
Again,
deal with
it
the
is through-
stipend and
it
a
is
contract on the
technically
type,
through a stipend, it's not a salary increase.
no, but I mean, we have a salary increase out here. We don't have a stipend. What we have here is that their salary is gonna go from 140,000 to 195,000. That's what we have, under the personal services. If it
Right,
isn't
but
a
it's the
stipend
grant
being done.
reimbursement at the bottom. I think that's where the confusion piece is.
No, because it's the salary. Your salary is the one that is being discussed. Oh, you're discussing your salary, we're not. We're discussing a cut that is $48,000, not even your salary.
Council President,
Councilor Vice President Infante.
thank you. A question just came to mind. I apologize for not thinking of this during the budget hearing, but for salary increases, I mean, and this is, we have the grant reimbursement here, listed here. Is it possible to, instead of getting that reimbursement, for those increases to come from that grant? Or is there specific, I guess, guidelines or requirements that will not make that possible?
Repeat the question?
Is it possible to take the salary increases from that grant reimbursement instead of receiving it as a reimbursement? I don't know if my question makes sense in my head, but.
I'm not quite sure, but maybe the council can answer that.
Because, okay, so what I'm hearing is, the discussion is, you know, there's a salary increase that appears by the numbers very high.
Because I think that's where
I'm hearing that even though there's that increase, we have the grant reimbursement, that money comes back. So what I'm wondering is, can that salary increase be taken from that grant instead of the city receiving it as a reimbursement?
It's part, all grants have, okay, all
Like, I don't know.
grants, well, most of the grants have a administrative, cost that is, can be utilized for administration, whether it's through a stipend and so forth. I think that one way we can resolve it, Council President, is that, and I just spoken to the CAFO, right? We can take the difference and put it in part of the stipend, so it could be reflected as, yeah.
When that grant is no longer there, that stipend is not gonna be longer there. That's what it is.
So sorry, Constable, so I think you just answered my question of whether or not we can do, thank you.
Just so that we all understand, the way her contract's written, it says 145, which is per the Collins Center, and then it specifically says $50,000 as a stipend to manage this project. Once the grant is done, the additional money is gone as well.
Oh, where do you have that?
I'm sorry?
Where do you have that?
Where? It's in her contract.
And you know where we coming from?
Right, no, I understand. The mechanism, the way we do the payroll reflects that, and we have everything backing up and supporting, so that's how we show it. And maybe the budget, it's a little misleading. We try to show everything gross, not net, and that's something we've been trying to do just for transparency, especially with the departments that receive grants, and you will see that in planning, economic development, council on aging. So instead of having the net number of what it's actually gonna cost for the department, we actually have the gross by individual, and then on the bottom, we have grant reimbursement, just so that the council sees the actual salary, which I believe is something you had asked in the past. So you actually see everyone's salary as is, and then on the bottom, we have grant reimbursements and so forth.
Right, I guess that there's another amendment in the
It's still in personal services. If that's something you guys want to see in a memo, there's really no need. It will be in the same account. It will just be a technical.
It won't make any difference, I understand. Because right now you guys are asking for a new position within that department for $124,800. So that's like, reducing this personal service by 48,000.
Yeah.
That means
So-
that means that we probably reducing the salary of a person that is not even working for the city.
So that position,
It's like-
Director of Project Management, it's the position that was changed from grant writer.
Yep, I understand.
Which position, Council President, you're referring? That is
The
not
second
working?
one, right there, under, the Director of Project Management and Development, that's a new position, as per the budget.
Yeah, which position was approved by the city council.
Yes, exactly.
Right, but it's a person working in that position.
So that position is working under another line item? Or that position was working on the grant writer?
No, that position,
The Director of Project Management, of Grant Project Management?
Mhm.
project management.
Yeah, that was approved.
No, I'm saying, we have it as a new position here, on the budget. It's replacing the grant writer, yeah, it was, until this budget take place, that person is being paid under the grant writing, budget, right? All right, any other questions? We have a proposed cut of $48,000. Councilor Mamo.
So was there any clarity given in terms of the stipend situation? Because if that is the case, that would make more sense.
I'm assuming that the administration let's say that this cut goes through. The administration have different options to propose that later on. They can propose that and coming from us with a supplemental budget saying that is proposing a stipend for this amount for this person. That could be done. But in the meantime, if the cut doesn't go through, stay like it is. If it goes through, and then the administration have other features that they can add and look at it, and they can definitely do it.
So are you saying
I just
breaching
making
the
the
contracts that
just-
we currently have with our grants? I'm a bit confused. 'Cause we
I'm not
currently- these- a lot of these are grant
no,
funded and we already
and
have
that's the difference,
contracts.
and that what Tim Hilton, the attorney, was saying, that I'm not referring to any contract. because I'm not breaching any contract.
Okay.
I'm
'cause
talking
that would
about
be a
48
breach of contract if we're gonna violate
no,
any of
wait,
the
wait,
grants
wait,
that we
wait.
currently have in place.
I'm talking about a cut of a $48,000. What you want to put it on is on you, is the administration. I'm doing a personal services, $48,000, which I have a total amount of $786,000. And out of that, the council is proposing $48,000. What is that for? It is up to the administration. But we have a budget of $786,000, 378, and out of that, $48,000 has been proposed to be cut. So I'm not talking about contract, I'm not talking about positions, because I'm following the recommendation of the city attorney. Any other questions in regard to this proposal? I hear none. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Reyes. Councilor Mamo.
Yes.
Councilor Santiago.
Yes.
Councilor Del Rosario.
No.
Councilor Luzon.
Yes.
Councilor LaPlante.
No.
Councilor Levy. No. Council Vice President Infante.
No. No.
No.
Council President.
I vote yes. What's the count?
4 in favor, 5 against, so it fails.
Motion fails. So we continue. Any proposed amendment on the budget?
Council President.
Councilor Mamo. Councilor Luzon.
Am I set? Thank you very much, Council.
I would like to propose a cut on Fund 01-011, Division
What page?
0151, page 60.
60.
Yeah.
Okay, same page. Under where?
Under personal services.
Okay, on the personal services,
5110.
5110.
Budget, I want to propose a cut of $124,800.
Okay, there is a proposed for a cut of 124,800. Any questions?
To you, Mr. President, can you repeat the item? It's about the salary and wage?
Yeah, page
Okay.
60, personal services. Yeah, same line item, now different amount. Yeah, before it was 48,000, now it's 124,800. Any questions? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
I have a motion, I don't have any second.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute, I don't have a second. Can you hear a second?
Second.
Properly second, discussion. Councilor LaPlante.
So, as I've been asking, my words are, what's the basis? Why are we making this cut? Why is this proposal?
The wise.
Council President.
Councilor Luzon.
Without referring to any titles, or any titles, I think that, and based on the budget that we have in front of us, it's our responsibility to,
Councilor Mamo.
it's not on?
It's on.
It's on.
She have the privilege of not having to touch the button.
It's our responsibility as a councilors to make sure that at least the taxpayer money, it's taken in consideration. I think that this position, this money, it based also that the director mentioned that they are receiving funds from other sources. Perhaps they can use money from other sources and not use it from the city budget that they presented. She just mentioned that the city received, what was the amount that the city received?
1.2 million.
1.2 million. Maybe they can look into that and find and allocate the money to bring this money back to their budget. But I think it's our responsibility to look after the taxpayer money, and cutting this amount of money to this department is not gonna do much, Councilor LaPlante.
Through you, why I'm not in agreement on behalf of the mayor for this cut is because, I mean, in the form that you're putting it, grant funding is, I believe, if not mistaken, where's Awilla? Awilla, what is the percentage for administration costs? Is it 5 or 3 for the funding? It varies. It varies between 3 and 5%. For, let's say, her recommendation, the Councilor Luzon's recommendation, to take it out of the grant funding. Let's say we can use it. Did I understand it correctly?
Yes, that's what I said.
Correctly. Now, if you use 5% of, let's say, the amount of the budget, it doesn't represent the total amount that you pay for, let's say, 125 to pay. It's contingent upon the grant.
And can I also add something, Senior Advisor?
And depending where the funds are coming from.
Yeah,
it
not,
become hard.
sorry. Awilda Pimentel again. And I do have the list of grants, so they don't work that way. So each grant has a specific administrative cost. And when we submit for the grant, we actually, whoever worked on these grants, or who's gonna work on the grants, and who's gonna do the deliverables and scopes of services, they're placed on there already. So we can't now, we have a time, like a deadline. For example, grant expiration date, September 30th to 2027. We already submitted for, let's say, the COSUP grant, who's gonna work on that grant, the salary, the amount, and all the details till 2027. Now, after that, if we wanna reapply for another grant or something else, and then say, oh, well, we wanna add or fund another position, but right now we can't do that. We already submitted, we already went into contract. So when we come in front of Budget and Finance and we explain the whole grant and everything on there, when you guys approve it, for us to expend the funds, that's the agreement. That's the contract we have with either that agency or that grant. We can now come 2 years later and say, well, we're gonna add now, like, we're gonna fund another source. Everything's added when we do the application and then when we're doing the actual work.
Quick clarification on what you just mentioned to Councilor Luzon's point. So, if you have a position that make a specific amount, 100,000, and that person is working on that grant, and you have a administration fee of 5% of a grant of 100,000, that's $5,000. Is that person on top of the salary get that $5,000?
No.
No.
No. And also, just to clarify, so when, I'll just use myself for an example. So when we applied for the COSUP grant 2 years ago, so it was placed, who's gonna work on the grant, the administration cost, what we're gonna do, if we're gonna partner as well with community organizations and all the deliverables on there. Now, they approved it, they've given us the funds, we came in front of the Budget and Finance, the Budget and Finance approves it, we bring it back to the City Council, you guys approve to expend those funds. Now, we can't go back to the grant 2 years later and say, well, we're gonna change, or we're gonna add more people, because the calculation is already done. That's what we did in the first place, and when we brought it in front of the council, and when the grant agency approved it. We must follow exactly what's in the language of that contract.
Okay, Councilor
Council
Luzon?
President, and I'm gonna refer to what you mentioned earlier about cutting the motion made by my colleague, Councilor Marmer. If we propose a cut here, and we're not allowed to refer to a specific, even though Council LaPlante asked a question in reference to basically the position. And we went back and basically referred to the position. But you said at the beginning that we are proposing a cut here. It's up to the director to find and to find money to fund that, position. So we are just proposing something, and it will be up to her, to the director and the administration to find the funds. Is it that correct, Council President?
That's correct, because there is positions that perhaps are no longer funded by the City of Lawrence. For years and decades, we have positions that they're no longer funded, and that position, that person is let go because of lack of funding. Then once the administration find the monies, let's say 5 years later, that person come back if they desire to.
And that's why I refer to a grant. Maybe it may not be to the grants that are already written and that you already submitted. But what I have in front of me is that in your department, director, we're going to see an increase, and we're going to see new positions, in meaning that the city is going to be spending more money. Why I'm suggesting the cut? Perhaps you in the future as the director, and we know how hard you work and how diligent you are, you can find funds through a grant in the future to allocate money to, to replace the cut that we are suggesting tonight. That's why I'm proposing this cut. I'm not referring to any position in particular. I'm just asking the council to consider a motion to cut $124,800. That's what I'm asking.
That's out of the personal services, which is that, it's been proposed under the mayor's fiscal year 2026, an amount of $786,378, and out of that, a proposed change or amendment to the budget for $124,800. Councilor Reyes.
To you, Mr. President, I think when we propose any cap or something like that, we need to take in mind, we reduce, if not mentioned, but you reduce position. And I want to give you a comment. I want to say thank you for everything you do, because working to apply for grant is not easy. It's a lot of job, it's a lot of commitment. It's a very hard to find out a grant to put the cost. It's involved in any grant we apply. So I want to say thank you. I'm not supporting this kind of cap because I don't want to support any cap to eliminate any position for our city, because we need to promote to maintain our worker. At the same time, we need to have a good salary for our employee, because sometimes they move into another city because they offer more better salary and more better increase. Every person has their own opinion, and I be very respectful for any council who express themselves. So I think I can have the right to express myself and explain what I support and not support.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councilor. And I also want to add just one last thing. I think the Office of Planning and Development is a little bit different to, compared to other departments in the whole city, because our department really runs mostly a lot on grants. So right now, the Office of Planning and Development has over $65 million just in grants that we need to be working on those grants daily, because they do have a deadline. And we must meet those needs. If not, and we gotta do all those deliverables, and if not, that money gets taken away by the state or the federal government. So it's a lot of requirements, there's a lot of work to do, and just be aware that, the Office of Planning and Development is currently managing over $65 million in grants right now.
No problem, thank you.
I got one
Any other?
question.
Councilor Plan.
Yes.
Councilor Levy, sorry.
Yes, well, I think so Councilor Ray already mentioned whatever that I was trying to say, because right now, the budget for this year is 78,000 less than the last year. So if we add more, 124,800, I don't know how many people they're gonna be cut or they're gonna be eliminated. So last year, inclusive, we only had, we had 11 employees. This year, we only had 9. So practically, there are 2 positions eliminated from the department. And cutting all of the
bro.
It's already lowered the amount from 38,000.
And cutting that amount would literally put all the grant funding that the city of Lawrence is receiving in this office. That would put it at risk.
Councilor Plan.
Real quick, so let's make no illusions. There's a new administration in Washington. And we better, to think that grants are gonna be easy to access is a fool's errand. And so the reality is why in years past, we may have said we could be pretty advantageous and a good spot to get grants. I'm not putting my money or my banking, my bets on the fact that we're gonna be able to get and be as many grants as we did in the past. So, I just wanna throw that out there. When we start thinking, just get some more grants, I'm thinking, I don't know it's gonna be that easy. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
I can't hear you.
Councilor, Councilor Levy? No. Councilor LaPlante?
No.
Councilor Luzon?
Yes.
Councilor Del Rosario?
No.
Councilor Santiago?
Yes.
Councilor Marmal?
No.
Councilor Reyes?
No?
Council Vice President Infante?
No.
Council President Rodriguez?
How's the count? As a matter of fact, the council president doesn't have the vote.
Abstain,
The president doesn't have the vote.
You want to know?
Abstain.
I vote yes. No, but I mean, I want to know the count. As a matter of fact,
Abstain.
just for the record, it is true, the council president doesn't have to vote.
You can
That's
abstain.
correct. That's correct. Look at it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Councilor.
What was the final vote on that, Council President?
No, I did vote.
3-6.
Final vote.
3-6.
3-6. Now I'm gonna move a little bit different. There is a couple of departments here that there is a line item on the budget. And I would like to move on those two line items on that specific budget, which is that, the Lawrence Public Schools. We have a line item for that budget. And we have also the vocational school. I want to move on those two, if there is any questions, or any amendments to the potential, or any discussions on those budgets, so we can move it along, and then we can continue with the administration, of the city itself. So, let's start with the, Lawrence Public School.
Council President, are there any amendments for us now?
Let's have,
If there's
let's
no
have them, yeah,
amendments, why are we talking?
yeah. No amendment on that, but I mean, they have probably things that they wanna bring up.
Okay. I thought we'd move things along.
Superintendent, something that was not finished and clear last time that we were at the Budget and Finance Committee, it was, information related to a memorandum of understanding between the city of Lawrence and the school, the Lawrence Public Schools.
Yes.
Do you have any information and clarity on that?
So, at the budget subcommittee, there was discussion regarding, that particular document, correct?
Yes.
And I do believe that, I don't remember if members of the subcommittee had a copy of that. Please refresh my memory if you did.
If you can just share it with us. And what is the memorandum of understanding that it's in regarding to the city reimbursements? What is the memorandum? Do you mind, both of you, kind of like, because it's the city and the schools, so it won't be fair just to have the schools
So-
talking on that. So we have the CAFO here that also represent the city on that.
The CAFO, knows of that document, we've gone over it with her and what have you, and we'll be more than happy to share it with you. But the memorandum of understanding is a agreement with the schools and the city for services rendered to the school by the city. And there's a formula to calculate.
The reimbursement.
Those services, okay? Now, the memorandum that we have is not a unique document. There are other municipalities, I think a dozen of them in the state of Massachusetts. These documents were created because of the struggles that municipalities were having with their particular school districts. So this document was prepared when Robert Nunes, he was the financial overseer for the city, came in. Under the mayorship of Mr. Lantigua and under the receivership of Mr. Riley, okay?
Okay.
I'll be more than happy to, we have one copy, and if you can make copies, that'd be fine. But, thank you. It's pretty much self-explanatory what it lays out. It does indicate that we are supposed to, before the turn of the calendar year, meet to look and document what services have been rendered. I will admit to you, that hasn't been done. On both sides, it hasn't been done. So one of the things that we committed to this year is we will be documenting all services so that when the time comes and we're developing the budget, the school's chief financial officer, along with the comptroller for the city, they'll meet to discuss those things and to make sure that the formula is being looked at. And they use, obviously, our Schedule 119 that the city produces to make sure that we can cover all of the accountability pieces.
Why did it become an issue this year?
Why did it become an issue this year? Well,
Before, we didn't even hear about that,
why did it become an issue this year? Because the amount of dollars that were being charged under the agreement almost doubled. Obviously, if you know accounting, whenever you have something like that, if something goes up by 20% or 30%, okay. But when something of a line item doubles, it raises a red flag. And I think that we had discussions about that. But I do believe we came to an agreement and it got cleared up and we moved forward. But I'll let you, Council President and members of the council, read that, and if you have any follow-up questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
The money is going to be provided to every member of this council. The question was around almost double the amount, or a little bit over the amount, right? That the city is charging the school districts for services that they provide, and that ended up being about $4.5 million.
So the document from the memorandum, I think it's around $3,900,000, around $3,900,000. It was adjusted down by a few $100,000. Okay, but that's just one aspect of it.
That's one aspect. There is a few other things that probably come up, but I mean, council, if there is any questions or
Council President.
Amendment, I don't know if we can make an amendment, but I mean, on the transportation side, there's the city responsibilities on that. We can talk about it.
Paying for transportation. What else do we pay?
And I'm pretty sure that Councilor President wants to bring this up. Councilor President.
Thank you, Council President. Superintendent?
Good evening.
Good evening, Superintendent. We heard a public statement earlier pertaining to transportation, and I make an ask of you, and this is something that you inherited as a new superintendent, and I'm fully aware of that, and I understand that. And I look forward to continuing to work with you, because we did bring this up, and I know that you've been trying to work on this. However, this issue pertaining to transportation started from Lawrence Heights to South. I brought this up many times to former Superintendent Paris, to acting Superintendent Rodriguez, and now you are the superintendent.
Thank you for your consistency.
Thank you. I would like some sort of resolution, especially now with Abbott being relocated. This isn't something new to our school department. This has been an ongoing question and ongoing issues for families in South Lawrence for quite some time. And I hope to work this. I hope that the school system works with the city to see what kind of funding or what can we do about
Can I
this.
just ask a clarifying question and some background?
So you mentioned that you've been working with prior superintendents, and this has been an ongoing issue from the south. But Abbott is being moved to the north now, so I need to understand what was the former issue.
So at least for my district, many of the families that came to me concerned about transportation were like higher up in the District E area, like near the Andover line. That's quite far from the Lawrence High and District F.
So this was folks up in District E to get transportation to go to the new campus.
Right, right.
Okay.
So parents had concerns about that being a little far. I do understand my conversations with prior superintendents. I know there's a mile requirement for transportation. 1.5, and I know we're below that.
That's.
I'm aware. I mentioned, I've been having these conversations for quite some time now. But now there is another bump right in this road where an amazing academy within Lawrence High is now being relocated. So that's still going to be an issue for South Lawrence families. And I think we all heard it very clear. I just ask that we find a reasonable solution and also talk to the public transportation company about some of the comments that were made tonight by the students that were, as my colleague mentioned earlier, to me, that are alarming.
So
and
let
see
me clarify a couple of points for you, if you'd like.
Thank you, yes.
With the movement of Abbott going to the North Common Complex, during the school day, many of our students from Abbott attend classes at Northern Essex, so that's in walking distance, right? But also many students attend classes at Merrimack College. We've covered for all of those students. There will be busing for all of those students. In addition to that, after-school programming, because a lot of Abbott kids also play in extracurricular activities at the main campus. They use the Performing Arts Center. They play football, volleyball, tennis. All of that is also covered. There's buses that will stop at the North Common Complex. They're on the bus and off to the main campus, okay? The issue that we have is buses in the morning now going to the North Common Complex. And if you recall, no, you won't recall. You might have been a little bit too young. When there wasn't a main campus, I'm going to point to Mr. LaPlante. When there wasn't a main campus.
He will recall.
Yes. When there was that main campus, all kids, north and south, walked to the high school. So a point that I hope that the council will recognize is we are not required to provide transportation to high school students. The reason transportation to high school students came to be is because back in the late 90s, when we were discussing the new high school, which originally was going to be, see, that's why I can point to him, which was originally going to be at the library and moving across where the churches were, right? The community didn't want that. They didn't want the congestion there. So in order for us to have the main campus put in the south side, an agreement was made to provide busing for students from the north going to the campus on the south. The busing at that time was to provide students with public bus IDs, so they can jump on the public bus and go to the campus. Along the way, as the city, and they changed the funding formula, the city made a commitment to provide busing under the same spirit, okay? Now, if you look at your prior budgets, and I know that in public participation, somebody was on Zoom, and he was actually right, lo and behold. And over the last 3 years, it's on the record, busing has been cut. Our initial budget, draft budget, when we were developing the budget, included full services for all of our students. But we can't provide full services when we go from $14 million to $10 million. So something has to give, okay? However, that doesn't mean I have given up. As I mentioned to you already, we've solved the issue of the all-day bus of kids when they're in class. If they have to take classes at the main campus or they're going to Merrimack College, all of those have been resolved. And after-school activity. I am trying to work through our contracts that we have for the different grant programs to see if I can put language in there that would cover transportation, but without mentioning transportation. It's the service of early college. And early college service doesn't happen at the North Common or the main campus. Do you follow? So
Through you, Mr. President.
Council President, I still.
we are, I haven't given up on that. But let's also remember that we're also trying to work with our public transportation system, which is free, which is fully air conditioned. It has heat, and they're much more comfortable than the buses. Now, you know what? We have families, because I've asked them, or what have you, and our students use the public transportation system. And it's monitored by the bus drivers. And if there's behavior that shouldn't be happening on the bus, they stop the bus and they dismiss who's ever misbehaving. If it pertains to any of our students, on walkie-talkie they call, security from the schools is dispatched to where the bus is, and they escort students off the bus. I would assume that the same thing happens if there's unruly adults on the buses, okay? That's one option that we're looking at. But we will continue to explore every option. School just let out yesterday, today, and another, one of our schools next week. We will continue to be meeting and coming up with some alternatives to see if we can provide busing.
There's no final determination yet as of what the issue that was brought up and when it comes to transportation, right?
I don't know what the issue that was brought up.
Essentially public transportation.
Okay.
For the Abbott academies.
Yes, so we are still working, trying to see if we can provide that transportation. Given the fact that our busing transportation line item was cut all the way down from, we took a $4 million hit, correct? You have the budget in front of you. I now gotta go back with our team and come up with flexibility solutions that we could use to try to cover still those costs for our students. Knowing that we had our students from Abbott transferring over to the North Complex would have meant if we kept the same level of services, the mere fact that we now moved them out of that academy and they're on this side of the city would be an increase in costs, correct? Instead, we found ourselves with a budget cut in transportation.
It is important to recognize also that the city is responsible for the transportation of the students, not the public schools.
That's correct.
Councilor Suarez Infante.
All right, thank you. I understand that I understand that the transportation line item was cut by $4 million. And I'm hoping, what I'm hearing is that you're gonna go back to your board and try to figure something out. I do wanna make a point that I believe Lawrence Public Schools start in August, right? Late August?
August 20.
August, so
25th.
So basically you have a little over a month to figure this out for the students that are attending Abbott, which is not a great deal of time considering the complexities of this situation. Secondly, Superintendent, I would appreciate, I brought this up very respectfully. I did not appreciate the age comment that you made. At the end of the day, I am a city councilor, and I have a whole chamber of directors that also see me as a city councilor, and I would appreciate.
It wasn't regarding age, it was
Okay.
years of experience of dealing with those
I
issues.
understand that.
But if you took offense to that, I apologize.
But at the end of the day, I'm still a city councilor.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And that is all for me.
All right. Now, Councilor Del Rosario.
Through you, Council President. Superintendent, we understand, and I understand the $4 million cuts, and for the 4 years that I've been here, I had an issue with the transportation department at Lawrence Public School and the service that's being provided through the company that we have. I think they have this hostage, to be honest. They're the only one that bid on your transportation. We talked about that. So they're the only one. So why are we putting out to bid this contract to see if we can fulfill for $10 million instead of $14 million with the same company? Also, for 4 years that I've been here, we've been through so many transportation, how do you call it? Transportation,
Companies?
Huh?
Transportation companies?
No transportation companies, on your department. What's the name of the department? On your department, the transportation coordinator, whatever that is, or manager,
Okay.
and the Lawrence Public School. We have been to like 5 or 6 of them, which somehow they don't hit or provide the service or connect with the bus company. But the main issue is here, that this department, or this Department of Transportation, this transportation company hostage the Lawrence Public Schools for years. And somehow we overlooked that they are the only one that bids on it, and we don't prepare any other bids for anything else. We go with them over and over. Now, with $4 million cuts, we should go back to the drawing table and say, hey, we won't be able to provide this. Let's go out and see if we can get the full transportation for the kids for $10 million. And say now you are looking to try to get some money extra to pay this company that has this transportation, Lawrence Public School transportation, hostage for years. I was a driver from there, and I knew the formula how to get the contract, right? And I still have my CDL driver's license, which I volunteer once in a while to drive for free. But $4 million cut, drawing table, let's bid, let's see if we can get another company that could provide all this, and this, be free from this company that has our public transportation, our Lawrence Public School transportation hostage for years. I don't know what you guys have done, but for years. Also, at the middle, when half of the end of school, they don't have drivers. Kids have been stranded on sport activities. Service at the after school or whatever programs, they don't show up. They tell you they don't have enough drivers, but they're still getting the same contracts for millions and millions of dollars. And it doesn't seem to change. We drove back and we have the same company that has been failing the contract for years with no repercussion. And now we're looking for more money because we have a cut. But they probably owe money to the Lawrence Public Schools because they don't comply with the whole contract. I mean, I get complaints of kids in the wintertime that the bus doesn't pass by, and when you call them, they say, well, we don't have enough drivers. And again, those are issues that nobody's recording, violating the contract. Also, why are they only one bidding on this district? The only one. There's no more bus companies in Massachusetts that can bid to your contract and meet up this $10 million and provide full service for our kids. I remember those times. You mentioned La Plante, but I remember those times that I have to walk from the Beacons to Lawrence High, because I did it. And I took the public bus when it was $1 back in those days, and 50 cents. But again, $4 million cut, and we're looking for $4 million to continue to pay this company that does not comply with a contract and also violate the bidding process. If you guys don't know, me and Rodriguez have the answer how they violate the bidding process.
I missed the last comment, sir.
If you don't know how they violate the bidding process to get your contract, me and Rodriguez have the answer. So when you guys want to sit down.
I already stated on the public on the budget and finance.
So we can sit down and tell you how, and it's simple. Why are the only company bidding in this district?
I mentioned that on the budget and finance.
I mean, you shouldn't be searching for $4 extra million. You should be searching for a company that is going to serve you for $10 million and provide you full service for it.
And it's important to clarify on the cut that you mentioned. You mentioned that it was a $4 million hit, but not necessarily only on the transportation. It was on the entire school system from the city, right? That's what you're referring to? I mean, I just don't want to make, if it is transportation, it's like, okay, fine. I just want to make sure, like, in that way.
Council President, the $4 million was just transportation.
Okay, perfect, no problem. We'll move on. Councilor LaPlante.
Yeah, so just to get clarification on the $4 million cut, in my budget book, it shows no change in the transportation on page 103. I just want to get clarification. For
The budget book that you have is from the city.
Is there what?
The budget book that you have is from the city.
You have a line item on the city's on the city's budget.
Yeah.
But the details of the Lawrence Public School is that what Council Levy have.
But we are adopting this, not that.
Well, that,
This is what we're passing.
this book include the line item related to that, to the Lawrence Public School budget.
So my question then is, this budget, if it's not accurately reflecting the transportation cut, yet we're voting on this budget with this number, which goes to the front page of the appropriation order.
That's correct.
So, that seems like it's imbalanced, is the point. I just wanna have, while they're talking, I would just wanna have, go ahead and talk.
No,
I
no,
just-
go
I
ahead.
just wanna be able to have, I just wanna be certain that when we pass this budget, perhaps tonight, that we are passing a balanced budget and not one that's imbalanced.
So Counselor, could you please read off the number that you have on transportation in that book?
In this book, in the budget book for transportation, 5775.
Page
the mayor's-
102.
The FY 26 mayor's recommendation is $11,762,755. I should have said that with the mic on.
That's on page 102.
11,762,755.
On the page? Page
Page
103.
number 103.
Yeah, it's like we have one line item for transportation of 11,762,000. So the clarity around the $4 million.
Council President.
Give me 1 minute, they're looking for one number there.
Good evening.
Just name and address for the record, please.
Jason Rivera, Chief Financial Officer for Lawrence Public Schools.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. The appropriation for last year for transportation to the Lawrence Public Schools was in the amount of $12,150,632. That was the appropriation in 2025. In 2026, when we went in front of the Lawrence Alliance for Education Board. We came in front of the LA Board. We went with what the projection was based on increase in students, which there's only 3 other municipalities that grew more than Lawrence in the last year, and taking into consideration the move of certain schools, right, and where the kids are going. And when we went in front of them, I would have to go back. We were somewhere in the neighborhood of almost $15 million. It was 14.7 and change. When we went in front of the LA board. After talking to the city, the superintendent met with the company. We were able to bring it to talk about bringing it down to the amount that we presented to the LAE board, which was it says 10,728, 749 on my book. The other I believe that is just for the special education, transportation, and the other is for the regular education. So I know we're cutting on the special education, on the regular education.
And that's all fine. I'm not here to quibble at all with those numbers. My point is that we all have this. At some point, we're going to be voting on this. This is the appropriation order. And the appropriation order for Lawrence Public Schools is $305,026,144. That's equivalent to the number that's in the mayor's recommendation for FY26. So And and the basis for that is that $11 million for transportation. So when we're saying that there's a $4 million cut, I'm just not seeing it. Because the appropriation order, the mayor's budget that he submitted to us is the same, and it doesn't show a $4 million cut. Now, you could argue, and rightfully so, that there is maybe a mistake in this budget, that because I have the FY '25 budget, and that has $12 million, $412,000 and change, and in our budget book that we have in front of us, it actually has less than that. That might be a typographical error, I don't know, but regardless of that typo, if there is a typo, that doesn't change the number on the appropriation order.
Correct. And what the appropriation that we have, total appropriation for the schools is the number that you just mentioned, the 305,026.
Okay, so I don't see the $4 million cut. I don't see it.
Councilor Blanc, it's not a cut. They say that when they went to the LEE board, they have a projected number of $15 million about.
Correct.
And now we are approving only 11,700,000.
Okay.
So
That's not a cut.
it's an appropriation. It's an estimate amount that it could be reflected on, here's what we have, go ahead and work with it.
Yes, and Councilor LaPlante, if I may say, when we go in front of, I mean, there's a lot of more meetings in front of them than there are here. When we first started talking about this with them, we were in the very early stages of starting to talk to the transportation company. So I know the superintendent and our chief operating officer met with them and worked out something where we can reduce that number, and that's the number that we, to get to this 11 million and change, right? But when we went in there based on what the conditions were, when we first presented the first budget, it was being estimated at $50 million, just about.
I understand. So just so I'm clear, one more time, 305,026,144 is the Lawrence Public School budget. That's
Correct.
the number.
Yes,
Okay,
that is the number.
that's all I
yes.
need to know. Thank you.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Councilor Luzon, you have a question?
Yes, and thank you for mentioning the Lawrence Alliance for Education. 'Cause it looks like that we have different numbers for the transportation budget. And correct me if I'm wrong, but from where am I getting 13 millions and then 11.3 millions and then 11.7 millions? Correct me if I'm wrong. Did you presented a totally different budget to the Alliance? And also, through you, Council President, this budget that you presented to us at the Budget and Finance Committee, is that budget was approved by the Lawrence Alliance for Education?
Yes.
Okay.
That was approved on last Wednesday, June 14th, I believe.
Point of clarification.
June 14, Councilor Vice President Infante?
Thank you. From my understanding, the budget that we had in front of us was mistakenly voted by the LAE. And it wasn't until last week that the appropriate budget was voted on.
Correct.
Okay.
The budget that was voted on by the LA board to begin with was of 307.
Thank you.
And some change.
So, may I, through you, Council President?
So essentially, let me just clarify something here to see if I understand it. The budget that was presented to the city council it was at $2 million less than the budget that they bought originally, and then they reduced it to 305, correct?
Correct. They voted on the amendment to the budget based on.
Yeah. So
on
what we
the
have
city
is the correct
appropriated.
one. So we got the correct amount. They didn't, and they reduced it to 305.
Okay, so the numbers that I mentioned, they have some sense, the
Yeah,
different
It was
amount.
amended, yes.
It was amended,
Yes,
okay.
yes, ma'am. And that was voted on by the
And
LA
can
board.
you explain the justification for that, why we have different amounts?
Well, like I
You
said-
said that the budget was amended by the
yes.
Lawrence Alliance for Education.
Yeah, so, again, when we go in front of them, we go early in the, way before we come in front of the city council. So there are different iterations of the budget that are presented. So the first budget, or the first proposal, we had a public hearing, we got their input from the board, we go back to the drawing table, numbers change, then we come back and present it, they vote on it, then
I'm sorry to interrupt you, through you, Council President. I understand that. What I want to know is, did you found a company that offered you a different amount of money? It looks like that you only allocated $10,000.
10 million, 10 million.
10 million or
No,
10,000 for the Academy? How much money do you allocate for them? Because the young lady that spoke here tonight mentioned that, and you mentioned it too, and you explained it why this was happening. They were not going to be provided transportation, because the superintendent mentioned that he was also meeting with public transportation to work something with them.
So the reason why it changed, like I mentioned earlier, the superintendent and our chief operating officer, who's in charge of our transportation contract, and that's Ms. Odanis Hernandez, went to the table, back to the table, and I believe Superintendent Ken, I'm not a part of those particular meetings, but whatever increase of 10% versus 2%, and then I know the superintendent is adamant about what Councilor Del Rosario just talked about, penalties for not fulfilling the contract. That's something else that was put into the language of where we want to end up with the company, and that brought that cost from whatever it was to the 10, within the budget.
Thank you for explaining that. But for future, for the future, and for this body, the council, the city council, when you come to a committee, to a finance budget committee, you're supposed to bring the correct information, just to avoid confusion and misunderstanding, and it will be to the benefit of this council to know that in advance, because I'm getting different amount.
Understood. Yes, ma'am.
And for the future reference, also, and I think I'm going to echo what my colleague, Councilor Infante, mentioned about the transportation, about the public participation that the student did at the beginning of the meeting. I know that and the superintendent.
Motion to pass then.
Oh, thank you. Well, another night. Thank you, Council President. If you can take that in consideration, because what the two young ladies, what they expressed here was very concerning, and I know the superintendent is working closely with the public bus company to make sure that there's a collaboration, but their concern are it's concerning. They spoke about harassment, sexual harassment, and not feeling comfortable taking the public transportation. I'm just going to put it out there, and I'm going to support the comment of my colleague, Councilor Infante. Thank you.
Just to recognize councilors, that is that on Zoom we have school committee member Jonathan Guzman. We have a school committee member Jonathan Guzman representing District F, and we also have a school committee member District D, Sandra Edwards. They are online with us during this meeting.
Council President, if I may, my last question, and knowing that the city doesn't pay for the entire school, the school department budget.
Transportation.
Yeah, I know. So, but I also noticed that the lease of building spaces is under our budget. Is the school department planning to rent another location? Because I don't see here another facility, because I don't see anything here that represents that. Like and I think I have this conversation with you, Superintendent, about moving what's the name of that department that deals directly with the families?
Family resources.
Family resource. And you mentioned that due to the certain circumstances that they sound reasonable. You are planning to move that department to another location, but I don't see it here in the city budget.
Correct. You're
Thank
absolutely
you.
correct. So the reason you don't see it is because we already have that building. And currently, for 3 years, the Department of Education granted a waiver
Okay.
to the city of Lawrence to allow for the school department to pay for those rental agreements. However, the city of Lawrence will receive correspondence by January informing them that their waivers for this, by the end of this school year, is done. So any property that the city schools are renting, turn over to the city to cover the cost of those rental agreements. We currently have 3 locations
Okay.
that we're covering. What is on Haverhill Street, the old St. Mary's building, correct? Everybody knows where we're talking about? 1 Parker Street, which is where our Lawrence High Academy is. And on the 2nd floor is where our Family Resource Center will be. And the 3rd building being the building where our Rise Academy is on Broadway. Across the street from, it used to be the old Arlington Mill, right across the street from Taco Lupita. So the school department is still, the only one that the school department is not responsible to pay lease on is for the Adult Learning Center. But those 3 other buildings will be turned over to the city, that the city will be required after this budget, the next budget, they'll be required by law to fulfill those rental agreements.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Council President. I don't have no more
No problem.
questions.
Councilor Reyes.
Thank you, through you, Mr. President. Superintendent, I have a question. We're talking about the budget. You have a limited budget for transportation, but I want to do the question again, because you mentioned you increase more services, you have more location, you have more academy included, but at the same time, your department eliminate a lot of bus stop around our community. Because in South Florida, you eliminate a lot of stuff because I don't see our youth waiting for the school buses there. For the last 20 years, I have 1 stop in my street. For the last 3 years, nobody pick up the children there, our youth. And they don't feel comfortable to do, we have free buses, but they don't feel comfortable to go to general public. They want to be in the school bus because they go to school. So when we're looking around in our constituent code, you eliminate a lot of points, a lot of staff bus through our community. It's not only for North, you're eliminating a couple for South Lawrence too. But you increase some department, but you reduce our local staff, making easy to our youth go to school. Can you answer that?
Yes, I can. Bus routes are developed annually. They're developed annually based on addresses that we provide the bus company. The bus company takes all of the addresses, puts them in the computer, and the computer generates the bus route and stops. Now, bus stops are not made to be on the front of a student's house. They're made in common areas to make sure that the buses can run the routes to get to school on time. So the changes that you might be seeing in the bus stops is...
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
I see a lot of youths there waiting for the bus, and now I cannot see them, so.
But normally, if there's just because you had a bus stop at a certain intersection one year, that doesn't necessarily mean that it'll be there the following year, depending on what the address is that we submit to the bus company. Now also, mind you, kids like to walk several blocks to be where other kids are.
No, they make a lot of complaints there. I'm living in my beautiful corner for almost 20 years. In the last 3 years, I don't see my youth. I
Okay.
love to see a lot of noise. They will call me, I'm so happy to see it. And also, when it was raining, they go to my
She's
porch.
looking for the bus, provide it.
What,
Yeah, put it back there
Counselor,
on the same
what
location.
intersection is that?
Huh?
What intersection was that?
Coolidge, with Walnut.
Coolidge with Walnut?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I love to sit in
We
back.
got that one there.
Yeah, I want to sit in back.
She
All right.
she wants buses.
Councilor Reyes, you
And
still
I
have, you
support
still have the floor. You have any questions? Any other questions? All
You
right,
want her
Councilor
bus?
Vice President Infante.
Thank you. Would
Oh.
it be possible, with conversations and slash or negotiations with MIVA to, I guess, assign certain buses to just be for students during a certain hour, like pick up and drop off? Or does it have to be all public transportation well, not 24/7, but during operating hours?
They call that revenue hours.
I believe that it's during operating hours, but that doesn't mean that they can't increase bus routes. Now, in my initial conversation with them, they have it down to their bus routes. They leave and they travel and they make it to each one of their routes every 15 minutes, okay? But I think that your questions are appropriate, and we will continue to explore that to see if that's something that they can do for the city, okay?
Thank you, Superintendent.
I just wanted to get back to Councilor Reyes for a second, and Councilor Del Rosario, you asked very important questions that I want to answer, because we had that discussion at the Budget and Finance Committee, okay? So I haven't forgotten your question. As I mentioned to you, bus routes and where they stop is determined by when we submit to the bus company, NRT, all of our addresses for students. So that's probably why you might be seeing some bus stops might change. Some of them always stay the same because they're in a vicinity where there's always a lot of kids. For example, I would assume in South Lawrence, the Beacon Apartments or the Beacon Projects, there'll always be a bus stop there because there's always kids that go to the high school so that the kids can walk to and be there, okay? Secondly, next year, every bus will have a GPS. That GPS travels with the bus, and every parent that has children on the bus will have access to that GPS. And they can know exactly what time the bus is coming, follow the route, and see where the bus stops because it clocks it of when they drop them off in school. That's one service that we insisted, that we needed to make sure that we have. That also will allow us to keep counts of students, of any buses that only have 15 students on it versus a bus that has 50 students on it, so we can make changes during the school year. So we can look at that for a week, and we can make that change the following week to be a little bit more efficient and make sure bus routes and buses get to those areas that are needed to be adjusted and made.
We have a lot of living close to Gateway Street, and it's not easy for them go from this specific area.
Yes.
Walking to the high school.
Mhm.
We eliminate the bus stop that is supposed to pick up them there to bring them back. I'm not only talking about my little corner, I'm
Mhm.
talking about for the whole city because the issues is there.
I agree. Yeah.
This time is after the game because it's very beneficial for our community.
Please, thank you, Counselor.
This is-
We run a total of 56 buses. 56 buses. Counselor Del Rosario, there isn't another bus company that has the capacity to, at this point, to run 56 buses. But that being said, one of the strategies that we wanted to implement, because NRT does have a monopoly in this entire region. They are the only bus companies, and it's frustrating to me too, that I feel hostage and held up by that particular bus company. As a result, their contract was going to be up this year. And we wanted to only extend it for 1 year so that I can look to rezone the city to be able to provide other smaller bus companies with the opportunities to bid, so we would break up that proposal, okay? Our small companies do not have that capacity yet. But that doesn't mean we're gonna give up on them. This next school year, we're going to be providing training on RFPs, meeting with the small bus companies, and let them know what the requirements are for bids. Follow so far?
Right. Thank you. Councilor Santiago.
Hi, good evening. My question that I have is about what is the criteria do you use to increase salary? Because the last month, I think, people from cafeteria, they
Yep.
have several years working and have the same salary at this 15 years, 16 years, 18 years. And another question that I have is what is the criteria you use to put or implement crossing guard at the school? And I would like to hear about, I was talking with Odanis about crossing guard at Parton School. We're supposed to have at least 3, and we have just 1.
Okay. So let me answer the crossing guard question, and then I'm gonna turn over the cafeteria unit to Mr. Cabrera. Crossing guards are to be provided by the city through the police department. That is not a area that the school department does. However, because we
Okay, give me 1 minute. A little bit of information on that. That was done until 2021. And then in 2021, that line item was cut from the budget, from the police department, and was given back to the school system. And since 2021 till now, that's been done by the school department.
I would thank you for that clarification, Council President. I would have to look at that because I know, for example, we've had grievances filed by our SRO officers that they've had to serve as crossing guards, and they don't have the training for that, and they need to be monitoring the schools. But I will look into that. But normally, I didn't know that in 2021 that happened because I didn't see that in any of our budgets.
Yeah.
Normally, that was under the police department, and they were to provide those crossing guards.
Yeah,
But I'll
I
be more than happy
criticize,
to-
I
I'll be more than
criticize that
happy to look
change.
into that.
I criticize that change tremendously because before, when we have it at the police department, that reflects more of the old guy, the old woman that actually wanna do community service and do the, and retire, people that wanted to provide, give back.
Yes.
And they did it through that. Now, since the school department is doing it, they are opening up those opportunities more, like, and I'm not criticizing that, the fact that you guys are doing it with your own personnel, but I mean, that open up the community sense of helping out the kids when we have it at the police department. Now you guys are hiring people from the community, but not as much as before.
So,
I will look into that.
yeah, Mr. President, and I want to look into that also and see where that falls under net school spending, if it is an expense. I was under the impression that it was not, but I'll find out and I'll get the. Okay, and going back to the salaries, how are the salaries determined? Most of our folks are unionized, so we have 13 unions within the Lawrence Public Schools that we negotiate their contracts, and they get a salary assessed every 3 years for the most part, is most of the contracts. So whatever the contract says it is, 233, 333, 111, whatever it is, they get that pay. For the employees that are not in the unions, salaries are based on what the market says that the salary is, right? So, for example, for the superintendent, his salary is based on what the market is, based on like cities like Lawrence with the same size, the same budget, et cetera, and that salary is determined, and that's across the board for most of, assistant superintendents and going down the line to directors, assistant directors, et cetera, et cetera. So it's based on what the market says that position should be getting paid. As far as you mentioned the cafeteria workers, I'm happy to announce that we closed that negotiation. It got voted on by the LAE board, and folks, if not tonight.
By the cafeteria workers.
Correct, by the cafeteria workers. And tonight or tomorrow, they'll be getting their retro pay, and they'll be made whole. And I was very interested in the cafeteria workers, because when I first came in, the salary that they were making was a salary that is not livable in any place in Massachusetts, in New England, right? And when we came to the table, we came in with a, and I think some of this got lost in translation. I understand folks have their needs. When we came to the table, we came with a proposal that was not nickel and diamond, if you want to call it that. We came with a proposal with whole dollars at a time, not 10% or 5% or 3%. We came with whole dollars to the table, and folks were, right now we're starting $5 more than what they were making when we first got here in the last contract, right? So they're coming in, instead of $16.72, someone coming off the street is making $5 more than that coming in. When we look, they're one of the best paid cafeteria workers around here, anywhere around here. So I just want to put that out there, because I know sometimes things get lost in translation, and I just wanted to mention that. But that's how salaries are determined.
The package for the cafeterias, they've received the highest increases in the history of the city of Lawrence. Their contract is 32.2% of a salary increase that they've received, okay? They are the highest paid cafeteria workers in the entire Merrimack Valley, and we're very proud of that. Now, sometimes you hear through negotiations, it can get heated because there's differences of opinion or whatever have you, but my role is to stay focused on what the goal is and to make sure that we pay our employees competitive wages so that they can make a living. As soon as I came in and I saw that our cafeteria workers were making less than a person starting at McDonald's, I said, this can't be like this, okay? So we made that commitment from the very beginning that we were going to make sure that we compensated our cafeteria workers so that they can be proud of their hourly wage. Now, all of our cafeteria workers go anywhere from 19 to $26, $27 an hour. It's 21 to 26. I also want you to keep in mind, our cafeteria workers are the only full-time cafeteria workers in the entire region. Every other school district, cafeteria workers are part-time. Okay? So, does that answer your question, Counselor?
Yes, and I have another question about the workers there. Is the cafeteria worker is about vacation? They don't have received any pay on vacation?
They come over here and said that, yes.
Well, when
During
they
the
first,
summer.
so this is where a couple of things get lost. When they first started and they came to our first meeting, they said they want to get paid all through the summer, like the teachers. And we said, wait a minute, how does that happen? And we understood what was their misinterpretation. Cafeteria workers have a contract for 183 days, the same as the teachers, okay? However, the teachers are salary. They have a set pay. So we can set their pay for 44 weeks, which is the school years, the school weeks, or we can set their pay bi-weekly, 52 weeks, that'd be 26 pay periods. And we can divide that up. So although it seems that teachers are getting paid through the summer, they get 4 additional checks, it's their money. We've just been holding it. So we could do that with units that
have salaried employees. Cafeteria workers, they're hourly employees. They make different money every 2 weeks, so we can't set that for them. That's why they didn't understand how the teachers' salary structure was made and why it's being made that way. The same thing happens with our paraprofessionals. Our paraprofessionals are 183-day employees. They don't collect paychecks in the summertime. They go out, they come into the school district and they work summer school, after school programming, and they get paid their hourly rate, and if they work over 40 hours, they get time and a half. Same thing with our cafeteria workers. So they do not get vacation pay. They get paid based on a contract, which is 183 days, for 37 hours a week based on their hourly rate. And that, for some reason or the other, has been difficult for them to understand that, Counselor.
Another question that I have is they don't get paid, but they can in vacation, but they can collect.
Are they able to collect, fill up their unemployment? Because they're not unemployed. They're just
Correct.
not working during that time.
Correct.
That's what they're looking for, actually.
But Counselor, I want you to know, we run summer school. We have cafeteria workers, and we have also, we feed the community at other sites. Our cafeteria workers get paid for working in the summertime, but they would prefer to be out in
Okay.
sunny areas and receive that pay. So just as a last point, I want you to know, because we were in negotiations with them for almost the whole year, their contract, when it was signed now, their salary, whatever they're supposed to be receiving, was supposed to happen July 1st of last year. So they receive a whole year of retro pay. So some of those payouts are $6,000, $7,000, $3,000 this Friday when they get paid. They'll be very happy this Friday.
All right, thank you. Councilor
Okay.
Rosario?
Those
Okay,
questions,
so-
those questions that I ask is because we have it here, and I would.
Yes, I know. You hear that from
Yes, I wanna.
constituents.
Exactly.
Absolutely. I'm happy to answer
Thank
that, to
you.
clarify that.
Thank you, Councilor Santiago.
Thank you. One last
Councilor
comment.
Rosario.
One last comment going back to transportation. This district, they had dropped NRT, and they are working perfectly fine without the 56 boxes that they only have. Those districts were able to figure it out with the monopoly, and they allow the local drivers to get 3 buses, 2 buses, 1 bus. So we need to look into that.
Absolutely.
And end up this hostage that we have, that it's illegal. I want you to know that it's illegal.
Monopolies are illegal, you're
And
right.
it's illegal. So all the districts had dropped them out, and they are working perfectly fine after they dropped them. They saving money, and they have better service. Look into that. Thank you.
Counselor, I'm looking for the day when we can drop that particular company, okay?
All right, thank you. Any other questions when it comes to the schools?
Council President, I
Councilor
do have,
Luzon.
and I would like to go back to transportation and the money, and the amount of money, if I may. Can you open your book page, the budget that you presented to us that is not included in this one? Can you open page 12?
On the
That I
book?
think, in
On
the
the school
school,
book?
yeah, in the school book, yeah. Because there is where we find the 11,352,95,
Page 12.
the amount. Remember that I mentioned there's 3 different amounts, and my concern is that this is gonna change. Look on page 12. Yeah. No, it's not. I'm sorry, Council President. There's 3 different amounts presented for transportation. If you look in page 12, they have a different, I don't think you have it, Councilor. So,
Councilor Luzon, Can you point that out right here, the city clerk?
Yes. It's page 12. If I have it. I don't have my book here with me. Look for transportation. I have the notes there.
Right here.
Okay.
This page, right here.
I don't have my book with me.
Right here.
Yeah, okay, good, thank you.
Counselor, the three different amounts, are you talking about from year to year or from, or?
No, look on your,
Yeah, I'm looking on page 12. It
Yeah.
says, yes.
12,000.
In page 11, it has the same amount for transportation, and
Yeah,
in
and
page,
No, it has different here.
and in
You say transportation, pupil transportation on page 11?
Page 11, 12, page 12.
Yeah.
The amount of 11,352.
I don't see an 11 million.
Page 12?
So, Council President, my concern is that they presented three different amounts, and I know they made an amendment. My concern is that when the city has to contribute to the school budget, if that is gonna change, because it keeps changing. Because he mentioned that they amend, when they first came to our committee meeting, they had an amount. They went back to the Lawrence. So in general, my concern is that amount is gonna change?
So, Counselor, if I may say,
Yes.
the amount of $11,762,
Yeah.
62,755, that is the appropriation for transportation for the schools that the city in their minimum spending, minimum requirement is gonna provide. The 11,762, that's what the appropriation, what the LA board, voted on.
That is what the
That
city.
number doesn't change. We're expecting that from the city,
Yeah,
for transportation, yes, ma'am.
that is not gonna change.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted
Yes,
to
that
know.
would, yes.
Because what we have in, okay, so this is, because it goes back to my counselor, my colleague Counselor Lapan question, because it goes back to what we have in front of us, which is 11 million.
I'm looking for the 11 million, Counselor. I'm sorry, I cannot.
Well, let's forget about that.
11,
Look on our budget, it says 11 million.
762.
762.
Yes, 755. Yes, ma'am. That is the 11 million. You
Yeah.
have 11 million in the city. Yes, the
But
appropriation.
when I asked you at the beginning, you said that you presented, there was three different amounts that was presented. I mean, a different amount that was presented to the board,
Yes.
and that you made an amendment.
And the 11,762,755 has to be the number that I have, because that's
Okay.
what we're getting from the city. Yes, ma'am.
And-
I cannot say that it's gonna be more, because I'm not gonna get more, and I cannot say less, because the city, to meet net school spending, the city has to spend a certain amount of money, and that is how we get to that number.
And the superintendent mentioned the waiver for the new building that that it doesn't show here in the budget, the amount because of the waiver of the DESE. DC?
That's it, yes,
Uh-huh.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Will that change when we'll get, I mean, what will be for the city? What will be, are we expecting any change?
So the city is allocating $350,000 towards the leases.
Okay. and
The
that-
rest of the money, because there's gonna be some more money that has to be put in, is coming from our facilities, budget. So we have a leases, line item within facilities that deals with the leases, and that's what we're gonna use to cover whatever deficiency we have in leases.
So
But that
that's-
is accounted for, the city's providing 350,000, and facility, the rest of the leases, the 3 locations, the rest of the leases is coming out of our facilities budget. Yes, ma'am.
And just for the record, I know that the superintendent has his reason for moving that department, the department to the new location. But some of my constituents are disappointed. Because now we get to walk to Exit Street, some of them during summer. And maybe some of them will take the public transportation. Now, going to the south is an inconvenience for some of them. I understand that for the constituents, Councilor LaPlante and Councilor Infante serve, it will be more convenient. But for the record, I'm receiving calls in regards to that. Just to put it out there, I'm not expecting any answer. I know the superintendent has good reasons for making the move. I know that the elevator doesn't work properly.
Only half of the time.
Yes, so I want to put it for the record, because I know that the superintendent is doing what he thinks is the best, and also thinking about the residents and of the total.
Councilor, I don't want to speak for the superintendent, but I know the location that we're talking about in South Lawrence is, to your point, right over the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
It has free parking, which is
I understand.
a hot ticket.
I know.
And our population is growing. We have the Family Resource Center in the 4th floor, and sometimes you have to wait for the elevator for 6 minutes, because you got, people going up and down, because all families come into our building. So we're trying to make it so that they're more comfortable, and just managing the growth of our population and the needs of those people.
Point taken and point. I made my point. Thank you so much for your explanation. Thank you, Council President.
Any other questions for the Councilor Santiago? Hold on one second.
Míralo aquí.
Any other councilor that haven't speak? Councilor LaPlante.
Another brief question or brief point to the superintendent. We're going through a housing growth and a population boom inside the city. And with that puts tremendous stress and pressures and added responsibilities to our school system. I just want to make sure that as we as a city are encouraging and producing and allowing for more growth in the city, that our schools are able to adequately address those needs. And I realize that's a big picture question and we're dealing with this budget, but I don't know who to say this to. I think we talked about this through you, Council President, that it's important that somebody from the school department have a seat at the table when questions are being asked regarding what kind of growth we should be having, because that growth impacts the product that you are in charge of. If you want to comment on it, fine, but I just think it's important every chance I have to make sure that I just keep drilling that point home, because it's so critical.
Thank you, Counselor. And I think we've had a discussion about this before. First point, if ever you have subcommittees or however that structure is for those discussions, and if you want someone from the school department there, we'll be more than happy to sit there to provide information regarding growth patterns within the school or amount of students within the zones, okay? That's number one. Number two, we're in the process of putting out a bid to receive a software product that's going to be able to give us projections that we will be looking at. And the way that software program works is it takes into consideration all your populations, where they're situated and what have you, and lets us know projections when you put the zones in, because we look at the school district within 4 zones of which one is heavily populated, which one we have to pay attention to, and where we need to potentially look for growth. Obviously, how we would use that software program would depend on where the city is moving toward building new apartment complexes, okay? So the other thing that we are discussing preliminarily is, for example, with Community Works, and I meet with the executive director, Ms. Andor, is as they're building these huge 100-unit or restoring them, buildings that they have, we have been looking at the research of providing early childhood centers in their complexes. And the reason they are doing that is because it creates stability and longevity for folks that are living in there. So we are studying all of those options, but you're absolutely right. And you know that I have preached about that. Anytime we have an increase, if we're gonna increase 500 units of housing, we gotta consider police, fire, DPW, and the last thing, we definitely gotta consider kids, because just this year alone, we closed out the school year, we didn't account for an additional 657 students that came to our district after the beginning of the school, and that's folks moving into the community. That is an alarming amount. I suspected about 400, but we ended up with 657 students additional to our district.
Thank you, Superintendent, and I just hope that we all heard those numbers, and that's not an anomaly. I'm going to predict that's probably a trend, that we underestimate, and it always exceeds our estimates every year, if we might guesstimate on that. And so we're not, it's hard for us. We have a lot to discuss tonight. I just want to make that point. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Council President, anything else for me? Or? Well,
I just have one. In our last meeting, we went over employees that no longer work for LPS. And in that discussion, I believe you mentioned that the reasoning was either performance or lack of licensure. Do you mind reminding me when I had asked the employees that were let go due to failure of not having a license, were they notified?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason why I'm asking, and I wanted to make sure that that was your answer, because I believe that, that was the case. As a result of that meeting, I had a few employees that reached out to me, to which they are negating that is a fact.
I'm sorry, that they're negating?
That's a fact. I have employees that reached out to me saying they have no bad performance reviews. One in particular is currently in the process of getting a license and never was notified that there was either a deadline or any type of notification that as a result of not having said license, that they were going to be let go on such and such date. So I just would like to have some sort of clarification as to why is it that I'm being notified that some of these folks that were let go were not aware that they had a certain time frame to obtain this license.
A lot of employees are allowed to issue those non-renewals by the end of the school year. I believe that the last notifications went out last Friday, okay? However, within the teaching ranks, because of their contracts, there's a deadline for that has to happen before the end of the school year. But all employees, whether they were let go or being retained, because those that are being retained, we have to send letters to them also, letting them know that they're being retained, and because of that letter, they can't go and collect unemployment, okay? However, every employee has been contacted regarding their status. Now, if there is an employee that feels that they were not treated fairly or what have you through their evaluation process, they have grievance procedures that they can go to. They can appeal that and request a hearing. I've sat down in hearings last week for an entire morning for about 15 hearings, and I was able to resolve some of those things. Now, the other thing is that employees that might have been let go because they didn't have certification are allowed to, and they're informed that if they're able to get their certification through the month of July, and we still haven't had school, and they were an employee in good standing, performance-wise, and if they apply, they'd be taken back.
Question, and this is for me to gauge into how you guys operate. When you hire someone that doesn't have a license,
Correct.
are they notified during the onset of whenever you're establishing a contract with said employee? Are they notified on the onset as to when that deadline is, or is there anywhere throughout the year that they are given said notice that such and such time has passed, therefore, the school year ends in July, you have 3 months, 4 months left to provide said certification as proof?
If an employee is hired and they're an exempt employee, that their position doesn't require certification, they just receive a contract straight out with conditions, benefits, and all of that. If an employee is hired and there's a certification required, it's in writing, letting them know that they have a year from date of hire to get that certification. Now, mind you, the reason why it looks a little bit sloppy, I'm going to use the word because we have employees everywhere, is because of the emergency licenses that were allowed to be issued from the Department of Education through the COVID years. And if you recall, and if you might have listened to the news, they talk about emergency licenses. The Department of Education extended emergency licenses after they issued them for, I think, 2 consecutive years. This year alone, the Department of Education issued a ruling that they will no longer accept emergency licenses as a waiver to be in the school district because we're now way beyond COVID. So that's where some of those things might feel that some folks might have been confused, because some of the criteria, for example, if there was a staff member that was hired under the emergency statute, in order for them to stay employed the following year, even though they don't have a license, but as an emergency, they had to demonstrate that they were making headway or advances toward certification. So it begs the question, what does that mean? They were making it toward, so they were taking a class, they've tried to take the MTEL and not pass. Those are 2 elements. So they needed to demonstrate and submit to the Department of Education through the licensing office that they were making progress there. Some employees didn't do that, and they kept riding the wave of waiver. And the waivers, we no longer can issue them. No school district can issue any waivers because the department shut them down. So those are like 4 or 5 variables that I just gave you, but definitely we inform all employees at the end of the year, and all employees get evaluated. But there's also a grievance procedure if they felt that their evaluation wasn't fair to them, okay?
No, what was the number of how many employees that were let go due to lack of licenses?
So there are different units. In the teaching ranks, I think there were about 50 or 60. In the teaching ranks. In the paraprofessionals, there might have been about 40. Now, remember, in the teaching ranks, we have 1,400 teachers. In the paraprofessional ranks, we have anywhere between 400 and 500 employees. So it might seem that 400, it's a lot, but percentage-wise, it's small, okay? And the exempt employees is if we were making changes in the delivery of services for students, or that position was no longer needed, or they were evaluated out. And that happens at the principal level.
One last thing. And this is, again, going off of information that I'm being provided. Could you give us clarity in terms of, we were informed, I'm not sure if this is bad information, that paraprofessionals and principals have not received their assurance letters or contracts, and also veteran paraprofessionals, some with over 20 years of experience, are being asked to resubmit their credentials.
Paraprofessionals that have not submitted their credentials need to submit their credentials, because we have to justify those for the Department of Education, okay? However, we do track down, and we have approximately 9 to 12 employees that are in the paraprofessional ranks that have been with us since the 80s. I estimate that they're probably closer to retirement. So I would seek through the Department of Education a waiver to lead them there, because they've been with us for 25, almost 30 years, okay? But based on federal law and state law and Title I, because we're a full Title I school district, every paraprofessional, every teacher has to be certified. And these are things that we have sometimes they're difficult conversations, but, and they're uncomfortable, but that doesn't mean that we give up on them. We try to help them, as I said. We are recommending some of them that had good performances, but this is their first year and they couldn't get their certification as a paraprofessional. They still can do so through the month of July. And we're shooting them over to Northern Essex that provides the Para-Pro test. And their results come immediately on that day. They can take those results, come back to the district, they're ready to go. Okay? Well, the good thing is that they can keep taking the test, but unfortunately it costs them money each time they take the test. Thank you.
He answered my question
Right.
that I have. It's about a waiver.
Councilors, any other questions for the school of, the Department of Education? I mean, for the Lawrence Public Schools? There was, at the Budget and Finance Committee, there was some questions around that, a clarification on the budget, on the funding for the $7 million. It was some emails back and forth. So I would like to extend an opportunity to the CAFO and the school department to explain that portion there, because it was a back and forth email on that.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe that the school system also have some notifications on that too. Both are gonna have an opportunity, yes.
So,
Was it 7 million something?
this is the, so this is a letter, and I'll submit it as, I don't know if I should say submit it as evidence, but I'll submit it to the council for the record.
Yes, for the record, we don't use evidence.
Yeah, for the record. June 10th, 2025, is a letter by Mr. Jay Sullivan, who's the Assistant Commissioner for school finance for the state. It's a letter to the superintendent, in which myself, the mayor, Ms. Ceballos, the school committee chair, a number of other people were copied on it, where it talks about the revised net school spending.
Una sola.
We're gonna make copies. Send it.
You're saving money.
I thought that was, by the way, I think that was sent to everybody.
Yeah, he just submitted it for the record.
Oh, for the record, here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it for the record. I'm gonna say it for the record.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so that is, if you see the deficiency there, the negative 7 million, I believe that's the number that you're talking about.
Oh, yeah,
I think the question was asked about, if I remember correctly, Mr. President, the question was asked about how we got there. We're talking about purchase orders and purchase orders being closed, et cetera, what the process.
It was something related to that incumbent of funds.
Correct, encumbered, then not encumbered, so.
I'm talking from the top of my head.
Yes, that's where we were at. So, and I was trying to explain the process, right? When I go back and I look at, and the CAFO can jump in, when I look at my July 1st total appropriation, this is what I'm counting carry forward, right? So whatever money is encumbered, which I report as an expense in my end of year report, um, I carry that forward. If you look at the number on July 1st and look at the number the same fiscal year on June 30th, the appropriation is different. So for example, this year the number was 301. On July 1st, it was 301 and some change. Today it's 299, right? So there is $1 million that changed in the appropriation. The appropriation didn't change for this year. It changed on stuff that was carried forward, and then the encumbered funds, whatever purchase order was closed, the money circles back to the general fund, and it doesn't come back to the city, right? So that's the difference between the appropriation that I have on July 1st and the appropriation that I have on June 30th. And I believe that's where we were.
Yeah, the question was around that whether or not those encumbered funds go back to the school system, and if the school system was able to use those funds, and also whether or not those funds can, the city can, if the city is being used in it, or the intent was to use it, or if something related to that, around that,
Correct.
For something else that is not school spending.
Correct, and the funds go back to the general fund. The funds do not come back to the school, do not get reappropriated to the school. The money that carries forward at the end of the year is the money that is never encumbered, right? Is the money that is never touched. But if something gets closed, if I have a purchase order that gets closed in the same year, the money goes back to that account, right? The city, it goes back and it falls in that account. If not, it goes into if it's another fiscal year like we have been doing, that number decreases.
So we just want to make sure like that whole situation, thinking about that it was a potential fund that was supposed to come to the school for education, and it's not. I mean, at the end of the day, we have an amount of 1-something million moving forward, and essentially that need to be tracked somehow.
So, like I mentioned in the meeting that you're referring to, I believe it was addressed that per DESI's website, it looked like the school had a shortfall of $7 million. And as I explained that day, it had to do with reporting issues that needed to be corrected. So I'm happy to report that DESI, along with the collaboration with the school department and myself, were able to correct that. There is no shortfall of $7 million. And the way it states on the letter, that's actually an overage of $1,159,361. On another note, anything that the school does not spend is given back to them. And we've been doing that since COVID, when it was the first year that they did not spend their full appropriation. So the history is the first year probably $8 million, the second year $12 million, the third year last year was $4 million. Every year, the following year, that money is appropriated back to the school department. So because we meet net school spending, we do not take the money back, because if we did, we wouldn't be meeting net school spending. And the letter that you have shows that we have been meeting net school spending.
Essentially, did the city use those funds to meet the requirement for the net school spending?
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, the funds that were not encumbered.
That were not spent?
Yes. Do
So
we
what
use
we
that
do is
fund to
we
be able to
reserve that
meet
money.
our requirement amount of dollars?
Right,
Or-
so let's say the first year they didn't spend $8 million during COVID. So we reserve that money under a line item specifically for education. Come July 1st, we send it back to the school department.
And you guys send that back as part of the requirement amount of dollars that the city is supposed to put in?
Right, because if
Or-
we didn't, we would have a shortfall.
No,
So-
I'm saying, but I mean, what I'm hearing, I'm probably not understanding correctly, but it's like if the money comes from the school, you get to the general funds, and then we have a responsibility that we need to meet the school spending. And then that money that came from the school, you put that back into the school as part of our responsibilities to meet the school spending?
Yes.
Or as part of that fund that was supposed to be sent out to the school separate from the responsibility we have as a city for the.
No,
for
that
the
is
school
part
spending.
of the prior year net school spending. That is the unspent amount. So come July 1st, whatever money was put in a reserve for education, we appropriate it back to the school department.
Councilor Mambo.
Okay, but just to get clarity, is that whatever was reserved when you're putting it towards the next fiscal year, is the reserved in addition to the city's minimum requirement?
For the following year, yes,
So it's in addition to?
correct.
Okay. Is there a reason why there is any reserved monies? And the reason why I ask that is because the city's just providing the minimum requirement, right, for what's considered adequate. Why isn't the city, or I won't say the city, why isn't the school department using all those funds when we clearly could use that money towards something? So is it time management? Is it that we don't know what to use the funds for? Because there's plenty of options.
Councilor, it's a combination of things, right? Understanding that superintendent arrived here 10 months ago with a budget that was already planned for school year. We're working with what we have, right? You can see in the letter that y'all should have from net school spending. For years, we were reporting, when I say we, I'm talking about the Lawrence Public Schools was reporting a number completely wrong for year after year after year after year after year, right? Those are some of the things that we found when we got here. Even when it comes just to accountability, right? There was no tracking, right? So the number gets reported wrong, and it is what it is, right? Even though we get an audit every year, the number keeps getting reported wrong. For us, when coming in, one of the main points as far as finances goes was aligning our money with our objectives, right? I think there may have been the objectives of the past may have not been clearly identified. I think that is, and I'm not saying that because he's here, but I think that we have a better understanding of where our dollars need to go. Things like early childhood, for example, which the superintendent is investing heavily on. English language learners, which that budget for that department
Motion
is
to
growing.
pass 11.
Motion to pass 11, properly second. Discussion. There's none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. You may continue.
Early childhood, English language learners, which were heavily underfunded. Our facilities, we're gonna do what we can to keep them in the best shape for our children. A number of things, right? So we have priorities that we've identified, and we are committing money to those priorities, and we're gonna track money starting July 1st, not an afterthought in April or May, like we have in the past. And honestly, I think that's what has happened in the past. Folks they went through the motions, bills got paid, but there was no plan of purposeful spending. It was just spending because every year, I get a level funded and I get this money and I spend it. So I think that's different. So it's not that there is not things to spend money on. I just don't think that the purpose to spend the money was there.
Is the purpose there now?
Oh yeah. I mean, if you ask me, I think we can put another another $3 million in early childhood for the city. I think we can put more money towards superintendent talk about certification for our ELL teachers, paying for them to go get their licenses. Teachers to get their licenses and be certified for our English language learners. You can spend another $3 million on that. You can spend on a number of things. So I think that is clear now going forward on July 1st. And, my goal is to, with this budget coming up by the end of the year, that we've spent every single penny that needs to go to our kids on our kids.
But, just to end, my statement is, given the commitment that you just stated, I hope to see that every dollar is spent. you've clearly stated a lot of amazing opportunities, so I don't see why there should be any dollars in our reserved.
Thank you. Councilor Santiago, any other councilors before I go? Councilor Santiago?
Can you use those money for transportation our school?
It would not count towards our net school spending. Transportation is not a net school spending item.
Para the chapter 70.
All right.
No, good point. Any other councilors? Right, any other questions for the school department? All right, now we're gonna go with that, with the vocational school. Any questions for the vocational school? We have the superintendent here, online, that he's joined us. Any questions for the vocational school?
Evening, everybody.
Hi, how you doing?
Good, yourself?
Doing good. Councilors, any question for the vocational school? If it's not, and then we are moving along to the regular budget. Superintendent, thank you for being there. As we discussed in an email, this is part of the requirement to get your budget approved, and thank you for being participating with us on different budget meeting.
Thank you.
No problem. Councilors, we're moving along with the regular budget. Any amendment to the budget? We have an underlying motion.
Council President,
Councilor Expressing Infante.
thank you. I would like to propose a cut.
What page?
Page 76.
76.
Fund-
Page 76.
Fund 01, General Fund, Department 002, Fire Department Division 0060, Fire Administration, Organization, Fire Suppression Administration, under the sub-objective 55110.
5110, which
Yeah,
is the
which is
salaries and wages,
salaries.
permanent, right?
Yep,
All right, what is the proposed cut?
$150,000.
It's a proposed cut for 150,000.
Second.
Properly second by Councilor Santiago. The item is page 76, under the fire administration, and that, and under the division 060, and that, sub-objective is the 5110, which is the salaries and wages permanent. The fire department, correct. And by the way, that has,
Council
that
President.
was, give me a moment. If he's around, he left? He left? Okay, the chief have left.
I think,
All right,
okay, I don't think,
So that will be the memo.
by the way, Councilor,
where?
did you, oh, is the same line item though, it's 51,
I'm aware.
5110.
I will.
Is the same, I
I-
just wanna make sure that the sub-object is the one that you're referring to.
Yep.
So
I'm
it's
aware of the
5110,
changes,
which is
yep.
the same thing.
5110, yep, yep. There's a
There was a second by Councilor Santiago.
discussion.
And it was discussion, Councilor Expressing Infante.
Thank you, Council President. I'm aware,
Yeah, we're just gonna open up for discussion, and then, it's gonna be up to the council to hold up on that cut.
I'm aware of, I mean, we've heard the debate the other night. I'm aware of the recommended changes made and approved by the mayor. And I am a huge supporter of our fire department, and I know the challenges that they're facing. However, when I'm told that our acting chief is saying comments like, whatever the administration wants, the city council doesn't know what we even do. That's very unsettling to me. It's also very unsettling that we had both the senior advisor and the fire chief before us the other night really pushing on leaving the opportunity open for a particular position. I've given, and again, I apologize to the senior advisor because everything is on him because he's the one always here with us, but at least myself, I've given many benefit of the doubts to this administration, and then we seem to be thrown curveballs. I am not 100% confident that the $150,000 will be used to recruit more firefighters. I think down the line, a curveball will be thrown at us, and I wish I was able to fully trust it, but at the moment I don't.
Councilors, any other questions in regard to this cut? For that line item, we have a total amount of $1,629,76, and there's a proposed cut of $150,000. Councilors, any other question? Any other questions, Councilor? Let's allow them. Councilor Levy.
So, this is another extra 150,000, because we discussed the 150,000 last night. And we move 150,000 from one item to another one.
It's on the same line item.
It's under
the same item that you wanted to move it now, completely?
Yeah, and let me go back onto the motion that was made and then withdraw by Councilor Plan at that point. The agreement with the council, Councilor Plan, for him to withdraw his motion was that the intent was to use those 150,000 to hire more firefighters. But it's within the same line item 5110. The council is it is in order to propose a cut for 150,000. It will be up to the council to approve it or not approve it.
Yeah. Council President, if I may.
Sure.
We just had an emergency.
Yes.
Our firefighter chief is not here. I know you make your decisions. If there was an assistant, they would have been here. Okay? That's just an example. The chief is gonna come. I would ask the council to table this matter. He's on his way, because I think it should be here to also defend on behalf of the fire department this item. He has the level of expertise in his field. I don't know, that he may or may not convince you differently, but at least we can give him the chance to come before you make a vote, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Council President.
Councilor Vice President Front.
Thank you. With all due respect, Senior Advisor, you just proved my point right now. You just mentioned if we had an assistant chief, the assistant chief would be here. So that goes back to my point. I don't trust the 150,000 is going to be actually used for additional firefighters. I feel like this position continuously is pushed on the city, on us, and I really do wish I could think otherwise, and I want to apologize to you for being in front of us and having to take this for my lack of trust, but unfortunately, that's where I am at the moment.
Do you believe that we should have an assistant chief?
Well, definitely, it's presented before you, and it's not, we have had this discussion before when we had an overview and a comprehensive evaluation of how the functioning of each one of the departments.
Yeah, you understand that,
And
do you understand that we need compromises on the budget to
Definitely.
be able to pass it?
Definitely.
Because even though cuts might not go through, you also need 6 votes to pass the budget.
Correct.
So compromises are essential, and finding common ground to be able to pass this budget will be necessary.
Right. And
So
I don't
even though
disagree.
cuts are not going through,
No,
eventually
I
you'll
didn't
need a vote.
I didn't disagree, Council President, but the reason why I mentioned that, because that's what the administration wishes were. You proposed during the budget session that you would use this, the funding to hire additional firefighters. Tonight that we're almost closing this, then there's a proposal that, to change it, right, to cut the budget, based on, I haven't heard that based on hearsay, because the administration has not been informed about this. It didn't come from the chief. And second of all, the level of distrust expressed by Councilor Infante, which I can respect, you know, what she's saying, but I'm in disagreement. That is not how we came to the conclusion for the position and what our firefighter has expressed. I mean, our acting fire chief has expressed during the budget hearing. And
But,
I thought it's a little unfair that he's not here at the
But
moment.
we're talking, we're having a conversation about the situation. He's coming.
Oh, no, that he's coming, that I would like you, before you take a vote,
No,
for him to
we're
be
not
here
taking
as
a vote.
direct-
But what the council is coming from is the same situation. There is a lack of trust when it comes to situations, especially when it comes to positions. We just have a conversation. We just having a vote on an ordinance related to a position, I believe 2.5 months ago. Everybody knew the name, and the name went through. And everybody's saying, no, it was not, and it went through. And that position has been now on this budget, increased also. We all know. We're part of the city as well.
Council
We are.
President, if I may.
Councilor Plan.
Oh,
And then
okay.
Councilor Lozano.
Thank you.
Yeah, he
No,
had it
no,
for
don't
20
do
minutes.
that. No, it's 11 o'clock.
No, we definitely looking into that as well, Councilor Lozano. Councilor
Council
Plan.
President's trying to kill some time to the fire chief.
20
But I think to my colleague, the Vice President and Council from District E. So I heard the comments regarding the lack of trust. Let's not forget, we do have one card in our pocket. Let's say the worst case scenario, the administration reneges, they made a commitment through this sheet, and we heard it, that they were going to not fill the assistant fire commissioner's position, and they were going to fund 2 inspectors to deal with the mandate, right? What happens if, worst case scenario, they say, you know something, we got the budget through, now we're gonna do whatever we want, right? Well, they're gonna have to come before us again for the assistant commissioner, fire commissioner. We will have that opportunity. If they do that, I'm voting against the fire chief's, assistant fire chief, if they come for either the reauthorization or for the ordinance creation. I'll be voting against that, and they're gonna need 5 votes. And so we do have a card to play to make sure that there is no reneging. So I feel comfortable with what we agreed upon 2 days ago, and that's the direction we're going in. They come here in a public setting, we had a debate. It would look really, really, really bad for the administration to change their topic, especially when we have that extra card in our pocket. So I respect and I understand, but I don't, and I'm the guy that made the first cut. I was there, but then we figured out a way to take that cut and turn it into a positive, in a place that we really need it. Thank you.
Council President.
Councilor Luzon?
I just wanted to say, Council President, that we have a motion and that we have to honor that and take a vote.
All right, Councilor Vice President Infante?
Thank you. My last comment on this, and I hear my colleagues' points, and which are very valid points. However, we have seen moments where either the administration or department heads come before the council, they stand right here, they say something, they lie to us publicly, and go do something the opposite. So we've witnessed it, we have witnessed that, and that's where I stand with that.
Council President, I don't disagree with, I have to call the question, when we use the word lie, that's a very strong term coming from this membership. I don't think that we should be saying words like that, like illegal, which you didn't say, or lies. That's very, we can call it to question their approach, for sure, but to go out there and say that someone's lying.
May I rephrase that, if I may?
It's
No, and I understand, but I won't limit the councilors to say what they feel, because it's not something that, it's not a course, it's how she feel. And I understand that she could rephrase it, she will.
Actually, no, that's, I stand by my statement. Coming from this one counselor, to the other counselor's point, not the body, but this one counselor.
All right, any other questions in regard to
No,
this
Council
specific
President.
cut?
It's
Councilor
not,
Levy.
it's not a question. The only thing that's sometimes it's get me a little, I don't know, but
A little.
every department in here have practically an assistant. We have an assistant for the clerk, we have an assistant for the council, we have an assistant on DPW, we have assistant on everywhere. So I don't know, and I don't see why the fire department or the police department cannot have an assistant. And like right now, an emergency, he have to leave, and like he said, you know, somebody should be in here, maybe representing him on that position.
I'll tell you as of why, what I have. What I
Sorry,
have seen.
I'm sorry. I'm not saying that, you know, right now we made me a commitment with the $150,000. So I don't saying that that money can be used for an assistant. Maybe they can get a grant and they can get an assistant, whatever. And the money, right now, I'm feeling okay, like as my colleague said, you know, we are okay in the way that this money is gonna be used.
Yeah.
But I don't see any problem for having an assistant in any department right now.
Councilors, it is important, I just wanna say one thing, and Ms. Gaffo, correct me if I'm wrong. Every time that we adding a dollar to this budget, we need to find a way to fund it. So what is the main source of funds to balance this budget? Ms. Gaffo, do you mind coming over to the mic and state how we gonna be funding, or how we gonna balance this budget based on what? I know how, but I wanna make sure that the council is saying. What is the rest of the fund that we don't have, that we need to look for, and how we gonna get it?
So basically, there are three major types of revenues. So we have the state revenue, which mainly is used for the school state aid. We also have the local receipts, and our biggest source of revenue is the tax levy, which is
Thank you.
based on the tax that the constituents have to pay.
Okay, and this year, can you just explain a little more, what is
Yes,
the,
this year we're going 2.5%.
which is the
plus-
max allowed by law?
Plus the new growth of $1.2 million.
And that's an average of what?
At 3.58.
3.58%. So that money, any amount of money that we allocate on positions or on anything, taxpayers will pay for that to balance the budget. So just to be transparent and clear. Any other questions, councilors? Let's allow the chief, right?
Good evening, I apologize, I had to step out for a moment.
Chief, the question is, that the council is looking to cut 150,000 out of your budget. And I guess that you receive a phone call to come back and to explain to us again, as of why not.
Yeah, so as the other night, we agreed to reallocate that money for 2 firefighters that could be put into fire prevention roles for inspection duties.
Around the same lines, how much money you have currently on this budget to hire new firefighters, other than this 150,000?
Right now, we're trying to get hold, we have plans for hiring 12 right now.
How many you have in the academy?
We have 0 in the academy.
So, do you expecting to have those 12 on the academy this year?
Well, right now, they have conditional letters of employment. They are passing their physicals, and then once they all pass those, they have to go to their physical abilities exam. And then once they get that, you can't get a spot in the academy until you have a physical name. So it used to be years ago, you could say, give us 6 spots or 5 spots. Now you physically need a name to go with that spot.
So
right-
essentially, what are you expecting? How many do you expect in this year?
They should be by the end of the month. Right now, they're all still going to their regular physicals, and then we have to schedule a physical abilities preview. They have to go see it once. That's their, they do an actual physical test where they're doing stairs, they're doing like a dummy drag, a hose drag. So they have to do a preview, and then they have to do the actual test. Right now, out of the 12, we have 3 that are firefighter 1 and 2 certified already. So some of my thought process was to maybe bring them in first, and then we could probably get them acclimated to our department, maybe 2 weeks, show them how we do things, and then we could put them right to work. And then,
So essentially, 3 this year you're expecting to hire?
Pardon me?
You're expecting to hire 3 this year?
We're expected to do the end of the year to do 12. We're gonna start with 6 and then 6 more. We have some people that have to retire. They haven't retired yet, but there's a couple gentlemen, once you get 65 in the fire service, you have to go. So we have a couple gentlemen, his birthday's coming up, and we have some other people that were injured in the line of duty. They're done, but their paperwork, they're not physically off the books. So we're gonna start with 6, and my thought process was get 3 of those people that are already through the academy. They already have their firefighter 1 and 2, and then start them, and then we could start plugging some holes in. And that's like, as I explained before, that's one of the only really ways to take down the overtime is hire more. Because right now, we have a lot of open spots. We have our minimum critical staffing level is 24. So once we fall below that 24 members, we have to hire. So on an average throughout the year, we're starting at like 22 a shift. So before, our ILDs, in the line of duty, which we have like 6 or 7 people out right now, that number just keeps dropping and dropping. And then people get, their allotted vacation time, personal days. So we really need some more members to fill those spots. Like right now in fire prevention, as much as the inspections are needed, we have 1 open spot, and I'd like to put a member in that spot, but historically, when a member's out from fire prevention, we don't backfill, so I can't even really make that division whole right now, because we need a member on the trucks to stop overtime. If I take a member and I put him into fire prevention, which we don't backfill, we'll just be spending more overtime on the trucks.
Councilors, any questions? All right, Madam Clerk, let's go to questions.
Motion this is to reduce the budget by the 150.
On the line, on the sub-objective 5110.
Yeah, for fire. Councilor Reyes?
No.
Councilor Mamo?
No.
Councilor Santiago?
Yes.
Councilor Del Rosario?
No.
Councilor Luzon?
Yes.
Councilor LaPlante?
No.
Councilor Levy?
No.
Council Vice President Infante?
Yes.
Council President Rodriguez?
I vote yes, what's the count?
The count is 4 to 5.
4 to 5, motion fails. All right, any other amendment to the budget?
It failed.
Motion fails. All right, any other amendment to the budget? Any other amendment to the budget?
Yes, Council President.
Councilor Luzon?
Fund 01, Department 0024,
It's page?
page, oh my God, 90.
Page 90.
Should I go to the other one? I can, I can do it from
Inspection
here.
of services.
Es lo mismo ahí, ¿verdad?
Coach services.
Yeah, but let's go to page 89 so I can do it.
89?
Yeah, so I can do it to this, give the
All right,
subject object
Page
to.
89.
So,
Inspection of services, code enforcement.
Could I interrupt for a moment?
Sure.
I know that through you, the fire chief was here, he came from another thing. If no one else has any other fire things, we should let him go back to what he was doing. I don't have any other amendments for
He didn't-
fire. You're good. All right, stay for the night then. All right, thank you.
All right, page 89. Page 89, inspection of services, code enforcement.
okay,
Councilor Lozano.
so divisional 046, or is 012420.
Yep.
And, did I missing
The
something?
Objective?
Objective is 5110.
Okay, salaries and wages permanent.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make a motion to cut, 119,056 cents.
119,000.
And 50, yeah, 119,056. Those dollars or cents? Dollars. Dollars, $56. $56.
119,056.
Dollars, yeah, dollars.
119,056.
And $56.
All right, there is a motion to cut 119.56 dollars out of that inspection of service department. Any questions on that?
Is there a second? Okay, what is-
Oh, Councilor Santiago.
Council, President, I'll ask the question.
Yeah,
What's the,
yeah, well,
you know where I'm going.
Yeah, well, why you have to ask a question? I think that, no, thank you, Councilor LaPlante. It's late.
It is late, but I'll spend as much time as we need.
So, this department has been doing the job with, 6 people, and 6 positions that we should not refer to. 6 positions. I think they can continue to do so with 6. That will, avoid a change in this proposed budget. And I think if they are doing a good job with 6, why bring in 2 more? I also have a conversation with the director, and it looks like they can continue doing the job with 6 inspectors in that particular position.
Fine. No problem. Thank you. Give me a moment. Councilor Sangathan?
And yes, I'm done.
Councilor Rosario?
Thank you, through you. For the past months, I've been affected by illegal dumpings more than anything in my district. And in the past 3 weeks or so, I've been getting emails and feedbacks of the job that they are doing. According to the director, it's because they have people now to do what they weren't doing back in those days when I was filling them with emails and nothing was done. A couple of people got caught by the illegal dumping by the Fruteria, which is a normal illegal dumping. I just got an email this morning of another person that was caught. And I believe that having this, I don't know who they are, having extra people, the inspection of service, to me, in my district, is being more effective now than what they used to be. So, because the service that I'm receiving in my district and my constituents, and also the business that we've been serving in that area. I believe that I won't support this cut, because the service is getting now to my district, where we have a lot of illegal, a lot of illegal dumping, and I never seen it before, the way they're working now. I don't know if it's because they have extra people, but in the past few months, I've been seeing the difference and that work being done in my district that is very, very affected by the illegal dumping.
Any other councilors?
I'd like to hear from the
Administration?
administration on what the impacts would be on.
Yeah, through you, Council President. First of all, I'm surprised to hear the Councilor Luzon to say that, if I'm correct, that you said you spoke with the director, and the director said that he get...
May I respond?
Sure,
I
Councilor
said it looks like they can do the job with the current amount of people that they have.
That the director
Yeah.
told you that...
No, don't put words in my mouth. It's my opinion that it looks like, based on the conversation that I have and based with of what I see in the department, that the job can be done with the current amount of inspectors that they have. And perhaps, I mean, overtime can be taken in consideration. I'm not saying that to stop doing the great job that this department is doing, especially in District C. I'm saying that if the department can continue to do the job with the amount of people that they have, based on the deficits that we have in the proposed budget.
Through you, Council President, first of all, we don't have a deficit.
Yes, we do.
Well, we agree to disagree. We don't have
No,
a deficit. We do not have a deficit.
We do.
We, as was stated in the mayor's statement, budget statement, one of the cuts, the first cuts that we experienced was the one with the COVID funding through the Department of Health. And those funds were going to cover six, right? The same six positions, five positions. In the discussion with the department and also with staff, we saw that if we are losing the grant, we are losing five. Our request was, the department's request was to keep two positions. In our conversation again today, we have spoken during our meeting with S&P. We made one of the recommendations suggestions in terms of how the city can start collecting some of the penalty fees, because every time we send an inspector out there, whether they're one, two, sometimes it's fire department together with inspectional services, we have challenges to recover these penalty fees, violations that happen, like what was mentioned by, in the case of, illegal dumping that Councilor Del Rosario mentioned. By eliminating extra two positions, then it's going to be a chaos. How is it that we're going to, with the amount, we're doing a great job, at least from the administration, in doing our inspections. However, by losing this amount, two additional employees, it's going to be more challenging for the department. And we will go back to where the city was and how the city is, including with additional violations, illegal dumping, health inspection. We are not going to be able to properly address compliance within the city. I would like the Assistant Director to specifically say why those two positions are important. Can you speak to that?
Good evening, everyone. As the advisor mentioned, we're gonna lose 5 positions through the grant because federal funding has been cut for the contact tracers grant agents. They have been helping us doing the inspection to health codes and complaints, illegal dumping and all that. So we're just requesting to have 2 inspectors, to keep 2 positions to in order to maintain the clarity and the ability that we have right now.
Oh, good.
No, I think Councilman Zana has the floor.
Yes, yes. I know that we're gonna face changes. I know that we are not certain about money that we are getting from the federal government. I know that. But I also know that in difficult times like we are facing right now, we have to be creative. We also know that this administration tends to raise salaries and create positions that we don't need. We know that. We are aware of that. And also to create positions that are not sustainable. They're not going to be sustainable maybe in a year or in 2 years. Sometimes we only put the energy on what we have in front of us. And right now we have in front of us this proposed budget by Mayor De Peña. But is this sustainable? That is the question that we should be asking. Are those salaries sustainable? And I understand your position, senior advisor, and I also understand Mrs. Gonell's point of view, but I do know that there's other ways to be created and to, for the department to continue to do what they're doing now. There's other people there that maybe are trained in that area, that maybe they can work overtime, but right now, we need to pay attention to what we have in front of us and think and ask ourselves, are those positions sustainable? Are those salaries sustainable? And I don't think some of the salaries that this administration tend to give are not sustainable. And also, the way they like to create positions, sometimes to pay political favors. Thank you.
Council President,
Thank
there's a total disconnect in the information, or whether we, like for instance, I think the city clerk is here, as well as the inspectional department. Businesses are growing in the city. I mean, this is not like when we first took office in 2021, businesses closed during COVID. We have a recovery, and we have huge amount of businesses that not only that establish, but also the department is required to inspect. I mean, if you're cutting down the staff, which we lost our funding, and in which the state also has submitted a lawsuit, how is it that we're gonna work if we are a growing community? And you just heard it with, even with the Department of Education. So we're gonna have more businesses, we're gonna lack inspection, and we're gonna have more violations. And in terms of your comment with political favors,
That's my opinion, senior advisor.
yeah, that's your opinion, but I need to answer on behalf of the administration. That
I didn't ask a question, I made a comment.
Oh, okay, but it needs, yeah.
Through you,
We
Mr.
disagree
President.
that
I
that
have
would
still
be
have the floor.
A factor.
I still have the floor. So I urge my colleagues, oh, I don't have the floor?
Yes, you do. If you have a comment and they wanna.
Oh, no, I was gonna ask. Okay, thank you, Council President. You may respond to me, senior
As part of
advisor.
democracy, we're not gonna go back and forth, Counselor, but to at least label the administration as if we, one way or the other, because that's part of corruption, and we're not corrupt. I'm not gonna be part of a corruption.
No,
Yeah,
I think,
but
you
it is-
mentioned
it is
that.
an
Through you,
insinuation
senior
that
president.
we're
It is
using public funds to.
Political favor, that doesn't mean
Council
necessarily
President.
correct. Council Luzon, you have the floor.
Council President, if I may, I didn't use that term. I mean, that is your opinion, so don't put words in my.
See, that's why I don't like to go into
yeah.
the opinions.
Yeah,
interpretation.
thank you. Yeah, but that is your interpretation. I didn't say that.
Yeah, we are debating $119,000.
Yes. And I think, thank you, Council President, and I think that if the department can continue doing the great job that they're doing for now with 6, and maybe later on, and later on in the year, we can talk about adding 2 more, adding more to the department. So I'm asking my council colleagues to consider cutting this amount of funds from this department. Thank you, Council President.
Councilor Levy.
Thank you,
Through you,
Council
Mr. President.
President. So we are asking for a position right now.
2 new ones,
we are
Councilor
asking
Levy.
for
The
2 positions.
total opposition is gonna be 8.
8, yes.
Yeah, so I just want, sorry to interrupt.
But let me finish first. On the A position, so we have 5 that is gonna be eliminated because the
No.
money or the grant is not be longer part of the money that you got it.
Yes, right now we have.
So those 5 are part of this 8?
No.
So, okay,
This,
so this is some,
Councilor Levy, those 8 are the permanent position that the city funds every year.
okay,
Those 6, and then now they adding 2 permanent position because this is under the permanent salaries.
so.
So they're adding 2
it-
more to the 6 that they previously have.
Plus
to the
so, and
permanents.
the 8, then there are 5 that is gonna be gone.
No, then the grant funding positions are gonna be gone. 5 of them, correct?
Yes.
And then they adding 2 to the permanents that are gonna be funded, not through a grant, through the tax fund, dollar
Yo le
fund.
to the tax.
Yes,
Thank you.
no problem. Councilor Reyes. Oh, Councilor Reyes and then
No,
Councilor.
con la plan.
Councilor Plan.
No, I insist.
Councilor
Councilor
Plan.
Plan has his hands raised at 9 o'clock.
No, but she told me a bunch, long time
All right,
ago.
so I just want to make sure I'm clear on the numbers, and that was exactly where I was going to go with my first point, which is, the number really should be this year, 11. I mean, if we're being honest.
13.
Pardon me?
13.
The number should be 13, because I got,
8 permanent positions, 5 with the grant members that they're, how
budget-
we are working right now.
This is not.
yeah, this budget says the level right now is 6. That's my budget book says.
Yeah, the permanent is 6, so we are in 2 more positions, that's gonna be 8.
But, okay, I get that. I want, right now, we have city operating money, individuals that are being funded from the city, and we have people that have been paid from a grant.
Yes,
Put those 2 together, how many inspectors are there?
so 11,
11.
yes.
So what we're doing here is that we have 11, it's a simple math question, we have 11 now. If we pass this budget, we're going to have, eight. So honestly, we're cutting, essentially, we're losing
3.
3 already. Now, so that's already factored in. And for the arguments that some of my colleagues have made, I concur. I think, my editorial comment, inspectional services is a critical department in this city. It's often overlooked. It's overlooked by some of the other bigger departments, some of which have spoken this evening, or DPW, fire, and police are like the big 3, right? And ISD is critical, and we often overlook them. Revolving doors, revolving doors, revolving doors, whether it's the senior management level or in other inspectors. It seems like things are, and there seems to be no continuity. And the concern that I have is that we need continuity, we need highly qualified and seasoned professionals to do this work, and we need to take this work seriously. We need to change behaviors in this city. Again, change behaviors in the city, whether it's through education or penalties. It doesn't make a difference. We gotta change behaviors, because the biggest thing, my pet peeve, here we go, unlawful and illegal housing in the city, basements, attics. People go before the zoning board, they get variances. No one checks, not no one. It's rare that someone checks. I looked at the numbers and the revenues of how much money we were getting from fees on it. It's ridiculous how low those numbers are. It tells me that we're either not getting the money we should be getting, or we're not doing the inspections, or we're not doing the enforcement. Something's missing. So the challenge I am giving to ISD is, I'm going to say get your act together, but we need to be better stewards in that department. more effective. I think there's plenty of room for improvement, a lot of room for improvement on there. And I don't think cutting more is going to be the solution. Better work from our current inspectors is going to get the product up. That's what I'm looking for. And I can't overemphasize, my hand's speaking a little loud, I can't emphasize that enough, how important that is. Especially when I can't get numbers on unlawful apartments. Thankfully, we've had good conversations. On the ordinance committee, we tried to bring this topic up. It's hard to get solid numbers, and we both agree on that. And when we talk about, that's why I was in favor of the fire department, because you need boots on the ground, and they're gonna help provide that a little bit. If we get the fire department and ISD together, now we can start talking about lawful growth in the city, the kind of growth that people like Mr. Spanner is looking at. But right now, we're not ready for that, because we don't have the backside done. In our parkings, resident parking stickers all over the place, we don't have it. I'm gonna stop right there, but you get the point. I'm not gonna support this amendment, but I am challenging the department to do a better job. Thank you.
My colleagues covered part of my question because I want to explain or express my, we not increase the staff, we lose staff from the inspection services. So, but my colleague covered, thank you so much.
I'm here to help.
Pero tendría que votar que no. Usted tiene que votar que no, you have to vote no.
Thank you through you, and just to piggyback, right, we're not adding 2 jobs, we're saving 2 people not to lose a job out of the 5 they are leaving. Thank you.
Right, any other questions about the proposed cut of 119,056? Right, there is none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Levy?
Nope.
Counselor LaPlante?
No.
Counselor Luzon?
Yes.
Counselor Del Rosario?
No.
Counselor Santiago?
Yes.
Counselor Marmo?
Yes.
Counselor Reyes?
No.
Council Vice President Infante?
Yes.
Council President?
I vote yes, what's the count?
5-4.
Motion fails. All right, any other amendment to the budget? All right,
I've got amendments, but I don't wanna.
Councilor LaPlante.
The last one's all right. So, these last 3 are dealing with the city council. I'm hoping to get a second, and then I can explain. The first one is,
What page?
I'm gonna tell you. It is on page 28.
Page 28.
I'm sorry, wrong book.
Page 25.
The mayor's.
Page 26.
26? Yeah, I know.
Where we are,
Page
21?
26, personal services. Ideally looking at, page 26, I'm ideally looking at 5120 temporary workers. I'm looking to make, and I'll explain after I get a second, I'm looking to cut that by personal services by $32,000.
I second that. Discussion?
Can't second that.
Second,
President.
second.
Why not? I can second.
$32,000.
I second, Council
No,
President.
I can second. I second it for the record.
Yeah, okay.
Second,
I can second it.
30.
For the lack of discussion,
What
yes, I
page?
can do it.
You have plenty of, whatever, I don't think you
Oh,
can, I don't think you can make a motion, or I don't think you can second it.
I can second it.
Temporary, that's the idea. So, do I have the floor, Council President?
Councilor LaPlante?
Hey, Mr. Spanner, where are you going? Yeah, but you sent this down. So if anybody, I'm gonna ask you the questions, because you're the one that provided this to us, right?
Yes, and then
So-
you refer it to me.
So I know this is difficult and challenging because it's our budget.
So
So,
what's the cut, proposed cut?
$32,000. Why $32,000? What's the
Wait.
basis for that? It's on, one more time, it's on page 26, personal services, it's temporary salaries and wages. So, listen, I'm gonna repeat this like I did 2 days ago. We are taxing up to the levy. We are taxing 2.5% in addition to the new growth, right? We're taxing up to the levy. And with that, I think we need to be sending a signal. We sent a signal earlier this evening, in the mayor's budget where we cut from the personnel services $100,000, right? We send a signal that we need to have some accountability in that office. In our office, we also need to be accountability. We need to show the folks, if we're going to be raising taxes that we're going to be doing this year, we need to show some fiscal responsibility and prudence. So the reason why I'm doing this is because when I was watching, and I watched most, I should be very happy about this, I watched most of the meetings of the Budget Committee. And I watched this one because it was of great interest. And when asked, why are we doing this, the answer was, it wavered. It wavered between, well, we can really use a part-time employee, or, you know, I'm thinking about maybe doing some internships, and I haven't really figured out how we're going to do that. We'll work on that. We'll figure that out. But I really want to get that program, because we need more help in the city council office. So in a time when we're actually looking to cut employees elsewhere, we just went through all these motions to try to reduce. Here, we actually are going to increase. We're going to add, and it didn't all fail because we cut the mayor's office by $100,000, but that counts. So, I just think that our money can be better spent. And how? We have never done this as a city council. We've been a city council since 1986. And since 1986, we have never reconciled our city ordinances. What does that mean? We have been adding city ordinances from 86 to 2025. What's the math on that? 25 plus 14, that's 29 years, right? No, 39 years. 39 years, thank you. 39 years, right? And we've yet to do a reconcile. What's happened over 39 years is that you will see inconsistencies in our city ordinance. You'll see times when there are conflicts, whether it's on carnival rides, whether there's on there's other things as well. But you will notice that the legal team will look at it and say, well, we have competing divisions, and now I'm not really sure, you know, it's unclear. And so the money that we could be spending that would really help us out could be spent there. So my recommendation is we don't need to have another part-time worker. We don't need to have even interns, because if we do have interns, who's watching the interns? Who's going to, and they're going to have access to our office and do whatever? I just think that in this sends the wrong signal, is my point, while we're looking at this. So I'm looking for a reduction to 32. We're still going to be able to do our jobs. We're going to do our jobs well. I have every confidence that we will. So I don't think it's necessary. So that's my motion, and thank you to whoever, thank you, Council President, for seconding it. You're probably voting against it, which is kind of rare, but thank you.
No, I second it because I can just withdraw my second, but I won't do that. I actually I will give you an answer.
Well, we had a second that's going to stick.
No, but if I withdraw my second, it will die, but I won't do that. I will give you an answer. You see how things work? I learned a lot from you. But I mean, I'm going to respond to the Councilor District F, Mark LaPlante, when it comes to the city council budget. Very conservative. You are very conservative with the city council budget. I wish that you are the same way with every vote that you took today. Because unfortunately, $32,000 is the proposed cut of the $40,000 that is being proposed. Unfortunately, what we seen here is that the city council, for a good amount of years, including times that you were the president, have not passed over that institutional knowledge to the community. And when it comes to the city council, most of the people, especially kids, they're not necessarily knowing what the city council does. If we're looking for interns, perhaps, I gave you a straight answer when I was on that Budget and Finance Committee. I actually stand up at that podium instead of staying here like many of in the past presidents have done. I took responsibility and standing there, and I said, without wiggling, like you said, that We don't know yet. No, I was very clear when I said, we either gonna do one of two things. Not wiggling and not giving a straight answer. One of two things means that we might have a part-timer to deal with 9 people. And we might have an interns that institutional knowledge throughout the years that we have. Myself, been here for 10 years, about 2 years in the school committee. And when I leave this council, if we don't have somebody to pass on that experience as an intern, we probably are gonna lose that experience. If you decide not to do that, because when I stand there, I said it's gonna be up to the council to have an intern under their responsibility, that's totally up to you if you don't wanna pass your knowledge to someone else. But me personally, I would love to have interns. And you might say, yes, why not free? Yes, I understand, because there is interns that are free. But guess what? And the way that we've been actually hiring our kids and our students from different educational institutions, we need to learn how to actually provide to them as well. If we provide them an internship that is a paid internship, it will be a good thing for our community. It's not always free, it's not always to the best. And we are talking about this specific part of the line item budget, it's $40,000. We're not talking about 120,000, 100,000, 150,000, 175,000, or perhaps 30,000, or any other cuts that have been proposed today. But it's gonna be totally up to the council to make those cuts, because that's the system that we have, that if we have an amendment, 6 councilors can support it, and therefore approve or not approve. Councilor de Rosario.
Thank
Oh,
you.
you want to?
Yeah, I'm
Thank you, through you.
Sorry.
I,
I'm sorry.
thank you, through you, Council President. There was somebody, I was in the office today, there was a lady in our office who said, seeing the budget. And they stated that we don't give, as a city councilor, we've been recognizing the kids, and it's great that we've been doing it for the past few years. It's been consistent. But that she would love to see those $40,000 converted into 5 scholarships for those kids that we actually recognize with high honors and all that stuff. There is not a word coming out from us to give those kids. And they put an example, and I think, and that was my answer, I said that would be a conflict of interest, but they put an example as Teresa's son, right? He was even, he was supposed to go to Berkeley, and he did not go. But then I said, that's a conflict of interest, and then she stated that you brought out so many kids that they are missing $5,000 to actually complete, and they filing financial aids. So just keep under consideration that I'm in agreement with those $40,000, but we also could do so much with those $40,000 for families and kids coming out of us altogether. That will also send a message, and pass the knowledge will be great. Bring them in and also give it to them instead of spending on us will be great. Second. Motion to pass 12. Aye. But I mean, they were talking about those $40,000 converted into some type of a scholarship for the kids that we actually recognize here, and I think that was a great idea. It didn't pass my mind. I wasn't here to make that opinion, or she probably make that opinion after you presented it to us, or after you presented the budget and finance, but it's also something to keep in mind.
Thank you. Thank you. Council President, I hear what I want to say, first I want to thank my colleague, Councilor De Rosario, for sharing that. I think that's amazing feedback. It's something I haven't thought of either, so that's a great idea. I come into our office oftentimes as well, and I have conversations with our confidential secretary, I pop into the city clerk's office and I see the movements and I hear some of their concerns. They need the help. Whether the intern is 100% in the city council office with our confidential secretary, many times she has expressed to me, it is very difficult dealing with 9 bosses who are very different, plus everything else that I need to do. So I hear that, and I also have heard, you know, the cry for help within the city clerk's office, even though we do have one intern there, and sometimes she comes over here and helps out, but even with that, I hear the cries for help. The difference between the city council and the rest of the departments is that we're not dealing with a $1-point-something million budget. We're one of the lowest paid departments as well. I mean, I've had conversations with constituents that believe we make 6 figures, and I'm like, no. City councilors only make $25,000, excluding the council president. Just 27, which is not that. But anyway, so we're not in this, you know, to make a monetary career out of this, right? Or we're in it because we care about our community and we want to make positive changes. Whether we agree or disagree on how we make those changes, we still have a bigger picture for our community that we would like to contribute. That being said, being a legislative body, I believe we do need the help. There's a lot being taught in our schools with technology that, including myself, even though I am the youngest city counselor, I haven't been back to school in a bit, or I'm learning new trends. There's trends out there that our youth are learning every day that can also contribute to our education as city councilors and our offices to better serve our communities. So I think we're on the right track, and I'm not going to support this cut.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to agree with what Councilor Infante mentioned, and also Council President Rodriguez. I think that there's a lot of traffic in this office. I get text calls from our confidential secretary all the time. She has to attend 9 different councilors, and with that meaning the constituents that we serve. I think that having interns and giving a student, a high school student, an opportunity to learn about the local government, it's important. And I think I will be supporting this. I'm going to vote against you, Councilor LaPlante.
No offense.
Yeah,
It's
I
probably
hope.
going to be 8 to 1.
Yes, but I mean, comparing, it's not fair to compare a city council office with an office that has over $1 million budget. It's not fair at all. I just wanted to make that for the.
And just for the record, this department, city council department, have 10 people with $342,300. That's the salary of 10 people. So that's the reality. So with that money, 342,000, we pay 10 people. Councilor Marmo.
To a certain extent, I agree that if we look at the budget, that there are certain cuts that need to be made. So I was almost had there, and I would have agreed, like, sure, if we were to make cuts across the board, let's make cuts across the board for every department. And I would agree to having our department cut as well, if we're really taking into consideration that we care so much about the increase of the tax that is going to be, unfortunately, that our taxpayers are going to have to pay. But considering that we've made several attempts to make certain cuts here and there where we deemed for it to be fit, for the most part, I've only seen 2 cuts out of 2 budget meetings, and yet out of all the departments to focus on, we're gonna make an attempt to cut on something that's not even gonna be feeding our pockets. It's gonna go to the youth. And to me, that's just, it's like disappointing, because if you really care about making an effort, and making a difference, knowing that we have, like, this is not attacking nobody's position. I hate being in a position where, unfortunately, we have to make certain cuts, and it's not to take away from anyone's ability to do their position. Some of these folks are well qualified, but unfortunately, we're in a position where we have to make cuts, and at the end of the day, some people are not gonna be happy, and we're just trying to do our job. So unfortunately, I'm not gonna be supporting this cut as well.
No, wait, can I make, on behalf of
The administration,
yeah.
administration.
We're not going tick for tack.
Ah.
What we do need, yes, I would agree that this position, and sorry, Councilor LeBlanc, this position is very necessary, if, let's say, this administration or any future administration need to work. I'll give you a good example. There's many, ordinances that needs to be worked. I would not say that this position would be for a high schooler. I would leave that to civic organizations that can, they have funding to do that. But you do need, probably someone who is a college, graduate, or someone who has a little bit knowledge on research, to research certain items that both the executive as well as the legislative branch can work, and that could channel. That would be a good thing. Let's say one of the things that we're missing, at least in my position as policy and external affairs, would have been someone that can go around and say, hey, what is Councilor Ana Levy's priorities in terms of legislation? And that is very much needed. And in all objectivity, I believe, and I have to agree with the City Council, those that are in favor, that this would be, this is a very needed position.
Thank you. All right, councilors, if it's not any
Oh,
other
by the way,
question.
you're not getting an intern so easily if they're gonna do the job for that amount either.
Yes. Councilor, please call the question.
Councilor Reyes. Councilor Marmal.
No.
Councilor Santiago.
No.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Abstain.
Councilor Luzon.
Councilor.
Councilor Luzon.
No.
Councilor LaPlante.
Yes.
Councilor Levy.
No.
Council Vice President Infante.
No.
Council President.
I would know. What's the count?
1 in favor and 8 opposed.
Wow.
Fails.
Motion fails.
I've got two more amendments. The next one, Council President.
I'm sorry, it's
Sorry.
171.
171.
It still fails.
Yep.
The
Motion
next one,
fails,
Council
7-2.
President, is a document under the City Council 00129. This is under purchase of services.
Yep.
Motion is for a reduction of $28,000 from that amount.
All right, there is a motion to reduce $28,000 out of the purchase and services. Councilors, any, can I hear a second? From the City Council, page 29. Sorry, not page 29, page 29 is the mayor.
26.
Page 26.
And could you please repeat the line item and the amount?
So this is purchase of services.
Yep. Which is?
20, it's the,
Thank you. Thank you.
5380.
That's page 26.
Yep. Can I hear a second?
Second.
thank you.
Properly second, discussion.
Discussion. And I realize that you're doing me a courtesy, and I appreciate that. No, seriously. I mean, that's the way it's supposed to work. And I would do the same for anybody else if they had something, so.
That's why I second the previous one.
Let's not even go into it. This one right here is an amazing amount of additional monies. There's been no track record of us spending this kind of money in the past. You know, when I was, again, watching the discussion about this, I actually wrote this down. One of our colleagues asked, well, why are we going up with this, with purchase of services? And the answer was to provide the quality of service we intend to. And then someone said, well, and the other thing is, well, we need to have that in there so we can move money around if we need something for stamps or postage or purchase of services. And so I just thought to myself when I was watching that, if another department came before us and had that same answer, we're just gonna move it around, not really sure, we're just gonna move it around to where we need to go, we would say to them, that's not good enough. You better tell us exactly how you're spending that money, and, because we're just not, that's unacceptable. But when we did it here, there didn't seem to be a real, I didn't get the sense that we really knew exactly where that money is going. So perhaps tonight, we would have a better handle on it. I did look back to find out what we were spending money on this year on it, so maybe that's how we're going to go in the future. So I'll hold that back for now. But I guess, Council President, you're going to be discussing this. So what exactly, why are we having an extra $28,000, especially in light of the fact, again, that we're raising taxes and we're not really sure about what we're spending?
Yeah, for me to answer that question, you also need to look at that section 5300. On the section 5300, you're seeing that it's a negative $15,000. That $15,000 is the increment that you see on section 5380. The reason why we move from professional service to other purchase and services is because, yes, we are going to be able to provide the professional services under the same line item. We're going to be able to hire professionals under that specific section 5380, as well as we have done it on the 5300. With that said, we're definitely going to hire more or different type of services that we have done in the past. The City of Lawrence, the City Council, and the city leadership have changed, and priorities from the leadership of the City Council have also changed. But technologies have also changed. There's not doubt about that. Now we are going to be providing different type of services, and when I mean services, now we are going to be providing, videos that are going to be translated. We are going to keep on providing services, perhaps the same type of translation services that we've started, but we're going to add more to those translation services. Perhaps we're going to go more into technology to be able to provide those videos that are going to be able to transmit the message that you, me, and the council have brought to this through this council. And with that said, we also have other type of services that we're going to be hiring professionals to explain to us, not just leave it up to us, to explain to us and giving us professional opinions about different topics. There is specific issues that we haven't have that professional expertise because we always depend on the administration. And sometimes we don't have that. We don't have that professional expertise in this department. This department is the lowest on budget, one of the department that is requested the most, because we need to take vote on things that sometimes we don't control of. Sometimes we need to provide vote or vote on things that we don't have that professional expertise. Any other department within the City of Lawrence have that professional services and other purchase and services that they have those professionals coming in. But this department, we do not. And unfortunately, whether some councilors don't like that or other people might don't like that, this is the way that we should be operating. If it is a professional opinion that we need, we can go up there and get that professional opinion. That haven't happened in the past. And unfortunately, to the council, that haven't happened in the past. Why? Maybe there is other presidents in the past that don't consider that as an important. We do, because I personally believe that having a professional expertise on our side that can provide us professional opinions, we're gonna be more educated. But sometimes education is bad, and I'm gonna leave it up to that. Councilor Vice Infante.
I think one. Thank you, councilors, both councilors. I guess one example that I can put out there as a potential use of other purchase services. When this full council had a debate on, and I apologize I'm bringing this up, but the situation, for example, with city properties. And there was a vote taken of potentially having legal services or not. The question that night, I recall, was, well, where is this, how are we going to pay for this? Because using our city attorney would have been a conflict of interest, et cetera. So we've had moments where this type of, well, to the council president's point, where this type of questions or need of some type of service, or potential need, I should say, of services has come up. But then, I don't know, I'm conflicted, but I just wanted to put that out there.
No, and to your point, I mean, there is a lot of professional services that we have. Right now, if we look to the back of these chambers, we have people working for the city council, and those people get paid.
And
those line items, since we cut the professional service by 15,000 and transfer over to the purchase and services, is to keep on providing those services that are going to be now not necessarily going to be on the professional services. They're going to be on the purchase and services, because it's the same 15,000 that we transfer from one side to another side. It's not like we coming up with a significant amount of dollars on top of what we already have in the past.
Council President, I actually just thought of a better example, and actually a more important example for this body. For translation services, as of right now, we have it budgeted just for full council meetings. However, majority of our discussions, majority of our questioning happens at the subcommittee levels. What I would love to see in the future is having those translation services for every single subcommittee meeting, so that the community can understand what's going on. And I hope if this stays here, I hope that's a priority. I think, let's scratch the other example, but I think this is a very important example, and that's something that could be used to better our jobs, as you stated during the budget hearing.
No, and by all means, essentially, that's why we're looking into different type of technology that can minimize cost when it comes to the translation services, because essentially we would like to see those translation services to go into the subcommittee levels. Essentially, we currently we don't have it, and if we think about it, right now our budget for translation services went up a lot more significant, because we don't have. I was just talking with somebody today about the same situation, how we can reduce those costs. We are looking for that, but we're also looking for technology as to how we can potentially reduce those costs eventually. Any Councilor Mamo?
I just wanted to add, I'm not sure if for those that watch the budget and finance meetings, I came across how it was a pattern with other departments, and we're talking about large sums of money that are being transferred from professional services, for example, and being placed into other purchase and services. So once again, I would be in favor of, if we're making cuts, that we're looking into, that we're being fair and we're looking into every other department and asking why, why they're doing these type of moves. But based on the meetings, it was advised that there is some sort of flexibility when it comes to this line item or this account.
And I want to add that, yes, we're definitely looking into also do the reconciliation of our ordinance. and money that we actually have on the budget, we are gonna be looking into that. Any other councilors before I go back to the, Councilor Plan? Councilor Plan.
So one of the things we expect from other departments, that we expect them to come with dollar amounts and to be able to provide a basis for any increases. I don't quibble with the vision that you have. Makes a lot of sense to me. What I don't see, what we would require from anybody else is, well, how much is that going to cost? What exactly are you doing? We're talking, well, the explanation that we got for this and the other one, it's like this broad, we're going to be bringing in these kind of technology. Well, how much does that technology cost? Because we have to, we have to drill and figure out an estimate for these things. That's how we make a budget. We find
Now,
out.
did you ask any other department that?
Can I finish? So when we put this together, that's how we get to this budget. We think that, okay, translation services, it went up. It was $900, whatever, a session, whatever the number out there, but now it's $1,100. Well, we have two city council meetings a month, that's times 12, that's 24 per year. So you do the math, and so you say, okay, for translation service, we need to have this amount of money. So if someone says to you, well, how much money do you need? You say this. If we're talking about the technology, you say, well, what are you talking about? What technology are you talking about, and what is the cost for that? All I'm suggesting to you is that what we do, whether we ask the question of there's an expectation that we can justify these things, that's one. Number two, our city council budget is, by percentage, the third highest increase in the entire city, not by dollars, but by percentage increase. Number one was the library. We didn't talk about that, but it made perfect sense as to why their monies went up so much. Number two was OPD, and number three was the city council budget. Our city council budget went up by 5.5%. And so when I looked at this big budget in particular, I looked at the places where there were significant increases by percentages. And this was number three. So I totally get the fact that why are we looking at this so measly, right? But the reality is that if we look at ourselves and what we're doing here as leaders, we need to look at ourselves. And we need to figure out, let's set the tone, let's show the rest of the city how we can be accountable and conservative and still do a good job. So that is the issue. The third thing and final thing on this one is we were, again, not very precise yet in what it would cost to really make these numbers come alive. I did look at this year's numbers. Under this particular sub-object, 5,300, I will tell you that if we continue the trend, we didn't do anything unlawful, but I do have questions regarding how we spent money this year, and if we're going to continue that trend into next year, which we want to talk about apparently, I would have some concerns. We've purchased, I think, after yesterday's meeting, or 2 nights ago, over $1,000 worth of food. We have purchased over $1,500 worth of clothing. We have spent $500 to the Hibernians to buy a table to go to their event. I don't know if we spend money for Semana Hispana.
Yeah, we did, $600.
We did, or somebody else paid for it?
$600.
We paid for that. So my question, if we're going to go down this road, I don't know if we're planning, again, I don't know what we're planning on here, but if we're planning on doing that again, the question is, especially on that one, what happens if there's another group that wants to do something? How are you going to say no to another group? We just pick those two groups and do it? There's a lot of other cultural groups that do events and have dinners and such. Are we going to be now providing tickets for those events? It just puts us down as, I know the intent, and it's a good intent. We want to support folks. I get that. It's a good thing. But the problem is that if we go down this road, how do we say no? Who do we decide to say yes to and no to? So I'm just concerned that if we continue this trend into next year, I just don't, again, how do we rationalize going up with taxes and a budget that's gone up by 5.5%? That's the concern. I'm trying to be fiscally prudent.
Thank you. I just want to say that, just for the record, when you mentioned 5.5% increasement on this budget, this total amount, this budget is last year was $476,721, and it went up by $26,000. That's 5.5%. And those are questions are great. You brought those great questions. I just want to make sure, like, you bring those questions up to every city, to every budget, perhaps. Did you actually bring up those questions to the mayor's office? The mayor's office has very similar budget
something?
Excuse me, I haven't finished, I'm
I was trying to
responding.
answer your question.
I'm responding because the mayor have a good similar budget than us when it comes to perhaps, going to different events. We go to 2 different events, that we pay for, and you have reject those tickets. You know, you are an outlier, we understand. You're an outlier, you're an outlier, we understand. You didn't take those tickets because you wanna save, the tax dollars money. Yes, we have spent about, $1,200 on 2 events that we participate. I don't feel ashamed for that at all. Because at the end of the day, let me tell you something, it's 2 events that we participate and we brought the ticket for. And as a council president, I'm responsible for that because I was the one proposing that. And if we have food on time, you never eat because you wanna save tax dollars money. That's, you trying to be consistent, yes, but I'm trying for you to be consistent with other budget on the book. But I understand, I understand how you wanna make me feel as a president like I'm doing such a wrong job, and you also give me a great lesson, a great teaching lesson a couple of seconds ago when you told me how to manage the city council budget. But I understand, point well taken. I'm not asking you for a response. Nope. We proceed. We'll proceed.
For you, because I did talk to the mayor's office about this. I did talk to the mayor's office regarding the budget, and I said to the mayor's office, you know, regarding the tables and all that stuff, and you already said, Mr. Spanner already said it this evening. I think it bears repeating. Is the mayor's office paying for any of these cultural events out of the city, out of the mayor's office budget?
There's some contributions that have been made through the city, but you mean, what do you mean, in terms of?
Does he buy tickets for?
No, it comes out of his own personal.
The mayor pay for his ticket, but the mayor's office just spend money on different events.
No, the events that there have been expended were part of the creative, the Thriving Arts funding that was given to all the organizations that have Semana Hispana, the Italian Festival, and some of the others, but not a table or anything that was asked through us. No fundraising.
No problem. Councilors, any other questions? Council Mamo.
So again, I heard that the top 2 highest percentage was Office of Planning and Development and Library, yet not one cut was made by any of the councilors or as of yet. So far, it's only been in the mayor's office. So again, if this is the top 2, why, I'm just curious as to why a cut has yet to be made or even a discussion surrounding that.
We're trying to be consistent here.
So no.
Councilor, any other questions? Councilor Plan, Councilor Mamo have the floor. If you want to speak, you got to speak through no. But do you want the floor? Sure. Councilor
My
Plan.
colleague asked a good question. When it comes to the library, if we did not spend the money that we spent on that, we would lose accreditation. If we cut money out of that budget, we would jeopardize the accreditation of the library. I did not want to put that at risk. Regarding OPD, there was a contractual obligation, which we discussed earlier this evening, because I looked into it. I talked to Octavian Spanner and to the mayor's office and to the CAFO regarding this, and I understood that there were offsets regarding the grants that were coming in. So having had a chance to meet with them prior to the city council budget meetings, I had a chance to ask the questions, not necessarily have to bring it here, because I was able to have a conversation with them, get the answers that I needed, which brings us to this point. So, I appreciate the fact your point's well taken, but to me, this is symbolic. We're not going to save much money for the taxpayers on this. But to me, it's a symbol. It's a symbol of leadership in the city. It's a symbol that we're looking at ourselves, and we're going to find ways to be effective city councilors by being fiscally prudent. been here long enough to know what it takes to be a successful counselor. There's many ways to do it, frankly. There's not just one path, there's many paths. But I can tell you that we don't need certain things, we don't need to pay for certain things to be successful. The council president, I think, is on the right target. When he wants to bring technology into this scenario, I think there's a place for that. My quibble is, find out how much it costs. Just don't throw money at that and say, I'm gonna figure that out later. Find out what it costs and then say, I'm putting $25,000 because we need new laptops, we need screens, we need something, because that's gonna make us work with our constituents and do our job easier. If it's about doing our job better, I'm all in. But just to say we're just kind of figure it out on the fly, that's something that's not what I'm looking for in a city council budget. For me. Thank you, Council President.
Any other questions? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Levy. This is a cut of $28,000 from your budget for the, line 5380. No. Counselor LaPlante. Counselor Luzon? No. Counselor Del Rosario?
No.
Counselor, you faked me out there. I thought you were gonna say something different.
No.
Counselor, thank you. Counselor Mamo?
No.
Counselor Reyes?
No.
Council Vice President?
No.
Council President?
Well, no, what's the count?
1 to 8, this time, really 1 to 8.
Motion failed. Was, any other amendment?
Yeah, I was gonna predict that. I'm gonna predict the same result on this one, but I think it's important that we have this vote. This one is far less. This is under other charges and expenses on the city council, page 26, same page. And this is a smaller amount. I know people think this is funny.
Can you give me the number again?
Sure.
What's the sub-objective?
Pardon me?
The object code?
This is for dues and memberships.
Okay, there's a membership.
Essentially, it's $10,000 is the whole thing. We can juggle the money around, I guess.
Can you give me the object code? I apologize.
Object code,
It's usually 5253.
it's 5.7.
5730.
Thank you.
So it's for $4,000. I'm just looking for, if it gets seconded, I'm just looking for an explanation on a couple of them. I may withdraw.
Second.
All right, it's a motion on the table, properly second. Discussion, Councilor LaPlante.
Discussion. So I just want to know what dues and memberships we're paying for. I know that, I think we're involved with the MMA, National Association. I just don't know how much. Are we all part of that? Are we all have a membership? Are we paying for that out of our pocket?
No, the mayor is actually paying for that.
So this year, we paid.
City.
Gotcha, thank you. So this year, we paid $550. I don't know what we paid for dues and memberships. I think it's good for us to know what dues and membership we're paying for. Can you enlighten us on what we're paying for and what we expect to pay for in the next year?
Different councilors have different entities that they might become part of it. One of the ones that I have, that I'm part of it, and I believe that I submit this year, was for the NALEO first time. I've been part of the organization for 10 years, and this is the first time that I actually submit. There is other councilors that have also submit for that. The intent is to have the city council involved, not to be on a bubble that many councilors have in the past.
So I just saw, again, through this year with dues and memberships, I know there was like $750 on dues. I don't know what those are for. Are those for all, they call it NALEO? Are these all for this year's NALEO stuff? About $750. That's what that was spent on this year? And
I
we're next year?
believe that's what it is. I mean, there is some of them that are potentially others. But I'm looking forward to have, perhaps councilors to join the National League of Cities. There is another membership that they can be part of. There is another organizations that, potentially the city council might be able to join. And there is some other local organizations that, based on their careers, they can ask the city council to join those memberships. Why not?
And I'll get back to that in a second. The out-of-state travel, we went to DC. That makes sense to me. I don't know, 5,000, and I don't know how much we spent to go on that trip this year. We had $5,000 going into next year. We didn't spend anything. As of
Yeah,
But I think that's
that doesn't
changed.
mean that we haven't spent a lot more than that, because we just went to DC.
So,
If you want to file the
it's 5,000,
reimbursement.
so.
I don't even know. Yeah, that's in this week.
So I don't think it's a bad thing if that's what our intent is, but just to go back to the first one, it is good to know what we're looking to spend money on. So if you do the National League of Cities, you should say to us, we're looking at the National League of Cities, it's gonna be $100 per counselor, whoever wants to do it, it's gonna be, $900, if it's gonna be whatever the other group is, so we have some sort of estimate. Again, I realize this is small potatoes, and I'm gonna stop yapping here in about 3 seconds, but this is an important symbolism in showing that we're leading by example.
Thank you. Councilors, any other questions? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Reyes? This is to cut $4,000 from line 5730, which is your dues and memberships.
Council President, I'm gonna withdraw that.
Just for the concept, I mean, why not?
Because you justified it somewhat, and I don't want to beat the dead horse beyond that. I think the $5,000 is not enough, frankly, for the airfare. I'm well aware of the democratic principles here,
No, you
so.
gave me a teaching lesson, so I need to give you some.
No,
teaching lessons.
listen, Council President, you don't need to be facetious right now, it's sarcastic.
All right, councilors, the motion has been withdrawn. It's 12:38 at this point. Any other amendment to the budget? Spent 38 minutes on that. Councilor Marmo. Page 128.
Proposing a cut of $25,000. This is for Fund 01, Department 0049, Division 0079. And this would go under line item salary and wages 5110.
There's a proposed cut of 25. You mentioned $25,000 on the division 5110,
And this is for the cemetery?
and that's for the
Second.
cemetery. It's been properly second discussion.
And it's gonna be the same answer, 5%. It's what trying to be fair, looking at all the positions where it was well above the 5%, and trying to be fair and trying to find what departments that we could actually make some cuts that, it wouldn't cause a detriment, but it would be effective for the overall cuts that, would take place for this budget.
Any other questions, any other councilors? Councilor LaPlante?
I'd like to know what the impact would be on a cut like this to.
It's for the salary permanent.
Is there anybody here in the administration that can say what impact that would be if we cut it by how much, 25,000? 25,000.
Good morning.
The director of the cemetery, yeah. So Councilor LaPlante have question.
I'll repeat. There's a motion, I probably second, I think, there's a motion to cut the cemetery personal services by $25,000. What's the impact on your department if you face a $25,000?
I think she's, are you tired? I'm tired, she's a little tired.
The cemetery, as you may understand, is this entity of its own. It produces what is asking the city to give it. And the position of anyone that works at the cemetery is actually not even reflected in what they get paid. So there is, the impact is that it should have been realized what you're looking for in a director. And I understand you want to make a budget cut, but if you have all directors making a certain income, you cannot just identify one director you want to cut. That one director gets their increase after 4 years.
Can you repeat that to the mic? I wasn't able to hear
After
you.
4 years that the director gets their increase, then you decide, well, you know, we have to make budget cuts. So then you identify the director you want to cut.
I wasn't able to understand a little, more clear, like, what do you mean? Because the cut is directly to the,
Salary.
to the salary,
And
yeah.
that salary affects me, sir, directly.
And then,
That's me, directly. So I'm answering for myself.
so, and you say the 4 years?
Yeah, I've been in the position 4 years.
Council President? Council
Right.
President?
Oh, without the increase, I wasn't able to hear that last part, okay.
Council President?
Okay, hold on one second, Council Memo?
So
No,
while
it's
last
quick, it's
year
something quick,
you
it's something
granted
quick.
all the directors their increases, I didn't get one.
Just for the sake
And
of.
you didn't have
of-
a problem, but this year you do.
No.
Councilor, Vice
For
President
the
Fontaine.
sake of minimizing comments or unnecessary comments, because I know the senior advisor is just trying to do his job, but if the administration has input on this particular budget, can we have at least the chief of staff come before, just to avoid any
Well,
if that's okay with the
Yeah.
administration?
Appearance of, yeah.
Thank you.
What was the question you had?
No,
Question, I was just trying to
He wasn't
protect,
talking.
no, I was just trying to,
Oh.
yeah.
So the question is, how does, I mean, the original question, the underlying question was related to how this cut will be affecting the department.
It will be affecting it.
And you mentioned that it will be
It would
affecting you
not, if
directly.
you look at the budget for the Bellevue Cemetery, it's a very level-funded budget. It's a very concise budget. And the cemetery is a business. What the city offers, it gives it 400, 500, let's say it's giving it $550,000 last year. Well, it's probably receiving that same amount in return. We give you 60% back. Business. So my salary, you might be giving me, you think you're giving me a $25,000 increase, but you're gonna get it back. Not only in revenue, but you get it in service and quality and input from me, because I deserve that. And if you look all across the board in consistency, since that was your language tonight, consistency, then you have to look at all the pay for the directors, and then you look at my pay. And then you say, okay, then that's why she should not get that increase. But you cannot just decide, oh, we're gonna make a cut, and then just cut one director who's not even where the other directors are.
Council President,
Councilor Memo.
I'm not sure if you've seen this budget, but every director, not every director has gotten an increase, and
The directors have not gotten an increase.
not
Excuse me,
not every
Counselor.
director from every
That's-
department.
They didn't get the increase, like, just to correct you from before, that's because they're union directors.
Taking into consideration.
Union
take-
directors don't get increases.
Taking into consideration that you haven't received a raise, I am willing to accept a friendly amendment if one is given. However, still calculating a 5% increase for those 4 years, it would amount to $16,000. So I still stand by the fact that there should be a cut, considering that we have to figure out how to balance this budget.
Councilor Memo, taking into consideration what you just said, you proposing $25,000, Scott? And you mentioned that based on a quick math will be 16,000 increasement? So it's a difference of $13,000 then?
No, is it-
Correct.
So if you look into, how about you can produce an amendment to your own motion to just present that as a 13,000,
Okay.
if you want to.
She was saying right there is 5%.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. Which is in the B. No, Councilor Mamo, you still have the floor, you good? All right, Councilor Luzon.
I just want to, I think we went over this in the Budget and Finance Committee. Director, according to what you mentioned, is your board that determines a salary rate?
Yes, and they were the one actually that,
Do you mind
for a
if
few,
I know you're not doing
sorry, my board of director were the ones that recommended, and they have written, not only this year, but based on my performance. Just, I did speak to the HR director previously. I do get an evaluation every year for my board of director, and based on that evaluation, for the years that I have been there, they have been writing to the mayor and recommending my increase. So if I was to get a 5% increase, like Councilor Marmo suggests, for the 4 years, it would have I would have been at the level that the mayor finally was able to give me this time.
And I'm going to ask again the same question. So, I just, so everyone can hear you clearly. So the last time that your department, the cemetery director got a raise was 4 years ago, is that accurate? 4 years ago.
Right. When I first came on board, they put it to where it's supposed to be according to the Collins Center recommendation. So that really wasn't an increase in me. That's when they qualified the position, which originally, the person that was prior to me was 85. But when they did the evaluation and I came on board, they adjusted it to what it was supposed to be, 95. But that wasn't directly my raise. That was where it's supposed to have been after they gave me the position. Because I came in as provisional.
As a result of that Collins
Right,
Center.
but that wasn't right. That wasn't my raise. That was, so since I've been there, I didn't have a raise.
Originally, that position it was like 60,000.
It was 85 with the person prior to me.
It went up to 85,000 through an
And then when
ordinance.
they adjusted
With
it,
the
they
amount.
put it at 95, and then that's
But
why.
also, I want to mention that, and I understand we are trying to cut here and there and with any luck. But just for my colleagues, keep in mind that we have officers making, and I'm going to refer to this specific, we have officers making more than $100,000 in some departments. So this discrepancy in salaries, this administration tend to do that. If you check like inspection services, you can find a salary, someone making more money than a director. You can find that. So I don't know how they do it, but I don't think it's supposed to be that way. And then you go to community development on planning and, what's the name of that department? Planning, OPD, thank you, Council Plan. You find officers making over $100,000. So I think the administration is not, it's not paying attention to the way the salaries, to the way they raise salaries. In this case, we find a director, in this budget, we find a director making less than an officer from OPD or community development, or financial officer. I think that's the title that we look into in the budget and finance meeting. And I do know that the cemetery is a place that, a department that is always busy, giving the last goodbye to our residents. So, in the amount of work that they do, it's a lot. So I just want you, to my colleagues, to take that in consideration. I do understand that we need to make cuts, unfortunately, where we haven't been able to do so. But in this particular case, we have a director that's making now $95,000. If you compare that to an officer, to a financial officer, and OPD or community development, that is unacceptable. Thank you, Council President.
Any other councilors? Councilor Plan?
Less to do. I'm
going to charge.
You already have. Thank you. So this has less to do specifically about the cemetery, although it's tied in. I just listened to my colleagues discussing the executive director's positions. It is wild in our budget how the range is. I mean, you're either getting paid 80,000 or you're getting paid 125,000 ballpark. I looked at ISD, I looked at Bellevue, HHS, library, veterans, and recreation, just very quickly while you were talking. And there seems, I know there's a discrepancy. If you're gonna be the police department chief, and you're dealing with whatever the millions of dollars budget that you're facing, and the number of employees, and it's 24/7, that's one thing, right? And that's a different animal than another division where it's probably a smaller number and the equally, well, they're important, they're all important. But the point here is that it's a wide discrepancy, and what we see happen is, and by the way, this has happened when I was first on the council in 1998, and it's happening in 2025. Employees say, I'm doing all this work, and the person over there is doing less work than me and is getting paid 10 times, $20,000 more, and why am I not getting paid that? And it happens every year, all the time, and it kills morale because there's this interfighting among city employees regarding whose worth is what and who's pulling their weight and who's not, and who's the favorite and who's not the favorite, who's got whatever. So it's constant, and I don't know how we fix that, except that the only thing I could ask the administration to do is to look at these, factor in the amount of time an individual has been working there, factor in if they're doing performance reviews, factor that in. If you haven't, if performance reviews haven't been done, which I found out during the police chief search, please do it. It is important because it provides justification for potential salaries. And frankly, if you have an underperforming employee, write that employee up, because every time you go through and you just say, I'm just going to ignore it, well, that person continues to rise through the ranks and starts getting all the benefits of it, and that person's underperforming. Give the kudos to those who deserve it, and if those people are not measuring up as they should or required, those need to be noted, because we're all public servants, and we're all supposed to be doing things for the public. So back to this. I don't have an answer. I've got a question and a request. Can we get to a point where we can look at the various department heads? I've seen a couple of them, I don't want to pull them out, that have been working here for over 5 or 6 years and are at an incredibly low salary, and as a department head. And I've seen some folks who are relatively new and doing pretty well. And so I can see where there's conflict and division. It's up to the administration to really take the bull by the horns. And you've got to work with your personnel director. You have to work with the personnel director. You've got to bring the personnel director in, because that's your neutral party. He or she's supposed to be a buffer and work strictly within the confines of the law and provide you, in the city attorney's office, the pathway to do things honestly and fairly across the board. It sounds like I'm lecturing, I don't mean to, but I'm frustrated when I see this because my colleague makes a good point. All of a sudden, we're raising somebody's salary 25,000. Well, why didn't we do it incrementally? So we don't have this discussion right now. Why
That would've
didn't we?
been
I
right.
don't have an answer. I don't know why. But now we're in this tough spot. And the argument makes sense. If you got a 3% raise every year, maybe you're up to where this is. Something like that, right? But why aren't we doing that for the other directors who are stagnant for the last 4 years and haven't seen a pay increase? And why aren't they getting the same and they're doing a good job. Why aren't they getting the same accommodation as what we're looking at here? I don't have an answer. I'm asking the administration to do a little bit more and be more fair. Thank you.
Chief of Staff?
Good morning. William Castro, Chief of Staff. In regards to your comment, Councilor Plant, we are working together with the Personnel Director, Carrero Garcia. We are addressing those issues in regards to evaluation, employment tactics to discipline, give them raises where appropriate, and we are addressing those items.
Thanks. All right.
But we need to see that into action. So good that you're looking at it. We've had 4 years of this now. This mayor has been in office for 4 years. Whether you like him or hate him, regardless of that opportunity has been there to correct this unbalance, and it hasn't happened yet. I'm hopeful that it happens soon because it tears the city apart a little bit when we see the kind of conflict. Thank you.
No, we appreciate the comment. The administration has definitely been working very hard, as noted. We came with the calling center. We addressed a lot of those issues coming in. But as you know, when the mayor's office came into action, there were a lot of discrepancies in the mayor's office. I mean, I can give you back the first day we came into office. There was not even a pencil in the mayor's office. The mayor actually had to take money out of his pocket to go buy a pen that we can write on. That's how bad it was. So we are making improvement. I think we have made tremendous improvement at the mayor's office, regardless.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Something else that we need to take into consideration is that sometimes those increasements that we have on people, actually, instead of doing good things to the entire whole and the entire umbrella of the city, it do bad things because there is many employees that keep on saying, why am I not getting anything and this person that just started is getting this amount of percentage when it comes to increasement on the salary. Doing some type of system that is based on percentage, that will reflect the reality of working for an institution or an organization or perhaps a public entity. You don't see that anywhere, like you getting a motion to pass one.
Second.
You don't see, if it's properly second, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. So you don't see that on the private sector, like perhaps having someone just getting a percentage, getting a specific amount. Usually what you see in the private sector is like when you are, less than some amount of dollars and then they give you $1 raise or a specific amount of dollars raise, or perhaps they give you a percentage. That's the most common thing, not an amount, just to get you to what the calling center is called for. And that brings morale down to a lot of other employees that are not getting anything. And then essentially that'll get reflected into the services that we're providing to the people, because that quality of service is no longer there.
Just to
Councilor.
address your comment, Council President, we have been trying from the beginning, from day one. From day one, we've been working with 3 HR directors, and increases has been done by the calling center. A calling center that came in place before we even came into office. And We
No,
had to do
actually-
the
actually-
directors
actually-
first, and then we did.
No, actually, the calling center
And-
was.
and then-
Chief.
Yes.
The calling center was approved under this administration.
Yeah, but it was applied
The-
to
it
before
was-
this
It
administration.
was done before, but it was approved by the city council
That's what
under
I
this
said.
administration.
I think that's what they said. And as you know, as a city council, as, working with the person and having experience with the HR department, as an HR degree that I have, you first have to tackle the director, which are non-union. Then you have to work with the unions, which is most difficult to work with the union to increase those salaries. So we have been
Understand.
working.
Councilor Infante. Vice President Infante.
Thank you. Just for clarification, because I'm brought up a concern earlier about the performance evaluations and everything. Director, you mentioned that your board of directors evaluated you, and was that submitted to HR?
No, the Bellevue Board of Directors, my hiring power.
Okay.
So, right. so
But
when
either
they
way,
meet
there's
at their
something.
annual meeting, they do an evaluation, a yearly evaluation of my performance.
Okay, so but there's
And
something
then
on
that's it.
record that,
It is.
okay.
It's recorded in the yearly minutes of that meeting, my evaluation.
Okay.
I'm not present when they do the evaluation.
Thank you.
They do it.
I'm glad I'm glad they do that, because I wish we had this for the rest of the city, so I
Because
think
that's how it's done at
that's, yeah, okay, thank you.
And then based on that, that's where I've gotten the recommendation every year, but, for the raise. But this is the first time that it's been applied.
Thank you.
I do recommend, just in case, I know the board of directors is your hiring authority and et cetera, but to at least have a copy of, in our HR department for purpose of, okay. All right, if they,
Send the letters to the meeting.
oh, okay, they do, okay, all right, thank you.
Councilor Mamo.
Just to take into consideration the 4 years of no salary raise, I'm willing to do an amendment to my original motion, which is just to cut 13,000 from this department.
All right, out of that $25,000 proposed, now it's gonna be $13,000 proposed cut. Can I get just to double check, can I get a second? I mean, just in case.
Sure.
Yeah, just for the amendment. I mean, I don't think I need it.
Council said yes,
Second.
but.
Got
I
second,
don't
just in
think you
case,
need
I
it.
don't think I need it, but I mean, all right, the discussion is around the $13,000 cut out of the 29,000. Any other questions, Councilor?
Council President, if I may.
Councilor Luzon?
I do understand Councilor Marmol position. I know it's difficult, so we're looking to cut in this budget, and we haven't done a lot, unfortunately. But I think, once again, we have to take in consideration that in this case, this position hasn't get a raise for the last 4 years. And if we compare this salary to other salary, this salary is in disadvantage. This position is in disadvantage compared to others. I'm gonna repeat myself once again. If you take a close look of other departments, you will find officers, financial officers, making more money than the salary that we have in front of us. I think we should take in consideration that the board, what's the name of the board?
Bellevue Cemetery.
Bellevue Cemetery Board has suggested and recommended a raise to this position. I think we should honor that. Unfortunately, we're looking to cut, but I think this is the wrong place to cut, unfortunately. Thank you, Council President.
No problem. Councilor De Rosario.
Thank you, through you, Council President. And also, we need to consider it, or keep in mind that the cemetery is an enterprise. The cemetery makes their own money, so every money basically, they make money, as an enterprise. So that's also should be taken into consideration.
No, it's not. They're not in the positive. No, they make, but they're not in the positive. The only enterprise account that is in the positive, the apron. The apron. Am I right, couple?
So in the water department,
Yeah,
so the water
only
department.
enterprise that make money.
Estamos jodidos, pero en the water department too. I'm sorry, I thought they make the money. But I mean, I probably use the word enterprise, but they make money.
They make some, yeah. Councilor
Council
Santiago.
President. Through you, Council President. I want to say thank you, Ms. Lopez, to doing the job you're doing. We really can see the difference with the cemetery 4 years ago and now. And I second the motion because I have to open the floor for my colleagues or for the item. But I agree that's not the right place to cut the budget. We are trying to cut many from many other departments or many other people. We try to save money. I think there are many employee has advantage or they don't. I don't know how they do what criteria they use to increase the salary, but I was checking the others department, and they don't have your salary. I think it's agreed to not cut it.
Through you, Mr. President.
Councilor Pan, you already spoke once? I haven't spoken. Councilor Plan?
I know that's shocking. That's all right.
I thought that you already spoke, sorry about that.
If I may, I want to just,
You did spoke though.
it's been a long day and morning, but the cemetery is grateful. The cemetery is 115 acres of developed land. We will be expanding the undeveloped. As you know, the city is growing. The cemetery does not only belong to the city of Lawrence, part of it is in Methuen as well. But most of our residents, I now have 80,000 residents that I do deal with and work with daily. Those are the people I work with. While you have, I don't know how many constituents each of you work with, but I work with 80,000 of them. And trust me, that's a lot. So I understand each of your work as well, but that's what I deal with. And that's who I respond to and I have to answer to. So yes, I have to close that cemetery, I have to open it. It better be in tip-top shape because, yeah, I'll be getting those phone calls just like you do. So yes, my work, I don't deserve 125. I know my worth and I know what I do. It's not about the money, but what's fair is fair. If we're gonna cut, and we're gonna make cuts, then let's make it across the board. Let's make this equitable. Well, then let's make it equitable, but you cannot just go in the department that has the smallest budget and say, I'm gonna cut 13,000, because that's unacceptable.
Yeah, Ms. Director, I mean, it is on our job to actually approve the budget, reduce it, or deny it. So we cannot just say it is not acceptable.
But I wanted to say my piece.
No, but I understand. It is our, it is our job to do so.
Yes.
So it's like, we understand your point though. Thank you. Councilor, before we go to you, Councilor Mamo, just.
Council
let me-
President, once
let me-
again,
Let me just go to Councilor, just so you
Oh.
know, she have something to say.
No, I want to pass to my
Councilor
colleague,
LaPlante.
Mr. LaPlante, because
My idea was this, thank you. So my idea is this, what makes sense to me is I'm trying to split the baby here a little bit. I hear all the arguments. I'm just wondering if there's any way possible that we can make this a two-step process. So, this year, we increased your salary by 12 or 13,000. And there's an
16,000 on this proposal.
I'm trying to get to a certain place. The goal here is to get to 20, I think $25,000. We'd like to get it done, like, starting this year, I understand there was an understanding, and I'm not sure how we could use, how we can codify this, but there was an understanding we do a two-step process where we say, you've done a very good job. We're going to increase your salary there. Another good performance review after this year, we're going to get you to that 25. That way, it provides, and that gives the administration a chance to also look at the directors and other departments. So when we come next year and to have this, you will then be, with a good performance review, be able to get that up to the 25 that you want right for this year, and then we look at the other ones. So there's fairness and equity as best that we can in a very imperfect system. Just an idea, and I'm waiting for the capital to
That
shoot it
would've been
down.
perfect. You should have done that 23 and 24.
Well, if it was given to us,
I'm not
but
obsessed with
I
it.
don't want to argue with this, but did we have that in
Please
23 and
help yourself
24?
on the
I'm not sure we did. Capital.
To echo what our
Yes.
city attorney,
Ms. Gaffa?
just to echo what our city attorney said, he's the expert in the matter. We are not here to specifically cut a specific position.
No,
So
we're not,
since
we're not
cemeteries-
proposing, yeah.
Right, so.
Yeah, exactly. We are not proposing as a specific
No, I know,
salary.
but to Councilor LaPlante's point, that's not.
It is a line item on the specific budget 5110. That's the line item.
Thank you. I retract.
Councilor Mamo. I mean, sorry, let's go to Councilor Reyes. You have a friendly amendment. Councilor Reyes.
I want to do a friendly amendment to maintain the budget as it is.
Second.
It is hold on one second. A friendly amendment is, a friendly amendment, give me 1 second. Friendly amendment, do you accept the friendly amendment, Councilor Mamo? It's not being accepted. The only way that you can do it is propose, to maintain the budget as is. I don't know if we can do that, I've never seen that. But if the motion get denied,
You have a motion on the floor.
it's a motion on the floor.
Then would you, if you want to.
You vote yes or no?
Just vote no against the exact.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, but to get you your. Yeah.
You withdrawn her motion technically.
Yeah, just vote no if that's what you want, yeah.
She was friendly though.
So,
Yeah, that's
so
fine.
in response, Council
All right,
President.
let's call the question. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Levy?
Councilor Levy.
No. Counselor LaPlante? This is to cut
The six-
$13,000.
No.
The, $13,000 cut.
Two no. Counselor Luzon?
No.
Counselor Del Rosario?
No.
Counselor Santiago?
No.
Counselor Mamo?
Yes.
Counselor Reyes?
No.
Counselor, Council Vice President Infante?
No.
Council President Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay.
What's the count?
2 to 7, motion fails.
Motion fails. Councilors, any other amendment onto the budget?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. What are the?
Any other amendment, councilors? At this time, if it is not other amendment, I'll call the questions. We have a couple of votes that we need to take, for us to take, yeah, we're gonna review. I got my little paper here.
So, I'll tell you what I have, just to make sure I'm not missing
Yes.
anything. So right now, we have,
The motion need to actually be reconsidered, because, I mean, we have a motion that is abroad with the entire budget, and we cannot do that. We have to do the entire motion but one department. Am I right?
Yeah.
Or you not
Administration and
understand?
Finance. You make 2 votes.
I mean, yeah, you're gonna abstain on one? I mean, yeah, okay. Everything but your department?
right, so can I
And-
just review what
Sure.
we have? Okay. So, $30,000 reduction on the
Mhm.
mayor's office advertising
Mhm.
account 0102105344.
Yeah.
$30,000 from emergency management, account 0124105380. And 99,000 from the mayor's office. personal service-
99,999.
Oh, okay.
It was $1 less than 100.
Oh, okay, I thought it was 1,000, okay.
No,
So I have to.
was $1 less.
Okay. And those are the only ones I have.
Those
Same.
three are the one that I went through, yes.
We have a total of 159,999.
Yeah, we got almost 160. All right, the motions are, the motion need to be, who was the one put on the underlying motion?
Yeah. So,
I don't think you're gonna be able to.
no, he can make this actually is perfect. Like, if you, makes this motion, makes a motion to approve the FY '26 budget with the 159.99 in reductions as further amended by the 617 memo from the acting CAFO, excluding the administration and finance budget. That will be the motion.
All right, there is a motion to read as follow.
I need
By
that back.
Councilor De Rosario.
What's the motion?
The motion, Councilor Rosario.
Motion,
My dad handwriting, too.
motion to approve the FY 2026 proposal budget with $159,999 in reduction, amend as further, amend by D 06/17/2025 memo from the acting CAFO, excluding the administration and finance budget.
That is the motion. And the second was by
Initially, it was Councilor Reyes.
Councilor Reyes.
You want to second it again?
Do you mind second the motion, again? Yeah, it's been second by Councilor Reyes. We have discussed the amendment. There is no more amendment. At this time, I'll call the roll. Madam Clerk.
Hold on, I'm confused.
Sure.
Okay. All right, okay. Oxman. So essentially, there is everything with the cuts that was proposed, almost $160,000. The entire fiscal year budget, except the finance, except
Yeah, administration fine,
finance and administration budget,
yeah.
due to a potential conflict of interest. That's why it is been done separate. So, everything but that department, with the cuts that was proposed. That's the motion.
And Council President and Council De Rosario will leave? Yes.
Eventually, when it comes to the next vote, which is the finance budget, the administration and finance budget, he will step out.
So that will be the last, let me explain it to myself. So we're dividing the budget.
Mhm.
So this is almost the complete budget that we're voting on now.
Almost but that a specific department.
Without that, okay. So if we vote, let's say that if we vote yes, we're gonna be approving the proposed budget.
That's correct.
Okay, if we don't, okay, I get it.
So
It's confusing.
voting yes on this coming vote will be approving the entire budget, but the administrator and finance.
So should we do the CAFO's office first, because that's just one section, yeah, make it, yeah.
But the motion, I have a motion.
You
There's a
have the
motion on the floor to approve the budget.
There's a motion on the, yeah.
Yeah.
So essentially, that's what we have. Voting yes to the vote, voting yes to the motion means that you are approving the fiscal year budget 2026, accepting the administrator and planning, administrator and finance budget. Voting no to the motion means that you are denying the budget.
Okay.
And increase the taxes, the 3.56.
The budget is, the budget include that 3.58% increasement already.
Can you repeat the amount?
Is a 3.58%.
3.58%.
Yeah, that's right.
Tax increase.
Tax increase, which is the 2.5, the 2.5% plus the new growth. So voting yes, you're approving the budget. Voting no, you deny the budget.
Council President.
Yeah.
Yes, Council Levy.
Okay, can you explain to the public, for the record, so, that the budget is not getting increased more than the 2.5, because according to what that's what we know it, if we go over the 2.5, we have to
We have to have an override.
No.
Let's have the CAFO,
The
explain.
new growth.
So what is the increasement?
People need to understand what we are talking right now, because they don't feel like we are increasing 3.58.
No, but I mean, that's what we're increasing, Councilor.
Yes, but it's not the same. It's
Ms.
not the
Caffo.
same.
Right, so per Massachusetts law, a municipality is allowed to increase 2.5% of prior year levy, which is what we're doing. We're also allowed to increase new growth, which is 1,200,000. So the sum of the two is what's amounting to the 3.58%. This is approximately $3.19 million.
Please,
So-
could you explain what is new growth?
Yes, so new growth could be a combination of things. It could be exempt properties that are being added to the tax roll. It could be additions, new permits that residents are issuing. So all that gets analyzed and then gets added to new growth. This is
So, new
an
developments.
estimate of new growth. Once we get the final new growth based on what the assessor's office get from the revaluation or the assessments, then we actually increase it or decrease it. Last year, our estimated new growth for 2025 was 900,000.
But we
the
actually
actual came in at
1.4.
1,000,004.
Yeah.
So this is an estimate. It could be higher, depending on what we get for additions.
So,
permits,
Ms.
and so forth.
Ms. Caffo. She's acting. Who pays the new growth?
Who pays the new growth? It's added to the tax roll.
Everybody, right?
Everybody.
Everybody.
Of course, it's based on, you know, the valuation of your property, and there's a lot of different things that go into effect.
Yeah. So based on the evaluation of your property, you also pay the new growth.
That's right.
Council Levy.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Final question. Last year or this year, when before the CAFO leave, he said that we had a superávit of $95,000.
95,000?
We increase it, that we increase it, and we have $95,000 that we can use it this year to reduce some of the taxes.
Not really sure what that is.
95,000?
Yeah.
95,000?
95,000.
So 95,000 is like,
Well, it's nothing, it's not too much, but that we are supposed to be
I
using.
don't
So,
remember that
I'm not sure what
conversation.
that is. I guess I
think
would need a
that's
little
new
more
growth from
information.
last
You're
year.
not
No, last
referring
year
to
was,
the
950,000.
oh, 950.
the excess levy capacity.
I think so, that's something.
I think it's a new growth from last year, which was like the 950,000.
So last year's new growth was 900,000.
Yeah.
The, last year's estimate for new growth was 900,000,
Yeah,
but the actual was 1,000,004.
yeah.
So I'm not really sure where the 95,000 came from.
Probably you're confused, Council Levy. Councilor Santiago.
And you was talking about last year. Can you tell us how much the taxes increased last year?
About 4.5.
I have my paperwork ready. Yes, so I want to say for the last few years, we have not taxed to the full capacity.
No, the question is how much we
Last
taxed last
year.
year. That's it.
Okay, last year, we did do the 2.5,
Plus new growth.
2.5.
And how
Plus
much
new-
that add on?
Yeah.
How much was that?
Add on
Bro.
with the 1.4 million.
So that was 3.4.
You sure?
Yeah, so new growth, I mean, the taxes was 2.4 million, and then 1.420, well, with the new growth actual.
Yeah.
So when we do the tax recap, we adjust the new growth, so we add it to it. So even though we had 900,000 to begin with, we do use the actual numbers to actually calculate the actual taxes. So right now, everybody's getting preliminary taxes for the third quarter, but when we do the tax recap and it's approved by the state in November, that's the statistics or the numbers that we use for the actual taxes that go.
And how much that was about? Percentage-wise.
3,000,008.
Percentage-wise.
It was around the same, 3 point something.
All right, let's get the actual later on
Yep.
and send it to us.
Yep.
So it's about 3 something.
Okay.
All right.
And, Council President,
Councilor Luzon.
and can you give us the balance for the free cash? And are we taking money from the free cash to balance the budget?
No.
No, so what we are doing.
I'm asking the CAFO, please, thank you.
So what we're doing is, we have set money aside for the additional debt for the for the 2 new schools and the police station. We did not get an override or a debt exclusion to build these projects. So what we decided to do was take the money from the ARPA funds that we've had, and we are allocating some money to pay for that additional debt service. So we are using, per the appropriation order, $5 million from debt service to pay for the additional debt service. Not necessarily balance the budget, but to pay for the additional debt service related to those 3 projects.
And how much do we have in the free cash now? How much million?
So free cash was certified at $15 million. There has been some items that have come before council, one of them being the fire department, $792,000 for overtime. And we do have some items before you that have not yet been finalized. But right now, if that passes, year-end transfers and some of the transfers originally was $15 million, and it's going to end up being about $7.5 million.
My last question, Council President.
Councilor
And
Lozano.
last year, may I?
Sure.
Last year, how much we had, what was the balance on the free cash?
I have a lot of papers to go through. Okay, so last year's free cash originally was certified at 43 million. And as you know, 2 years in a row, we were blessed, fortunate to have additional money fall into our free cash related to ARPA.
You do ARPA.
Correct.
Yeah.
So at the end of that year, we did have a lot of transfers to stabilization funds to build up our reserves. And 15 million of that was transferred to debt service for the purpose I explained earlier. We also had 7 million for the stabilization reserve for undesignated funds, which is a rainy fund reserve. This fund is kind of like free cash because it's undesignated. It's not designated for a specific purpose, but it's not restricted as free cash is in terms of the timing. Our free cash doesn't get certified probably until October. So if there's anything that we needed between the beginning of the fiscal year until October, we cannot use free cash until it's certified by the state.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council President.
All right, we're moving on the questions. We have a motion that it was presented to approve the fiscal year 2026 budget with the exception of 159,999 in reduction or amend as further amended by that 6/17/2025 memo from the acting CAFO, including the administration, excluding the administration and finance budget. With that said, Councilor, if it is not other questions, I'll call the question. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Reyes?
Yes.
Councilor Mamo?
No.
Councilor Santiago?
No.
Councilor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Councilor Luzon?
No.
Councilor LaPlante?
Yes.
Councilor Levy?
Yes.
Council Vice President?
No.
Council President?
I vote no. What's the count?
I got 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses.
Motion fails.
Yeah.
Let's go with the other 3, well, with the other 3 motions. The other three motions will be a motion to approve the parking garage enterprise, funds.
Do you
No, wait,
want
I
to do
mean,
the one?
let's get, I wait on that.
Okay.
I'll wait on that. The motion is to, motion to approve the parking garage enterprise fund. Councilor, can I get a motion on that?
So moved.
It's for the amount of 1,102,500.
So moved.
Motion to approve, properly second, discussion. Voting yes on this motion means that you're gonna approve the parking garage enterprise fund for the amount of 1,102,500.
a question.
Discussion. Councilor LaPlante.
So we just voted against the biggest portion of the budget. Are we taking 3 votes or 2?
We're taking
4
4
votes.
votes. The enterprise account,
So-
three
Separate,
independent votes.
Enterprise accounts, and then what's after that one? What's the third vote?
We have three enterprise accounts.
Three enterprise account in the main budget. And then another one, which is for the finance, administration and finance.
So if we vote for everything else, let's say we run the table, we still have an unbalanced budget, correct? We don't
You don't
have
have a
a
budget.
partial budget, but not a full budget.
Yeah, the enterprise are independent, so we can
Come
take a
back
vote on that.
Monday.
I just, at some point, we're gonna obviously need to do 2 things. We're gonna need to, are we stopping the government from working on July 1st? Because that's what happens. And I don't know what the plan is, for those who decided to vote no, so I don't know where we go from here, but
Well-
I guess you're gonna explain that to us when we get.
Yeah, or the administration can present another budget before then, before June 30. Yes. And if the administration find common ground, that is in order if they present another budget. We have done that in the past.
How does that happen? How do we find common ground?
Councilor, that's out of order if we have
Okay.
another motion.
I'll
We have
wait.
a motion for the enterprise
fine.
account, and then we can have a motion and discuss that. A motion to, there is a motion to approve that, enterprise, fund for the amount of 1,102,500. Properly second discussion on this motion. At this time, I hear no motion, Madam Clerk, please, I hear no discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Levy, this is for the enterprise for parking, yep. Councilor LaPlante?
Yes.
Councilor Luzon?
Yes?
Councilor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Councilor Santiago?
Yes.
Councilor Marmal?
No.
Councilor Reyes?
Yes.
Council Vice President Infante?
Yes.
Council President?
I vote yes, motion carries. I need a motion to approve, the April enterprise, fund for the amount of 783,000. Can I get a motion for that?
So moved.
There's a motion on the table, properly second discussion on the enterprise related to the April. I hear none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Reyes?
Yes.
Councilor Marmal?
No.
Councilor Santiago?
No.
Councilor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Councilor Luzon?
Yes.
Councilor LaPlante?
Yes.
Councilor Levy?
Yes.
Council Vice President?
Yes.
Council President?
I vote yes, motion carries. I'm looking for a motion to approve the water and sewer enterprise funds for the amount of 21,778,191.
So moved.
There's a motion on the table, properly second discussion on the enterprise for that, water and sewer. I hear none. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Levy? Yes. Councilor LaPlante?
Yes.
Councilor Luzon?
Yes.
Councilor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Councilor Santiago?
No.
Councilor Marmal?
No.
Council Reyes?
Yes.
Council Vice President?
Yes.
Council President?
I vote yes, motion carries. What's the count?
7-2, 7
7-2,
yes, 2
okay.
no.
All right, at this time, we don't have any other item to discuss. I will, no, that one will be together with the other one, which is the main one.
Does
We
anyone,
don't have
sometimes
to do,
people
we
do
don't have
that?
to do it now, we don't have to do that now. Well, once we have the main budget, and then we do the 2 vote, if we have to.
Can I ask Mike, I got 2 questions.
Sure.
So, here's the easy one. We didn't have a meeting, obviously, yesterday. Are we gonna schedule that meeting sometime soon? When are we having that meeting?
There is an special meeting, already scheduled for Monday. On that meeting, the agenda is including is including all the committee reports. If that goes through, and then, the only thing we're gonna have new is new business, and then we can go from there. If we need to make another meeting to make up that meeting from yesterday, 2 days ago, and then we can definitely, move on that as well.
So that's the easy one. So Monday's where we're gonna have, yesterday's meeting is gonna take place on Monday without the
Well,
public hearing.
only the committee reports.
And the new business. Get referred, right? New business get referred? The committees?
Potentially that could be, but I don't think we have enough time to actually revisit the agenda since today is a holiday.
Well, what we could do is this, in anticipation of that, for example, can we, on Monday morning, for example, ordinance, if you get backed up on ordinance, this is gonna be crazy.
No, but I mean, I have all the committee reports from that meeting.
I understand, but I'm talking about the new stuff that's coming
new
in.
stuff,
We're
yeah, I
backed up.
understand.
And so if the clerk, which we can't do now, because it's Thursday morning at this point. On Monday morning, when she comes back to the office, because it doesn't, if she even comes on Friday, it doesn't count, because it's a holiday or something, right?
No,
Does it?
Friday's not a holiday, Friday is a
Thursday's
normal
a
day.
holiday.
But they taken it off.
My question is this, when's the earliest, for example, we can do an ordinance committee meeting with the understanding that you're gonna refer things to that committee? Is it Tuesday, is it Wednesday?
If we posted a meeting on Friday, Friday would count, it's not a holiday and it's not a weekend.
Yeah, wait, we're gonna get to that point later.
So if you posted a meeting like Friday morning, you have to, it has to stay posted for 48 hours. So Friday counts and Monday counts, and using that math, you could have a meeting as early as Tuesday at 9 AM if we posted it Friday at 9 AM, or you could post it Tuesday night.
So if the council president decides to actually put things he anticipates, of course, he actually has to do it at a meeting to actually make it count, but he can put things in anticipation for an ordinance, we could do it on Tuesday or Wednesday?
Yeah,
We could do it on Tuesday night, our normal Tuesday night.
but I don't have an agenda of what you like posted.
But that's a question for
Yeah.
that.
But we have the previous one on the new business, we
Yeah.
have that posted.
So,
That's on an agenda, actually.
right, so what I
It
would
just
just,
need to be referred to a committee, and then I can
Yeah.
refer it without being in a meeting. I can refer,
okay,
On Monday, and then.
yeah, I can refer it to a committee.
All right, so that's number
It
one.
doesn't have to be in public.
okay.
So I like to do it on Tuesday if we can make it. if the council
Yeah, we can do that, yeah.
Over, so that's one.
And,
Two,
and
So that
then,
has to get posted tomorrow to do it for
tomorrow?
Tuesday.
Okay, well, maybe
Otherwise, we have to
Wednesday.
post it.
today's
Today's a holiday, so it's Thursday.
It's June 19th right now.
So you really would either be doing it, like, what time does budget meet? So could you do 6, or could you do?
Could do, so it'd be fast, but we could do it. We'll get a lot of it done. If we have to discharge, we could. We do 6? Yes, on Tuesday? 1, 2, we're gonna, yes? We can do it. As fast as we can.
Yeah.
As much as we can.
Okay.
That's my first question, Council President. Second question, now that we've taken this, we didn't pass the budget tonight, so,
Okay, no pass budget.
so now the question is, if we don't do anything, there's no checks, there's no
Well,
government starting July 1st, so what are we doing?
I'll, on the special meeting on Monday, the administration can propose a new budget. We deny this budget, or this budget get denied. As far as I remember back then in 2018, you actually proposed a new budget with a $1 cut. Remember
My-
that vote?
But my question,
Wait, do you remember that vote?
Or no,
I do.
but you got a better memory than I do apparently. But here's the question, I mean, does the mayor understand what the council's looking for? Has there been a discussion? Do they even know? I mean, how does he know what they're gonna submit?
To be quite honest, through you, Council
I
President.
think that, but it's not going order because we don't have an item, but I will definitely understand what, that you need to say something, and,
Yeah, I mean, there's no clarity. I mean, we went through the budget sessions, we went through, each one of the cuts that you wanted to recommend as a body, and you voted on, so we need direction in what.
all right, no problem, we'll have a conversation. This time, we cannot have conversations in public if we don't have a motion. And, this motion fails. So everything we say right now is out of order. So, but we'll definitely have a conversation, but not in this public setting. Because, I mean, it's not, we cannot discuss this at this point. We're gonna have a meeting on the,
Monday at 7.
Monday at 7 p.m. And there is no need for a motion to adjourn. Well, because we're gonna continue.
Motion to recess.
Motion to recess. There is a motion to recess, properly second. Discussion. I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Oh my God, I'm never gonna.